All right, everybody. Well, it's time to watch some videos.
In the forest of Mistwood, there's an unassuming stone building. Inside is an elevator.
It's also time to grind Muramasa.
And down, and down, and down further still until it finally hits the bottom.
Spoilers for Elden Ring, I
secret
guess.
Underground city with an impossible night sky. It's one of those moments that makes you ask, wait, how big is this game? The answer, pretty damn big. From Software has always made epic adventures that cover a lot of ground, but in Elden Ring, the studio has been more ambitious than ever. The twisty, interconnected worlds of Dark Souls and Bloodborne.
Just as a quick, so everybody knows what we're doing, the idea of this stream is I'm going to be spending 24 hours grinding this weapon to its max level. It currently has 668 attack. The max attack it can get is 999. It should take about 24 hours to get us there. So if I'm pretty efficient at this farming, we should make it to 999 by the end of this 24 hours. However, it does require that I mash buttons for basically 24 hours straight. That's the whole premise of the stream. We're going to be here for a while. That's why we're watching videos, to help pass the time and so that we all don't go insane. These are all really great videos. Enjoy.
Are microscopic when compared to the monster open world of the lands between. This humongous continent will take you from the deepest depths to the highest mountain, and the map just seems to get bigger and bigger. So, what's it like to actually explore this giant fantasy kingdom?
Dude, I should have warmed up. I'm getting
going
owned.
Open world change the Soulsborne formula. I'm Mark Brown, and this is the world design of Elden Ring.
That's some good-ass music.
Let's begin with a recap. Our goal at the beginning of the game is to explore the lands between and find our way to the Lanedale royal capital. However, the front door stays locked until we've got a handful of great runes, which we can collect by toppling key boss monsters within the surrounding regions.
Hold on, what if
So the game begins in Limgrave, a lush, woodland region pockmarked by ruins and underground caves. Up on the hill, we'll find Stormvale Castle, the game's first legacy dungeon, aka a bit of Dark Souls stuck into the open world. And at the end, we can beat up Godric the Grafted to get the first great rune. Godric's throne room backs onto Liurnia of the Lakes, a foggy swampland that surrounds the Academy of Rhea Lucaria.
God, I love
Legacy
Elden Ring so
dungeon
much.
Number 2. We'll need a
Such a
glintstone
well-made
key
game
to get inside, and then we can lay the smackdown on Renala, Queen of the Full Moon, for another great rune. The Academy's rear leads to Bellum Highway and the Grand Lift of Dectus, which is not operational. We'll need 2 halves of a medallion to make it work. One is back in Limgrave, in Fort Height, and the other is in Limgrave's neighbouring land, Caelid, a nightmare hellhole with a blood-red sky, poisonous swamps, and desolate ruins. A bit like
I actually like just chilling in the Halig tree and concentrating. Yeah, the game is beautiful.
General Radahn. With the Dectus medallion sellotaped back together, we can now take the elevator up to the Altus Plateau, an autumnal highland with a golden sky, and finally, the entrance to Lanedale. However, before we head inside, we can swing a left and scale up Mount Gelmir. Here we'll find another legacy dungeon, Volcano Manor, and can wreck another rune holder, Rykard, Lord of Blasphemy. We can now head back to the plateau, enter the biggest legacy dungeon of them all, the staggeringly massive Lanedale royal capital, and face down Morgott, the Omen King. So that's the layout of the lands between.
I hope you have some slow release edibles. No, I wish.
Caelid,
We're doing this
with
with
Altus
no
Plateau, and Mount Gelmir. All of them
no
bar
enhancing
Caelid have
drugs.
A legacy dungeon
only
to
caffeine.
fight our way
That's
through.
my only
And all of
performance
them bar
enhancing
the Altus
drug.
Plateau have a great rune holder to beat up. Now, unlike, say, Hyrule in Zelda Breath of the Wild, or Skyrim in, well, Skyrim, these areas don't all border each other in a single giant landmass. Instead, they lead
I can
from
pass
one
you
to
some
the
of my
next,
morphine.
like so,
I'll need it
which
for
means
hour
you can't
20.
go from Limgrave to Mount Gelmir without first trekking through Liurnia and the Altus Plateau. This dot-to-dot world layout is just one way that Elden Ring is constructed to help players navigate this world, to stop them from getting lost or overwhelmed. There's also the way some NPCs suggest the way to go. the way the first vista in Liurnia of the Lakes neatly frames Rea Lucaria in the center of your screen, and the way certain sites of grace have a
I'll make another
golden
margarita
line
and drink it
that
in your
points
name.
in the
Thank
right
you, I
direction.
appreciate it.
From Software's creative director Hidetaka Miyazaki says that these were put in to
Sorry
help
to hear
out
that,
players
Daisy.
who felt stressed by the game's open design and just wanted to know where to go. But he also says that refusing to follow the guidance is supposed to feel, in of itself, like a choice. Because despite Elden Ring having more order and structure than some other open worlds, this is definitely not a linear game. For one, you can often reach areas in an alternative way and bypass bosses in the process. So while Stormvale Castle quite naturally leads on to Liurnia of the Lakes, there's actually a semi-secret path that circumvents the castle and goes around.
I never found that path on my
Caelid
first
is on the
playthrough.
border of Limgrave, so you can just wander in at any time, though you might face some resistance. More on that in a bit. And you don't actually need the Dectus Medallion to reach the Altus Plateau. There's a hidden path through the ruin-strewn precipice that skips the lift and routes around Renala. Or you can get eaten by this one specific baddie in
80 hours into your
Lucaria
first
and get
playthrough, yeah.
burped back out in Volcano Manor. NPC quests can also open up other avenues. So typically Radahn's festival is inaccessible until we've touched at least one site of grace on the Altus Plateau. But doing Ranni's quest can grant us earlier access. Fia's quest lets us enter Leyndell without fighting the draconic tree sentinel roaming around outside. And doing a quest for Vare will grant us access to Mohgwyn Palace, so we can fight a surprise 5th Great Runeholder, Mohg, Lord of Blood. All of this means that pretty much everything up to the front door of the Leyndell Royal Capital can be tackled how you see fit.
I got
All of
lucky
the
on my first
areas,
playthrough.
legacy dungeons and bosses in
'Cause
these zones can be done
I used
in
Sword of Night and
whatever order you
Flame
like.
on my first
Or
playthrough because I was like,
not
wow,
at
this
all,
sword looks
as the
cool.
case may be.
Turns out it's like the
Getting
most
into
broken
Leyndell
weapon in the
actually
game at
only
the time.
requires you to hold 2 great runes out of a possible 5. That means Godric, Renala, Radahn, Rykard, and Mohg can each be skipped as long as you've beaten 2 of their mates. And so if we look at the achievements on Steam, we'll see that while 50% of Elden Ring players made it to the Leyndell capital,
You were using whips?
only
Oh, God
43%
bless your soul.
lifted the Great Rune from Rykard in Volcano Manor, and just 38% defeated Mohg. But, I mean, this is a game with over 150 bosses, and you only need to fight 12 of them to see the credits. You don't even need to fight the chick from all of the trailers. Then again, FromSoft has never worried too much about players missing content. They know full well that it just makes it so much better for those who do stumble across this stuff. And
Games that aren't
certainly
afraid
carries
for you to
over
miss
into
content is
exploring the
always
individual areas.
amazing. Elden
Set
Ring
out
did it
on
in
your
such a
trusty
crazy way,
spectral
too.
Steed, and you might discover underground catacombs,
Yep.
crumbling ruins, mages' towers, dusty mining tunnels, and ailing villagers. There are also mini-dungeons like Castle Morn, Caria Manor, and the Shaded Castle. Oh, and there's even a pretty massive underground. That includes Shifa
Yep.
River beneath Limgrave, Aintzul River below Liurnia.
The
and if
entire
you kill
underground
Radahn,
section is
a
fully
star will
optional, and it's like a
literally fall
world
out of the
underneath
sky
the
and
entire
punch
world.
a
It's
hole
fucking
through Limgrave's
insane.
surface, revealing a secret path to Nokron, Eternal City. And there's always something exciting to discover around each corner, whether that's some handy loot, an NPC quest, a surprise boss fight
I
in the
wish
field,
Sophia
or
River
something else to give
to
you
go
pause.
fuck itself. True.
You won't
That
soon
place
forget
sucks.
the time you saw a titanic stone turtle with a building on its back, or the time you opened this unassuming chest only to be knocked out and woken up in a mining tunnel in central Caelid.
Yep.
But
I use that
unlike most
chest all the
open
time. It's
world
the fastest
games,
way to Caelid.
These points of interest aren't exhaustively catalogued for you. There are no question marks on your map, no towers to climb, no quest logs to follow, no
Yep.
checklists to check off. Instead, you're left to explore by following your curiosity and that innate sense of intrigue about what's over the next hill. Like Breath of the Wild, and Miyazaki has listed Zelda as an influence on Elden Ring, you mainly explore by scanning the horizon for interesting landmarks and structures. And so by trusting that the player will simply want to explore, and being okay with the fact that huge amounts of stuff will be missed in the process,
Yup.
Elden Ring allows for a more organic style of exploration and a true sense of discovery. You're actually investigating a world, not just cleaning up a messy map filled with activities. So, the Soulsborne games have always had a lot of freedom in how you tackle things. They've always had optional bosses and non-compulsory zones to make your playthrough unique. and they've always offered a sense of mystery and discovery about what's around the next corner.
Good luck,
But in
Doozy.
going open world, Elden Ring can really capitalize on that experience, on that grand fantasy of going on an epic adventure. In fact, Miyazaki has said that Elden Ring is pretty close to the dream game he's been trying to make since, well, Demon's Souls. The open world enriches this ideal experience I'm trying to achieve, he says. But, that being said, I think there are other ways that the open world actually
Demon's Souls is your favorite?
the
All
Souls
right,
experience, where the size and scope of the world and the way you consume it doesn't gel so nicely with what has come before.
I want to play
So,
Sekiro
for
so
starters,
bad.
Most of the Souls games have been more or less linear in how you approach them, at least when compared to an open world like Elden Ring. And so in
I've
those
owned
games,
the game
player
since it
tends
got
to
like
level
Game
up
of the
their
Year
character
2 years ago
in
or
line
3 years
with each
ago,
new
and I just
area,
never played it.
providing a pretty consistent level of challenge throughout the game. But an
I want to
open
stream it
world
too.
is a very different story. Each area in Elden Ring has a predetermined level of difficulty dictated by the power of the enemies and bosses in each zone. Something you'll know all too well if you wandered early on from Limgrave into Caelid and got bodied by basic enemies who hit like a freight train. And this static setup can
Everybody's
have some
told me
negative
that the way
effects
Sekiro
on how
works
you
is
tackle
like the
game.
combat is very,
For
very
one,
different, but once
this
you get the hang
does
of it, it's pretty
ultimately
fair.
constrain the game's sense of freedom. Like, if we take those 5 key bosses, and if we rank them by the number of runes they drop,
But it is like a
pretty
learning curve.
representative guide to their relative strength, we'll see that while they can indeed be fought in any order, the game certainly does seem to suggest one for you. Luckily, in practice, it's not too egregious. The different enemy levels aren't so spiky as to make out-of-order progress impossible.
You could also
And
just
because
skip most
it's
of the
only
enemies.
a soft gate, you can absolutely, say, sneak into these dangerous zones early on,
Yeah.
scoop up a few handy items,
Yeah.
and then fast travel back to safety.
Yeah, that's what
Plus,
I did.
having some bits with ridiculously overpowered bosses can actually add to that adventurous feeling. This makes the world feel dangerous, menacing, and inhospitable. And it provides a goal to come back to when you've got more power. I mean, typically in a Souls game, if you can't beat a boss, you just have to try again until you do it. Get good scrub and all that silly-billy nonsense. But with Elden Ring, you can pop a marker on your map and explore elsewhere. Maybe find a better weapon, level up a few times,
Yep,
improve
I definitely
your
did that.
armor, power up your health flask, get some more friends to summon, and then come back and show that boss who's boss. But you might find that you've actually explored too much and are now over-leveled. You can find yourself heading back to a boss, hoping for a fair fight, only to find that you can now knock him out with little more than a fart and a light shove. This makes the world feel far less menacing. It
I will
can
say my
spoil
end
the
game
satisfaction of
experience,
certain
I was
boss
way too
encounters,
overpowered.
and it makes going back to earlier areas kind of boring. Ultimately, Elden Ring puts the onus on the player to essentially balance the game themselves, to make sure they're always at the perfect level to keep the game at a satisfying level of challenge.
No, you guys aren't ready for my
without
hot
ever telling
take.
you what level the enemies actually
The
are.
reason there
like you
aren't
see in some other games.
Metroidvanias.
And look, other games have found ways to keep enemies challenging,
What's the word I'm
even
thinking
if you
of?
do things out of order or come back to an early zone later on in the game. RPGs like Skyrim and Assassin's Creed.
The reason there aren't AAA Metroidvanias anymore is because the concept of a Metroidvania became kind of obsoleted by the idea of an open world game. The open world concept kind of, at least in the AAA space, completely overwhelmed the idea of having a Metroidvania. Kind of in the same way that the open world game completely obsoleted the collectathon. The idea of a 3D collectathon stopped making sense around the time GTA 3 came out, because what's the point in making like this large 3D environment for people to collect things in when a game as massive as GTA 3 existed? You know what I mean? Yeah, like Dread wasn't even a AAA game technically. It was just published by Nintendo. You know? But that's the thing, is those types of games are no longer in the AAA space. They are now in the indie space, which is, you know, stuff like Hat in Time. There are other there are other indie collectathons that exist. There's one that came out recently that was really cute looking, but it's all indie stuff. So it just doesn't make sense to make a AAA Metroidvania anymore when you could just make an open world game instead. because those will sell better because they are more popular amongst the just general people. They're more trendy, and it kind of fills a similar niche of exploration equals reward. That's, at least in my opinion, that's what Metroidvanias are about. They're a 2D world designed for exploration. Sometimes a 3D world, if you want to make a 3D Metroidvania, it's technically possible, but it's kind of unorthodox. But yeah, there's a reason why Metroidvanias are relegated to only being indie games nowadays. It's because if you're a AAA studio, why make a Metroidvania when you could just make an open world game instead? Pretty much.
Use a level scaling system to make certain enemies beef up in tandem with your own personal power growth. Likewise, in Breath of the Wild, after you kill a certain number of enemies, more powerful baddies will be dropped into Hyrule to keep you on your toes. And in Hollow Knight, the first area, the Forgotten Crossroads, later transforms into...
I'm not saying that the open world games are designed well. Most of them aren't.
And new obstacles. And FromSoft itself has experimented with ways to change a game's world in relation to the player's actions and progress, like the cryptic karma system of world tendency in Demon Souls, the way your level of insight changes the land of Bloodborne, and how enemies can stop spawning in Dark Souls 2 if you kill them too often, to prohibit grinding. In this instance though, Elden Ring has doggedly stuck to the same old Soulsborne formula.
I'm chilling. We just started not that long ago.
Changing the way you explore its world. Now, sure, you can certainly find ways that From has changed
world tendencies and cryptic
to better fit an open world.
He might just be pandering, or he might not know himself. It's possible.
Of a horse having a dedicated jump button and offering infinite stamina when you're not in combat. But when it comes to something as fundamental as enemy balancing, I reckon more could have been done to suit this supersized world layout. The first time you encounter a catacomb in Elden Ring is a really cool experience.
I'm sorry, what now?
It's an underground area with living gargoyles, fire-breathing totems.
Can you say that one more time for me?
Experience. The first time you encounter a catacomb in Elden Ring is a really
somebody's
cool
very
experience. Here's an underground area with living gargoyles, fire-breathing totem poles, and ghostly flowers. There's an imposing stone door
catacombers in the chat,
and you'll need to find a lever to make it budge.
Catacombing sounds like a
boss monster.
Never mind.
Reward.
I was gonna make a joke about necrophilia, but I'm done.
Another catacomb.
I'm catacombing.
Another. Stormfoot catacombs.
Stop saying catacomb.
Death-touched catacombs.
Stop.
Catacombs. And
stop.
And much like
he
the
won't
shrines
stop.
in Breath of the Wild, while each one has its own gimmick or puzzle, they do
he's
feel
catacombing right now.
This is another example of how Elden Ring suffers as a result of going open world. The sheer amount of reused content.
Yeah, that's my biggest complaint.
There are multiple tunnels with miners digging out smithing stones.
It's my biggest complaint about Elden Ring is how much reused content.
Every mage's tower has a memory stone. Every church has a sacred tier. Every Erdtree avatar has a crystal tier.
Catacomb exploring is my favorite genre.
Specific enemies start to show up again later
on in the game.
Shadowlancer,
welcome.
Those bonkers walking mausoleums reappear, and even the bosses repeat. You might first fight this spooky weirdo, the Godskin Apostle, in the Divine Tower of Caelid, but then he shows up again in the Windmill Village on Altus Plateau.
Dude, I will say...
in a cave later in the game, and again as a mandatory boss in a later Legacy dungeon.
That is the thing that took the wind out of my sails playing Elden Ring, is when you have a really, really fun boss encounter with a unique boss, and you're like, dude, this is crazy. Oh my... Like, the Godskin Apostle, when you find it in the tower... I forget which tower, one of the Divine Towers, is like, holy fuck, this guy is so goddamn hard. It's such a really good boss. Like, oh my god. And then you beat him and you're like, fuck yeah, he's fucking dead. And it's like, actually, he's not dead. There's like 6 more you have to fight. It like really diminishes the amount of like individuality you have with some of those boss fights, because the second time it's not going to be nearly as difficult. It's not going to be nearly as special. For me, that was the Ulcerated Tree Spirit. I found the early Ulcerated Tree Spirit where you use the Stone Sword key near the first step, and you go into that secret dungeon, and then the very end of that dungeon is the Ulcerated Tree Spirit. That was the first one I ever fought. It was way over-leveled for where I was in the game. I did it very, very early. I summoned help. I had a lot of fun doing it. We fought that boss for like an hour and a half before finally beating it, and we were like, fuck yeah, this was awesome. And then you realize, oh wait, there's 15 of these. I'm not joking. There are 15 of the same exact fight with pretty much the same exact move set. The only difference is how big of an arena it is to fight them in. And it's like, oh, well, it like cheapens the experience that you had first fighting the boss. They could have just reskinned them a little bit and gave them slightly more moves. Like, you know, make it like, oh, it's kind of like this guy again, but, you know, different. But they just reused that enemy way too much. Certain enemies got reused just way too much. Way, way, way too much.
Now, to be fair, it's not like previous Souls games are completely immune to copy and paste content, and Elden Ring has better variety in its loot and enemies than basically any other game of this scale. But this level of repetition really hurts the game's sense of mystery and discovery, which I praised so highly a minute ago. Because as soon as you start to see the patterns and formulas that make up a world, the artifice is shattered, and the game is revealed. A catacomb is not a mysterious archaeological find, but a formulaic chunk of video game. It becomes predictable, familiar content. Perhaps FromSoft simply bit off more than it could chew, because going back to our recap,
I'm just personally not a big fan of Carl Jobs.
Once we reach the center of Lane-Dell. In fact, we're only about halfway through the game at this point.
I feel like he only talks about drama, so I get very tired watching his videos, personally. I'm sure he might be different now, because I haven't watched him in like 2 years, but that's just my opinion. If you like him, that's perfectly fine. I don't care.
This is technically another
just a personal opinion
zone, like Limgrave or Caelid, but your path is a lot more constrained, and there's a lot less to explore here. If we go by the number of Sites of Grace, the Mountaintops of the Giants has half as many as Liurnia of the Lakes, simply because there are fewer catacombs, graves, and other interesting landmarks.
I need to comb my hair, shut
up. Okay,
so
there is one big thing to discover. With another medallion, one half can be found on the mountaintops, and the other's back in Liurnia, we can ride road to another secret stop. The consecrated snowfields.
The poor fucker being sued by Billy Mitchell. Yeah, but I mean,
and a
whatever.
Hidden path to Miquella's Halleck Tree, another legacy.
Look, he made his entire like speedrunning YouTubing career about talking about cheaters, talking about drama. Like that stuff gets very tiring. Obviously, it gets lots of clicks because people get interested. But when you're in the speedrunning community as long as I have been, it gets so tiring to hear the same, this person cheated, this person's a jerk, this person blah blah blah. And it's like, it's not like he is immune to controversies himself. He was found to be in a fucking neo-Nazi Discord server with some of the most disgusting pieces of shit that have ever existed in the speedrunning community, aka the GoldenEye speedrunning community. So like, I don't know. There's just a lot of things compounding, in my opinion, of Carl Jobs in particular, that I just, personally, I'm like, I just want to stay away from it. Yeah, it is what it is. Granted, if you enjoy his content and you just don't really care about the personal stuff, that's fine. I'm not gonna put that against you. But it just gets brought up every once in a while because obviously I do speedrunning content and so does he. A lot of people found my channel through his channel on my cheater exposed video like 2 years ago. Yeah, it is what it is. I don't have too many issues with the way he speaks or the tone of his videos because that he's trying to come off as an authority on something because that's kind of what you need to do in order to get people to watch your stuff is to come off as an authority on it. So that way people believe you. I do it sometimes too, where I'll say things in a matter-of-fact way. I try to be as accurate as possible when I do that, but it's one of the things you do, you know? And I'm wrong every once in a while, and I'm willing to admit when I'm wrong, but I also live stream, so I have those interactions more often where I'm being challenged, where if you just make YouTube videos, you can just claim whatever you want in a YouTube video, and the only people that are going to argue with you are in the YouTube comments, and you could just fucking delete those.
Dungeon and headquarters of Melania, Blade of Miquella. Have fun with her. So it's cool that the game still has significant secrets to find in this late game zone. But beyond this, the game really closes in. After toppling the fire giant and setting this lady on fire for some reason, sorry, I'm bad at following the stories.
You can look into it for yourself. I don't know where people's opinions lie nowadays on is Carl Jobs a neo-Nazi? Is he still friends with terrible people? Have they changed their ways? I don't know, and I genuinely don't care.
Sir Gideon Ofnir, Godfrey,
Full hair,
Elden Lord,
nice.
Radagon of the Golden Order, and the Elden Beast. Phew. So, Elden Ring's extremely free-form first half folds in for a much more linear and constrained second half. There's less to explore, we're given far less freedom in how we tackle things, and we're back to just beating our head against the wall in order to fight these bosses. Now, it's only natural for an open game to pinch in tight at some point, but that's either right at the very end, or perhaps a mid-game moment before the game opens back up again. Elden Ring, instead, feels more like a funnel, where half of the game is an open-world adventure, and the other half is, well, it's just Dark Souls.
If you say Billy Mitchell's name while looking in the mirror, do you get sued? Probably.
When Miyazaki was asked why Elden Ring has such a massive landmass, he said that he wanted to give players a sense of adventure. That giant world was essential to delivering the fantasy of being able to hop on a horse and freely explore a complete continent of titanic boss monsters, secret dungeons, and towering mountains. And in many ways, and especially at the beginning of the adventure, Elden Ring absolutely delivers on Miyazaki's goal.
The first, like, 40 to 60 hours of Elden Ring is a 10 out of 10, and then the rest of the game is like a 8.5 out of 10. It's a really good game.
Every playthrough is unique, and how From eschews typical open-world design to make exploration
tribute.
Shine.
You steal men's souls and make them your slaves.
Soulsborne experience.
Was that too loud, by the way?
Levels don't work so well when you give the player complete freedom to explore.
That seems like it might be a little loud for you guys.
Did nothing to address this, and that oversized ambition forced From to repeat and reuse content, which makes every subsequent discovery feel less special. And it may be the reason why the endgame ends up feeling rather rushed and restrictive. Thanks very much for watching. If you're still jonesing for Souls-like stuff, then check out this video for a look at the world design of Lordran, the twisty world of Dark Souls 1. Until next time, see ya.
Nice. Good video! We love good videos here. I love good videos. Video number 2. Let's go. Design Doc is a great YouTube channel. So is Game Maker's Toolkit. They're both amazing.
Speedrunning is very, very easy. Check this out.
Yep. Got him.
Time.
True.
Nailed it. I love speedrunning.
Hell yeah.
Well, watching speedrunning mostly.
H-Bomber Guy next. I do want to watch the H-Bomber Guy vid.
Speedrunning combines puzzle solving, technique analysis, and perfect execution to make a wonderful performance art that can be amazing to watch on its own, and even more beautiful if you understand its context. I have a ton of respect for people who put in the countless repetitions it takes to get an amazing run.
That's me!
But getting into high-end speedrunning is daunting. It's a time sink and can be incredibly frustrating. It's bad enough when any wrong move can throw away hours of work, but even worse when things out of your control can do the same thing. But you can design a game to be more speedrun friendly. A few simple tricks can help give more people the thrill of a great run, whether you're a casual player.
Doctors hate him because of this one simple speedrunning trick.
Speedrun friendly design, what games can do to smooth over frequent speedrunning problems, and how to give the thrill of the run to everyone. Speedrun your favorite podcast with some earbuds that can handle it, like today's episode sponsor, Raycon. I've used them for years.
Get that money, Design Doc. That's awesome. Congratulations on the sponsorship. That's so cool. I will be totally checking out your Raycons in any day now. Hello? YouTube? Uh-oh. YouTube didn't like that I skipped the Raycons. Oh, no. I'm sorry. It was a joke. What the heck? YouTube? Hey, hey, hey. What are you doing? Get your shit together.
I love my Raycons, and I think you will too. Thanks, Raycon.
Thanks, Raycon.
So,
thank you, Ray J, personally.
First off, remember that speedrunning is a complement to an existing game. It's not the main event. It's not a substitute for the core game being fun, and it's not a great compromise to make something better for
That's not true. There are plenty of video games I would never play alone, but speedrunning them I would actually play. So you can substitute an entire game's, for example, Clue for the personal computer. I believe the only reason people play that piece of shit video game is so that way they can get a speedrun finished in like 0.02 seconds. Nah, dude. Change my mind. Speedrunning makes bad video games like actually better most of the time. Because at least you're giving yourself like a goal. I will agree to disagree.
Speedrunners and worse for everyone else. We're going to talk about the win-win fixes. The things that will make speedrunning better and are generally just good ways to polish games. Speedrunning is obsessed with not wasting time. Every run tries to eliminate as much waiting as possible. So to make a game more speedrun friendly,
oh, glitch running, my bad, you're right, I'm sorry.
That force players to wait around. The most glaring example is the unskippable cutscene.
Boo!
Speedrunning is not a thing for first playthroughs. Cutscenes are for the people playing the game for the first time to help them fall in love with it. But speedruns are done by players who already love the game and are familiar with the whole thing.
No, speedrunners just want to use glitches to skip all of the content because they're sick, sadistic fucks.
You should be able to skip any cutscene. Thankfully, this is way more common now than it used to be, but lots of games are nightmares to speedrun because of long, unskippable cutscenes.
Some speedrunners don't mind unskippable cutscenes because it can give you a break.
Or the cinematic before a tough boss fight in Kingdom Hearts, or even Max Payne 3, released in 2012 with no skip option somehow. It doesn't even have to be a true cutscene. The walk and talk sequences from the Batman Arkham games are an engine, but play out like a cutscene. Or auto-scrollers. They're like cutscenes you can fail. All of these are the same basic.
The feel when you could be contributing to the advent of humanity instead you're speedrunning. True. I love those comments. That's my favorite.
You don't want the much larger group of first-time players to be able to.
It's clear that those people are like impressed
and miss out on what you worked so hard to make.
And then they're like, "But actually, you should go be a doctor."
Keep that from happening. Single tap skips are way too risky. Someone mashing a button to finish a level might end up skipping a cutscene if you set it up poorly. Instead, you can put in either a press and hold option or a confirmation screen. Press and hold skips save button mashers from themselves and also let people back out if they start the process by accident. Confirmation prompts take 2 actions to commit to the skip, as long as you make sure you highlight a cancel option by default. Menu options like cancel or back that don't change things are called non-destructive options, and it's good UX practice in general to highlight those by default to save people from unfortunate mistakes. The second most glaring problem is the unskippable tutorial. The same logic applies here. Tutorials are for
God, I love sunshine
player,
music.
Not those who play the game faster than
It's very quiet in the background, but I love it.
The fix is a little different than the cutscene one though. Unavoidable text boxes slow down the players who don't need them, but you again have to make sure new players aren't going to either miss or mash through a tutorial box by accident in a way they can't recover from. Not knowing how to do a move you'll need to do later can be much worse than missing
I'll say it. Tutorial like text boxes make your game bad.
Tutorials, where you can
figure a way to teach the player the concept you're trying to teach them without fucking popping up the goddamn thing on the screen fucking Mega Man, Mega Man. Like literally Ego Raptor talked about this shit like over 10 years ago with sequelitis. Like that shit is so bad. If you can't teach the player intuitively through game design, then you fucked up. Figure it out or die. That's true. Every video game has to abide by this because I am the supreme ruler of video games because I have a speedrun world record, actually. So get owned, atheists.
Zip through it by just demonstrating the skill the game's trying to teach you. Think of the ones where someone tells you how to double jump, and there's a platform that you can only get to
speedrun or people who comment on speedrunning videos don't understand irony. Noni Fuji. They don't understand irony.
Celeste has a great prove it tutorial. This stylish cinematic where a bird teaches you how to midair dash is the only time the game stops to teach you something, and it only lasts a couple of seconds.
Stock's going down.
Everything else is taught through trial and error, where first-time players will learn pretty quickly about jump heights, how to use the dash, wall climbing and stamina, springs,
Celeste goated,
traffic light blocks. The game's optional strawberry
Celeste is such a well-made game.
That helps solidify the lessons and get players familiar with the finer details. Speedrunners can just go and do them without stopping at all. The levels are meticulously designed.
Streaming is a humanitarian venture.
Without bringing the action to a halt. Celeste goes even further with its much more difficult B-side and C-side stages, meant to serve as a training ground for the game's advanced techniques. If you can make it through these, speedrunning on a higher level is within your reach. If you can't figure out how to make a player prove it, you can still give speedrun-friendly text box tutorials. Just make sure players can reopen them if they want. Veterans will be able to mash through, but new players that accidentally skip it can just reopen the box.
Yeah.
Though sometimes skipping is a good thing. Completely skipping parts of a game is something speedrunners do all the time. If you want to build in a kind of official skip for those who know what to do, all the better. Elden Ring lets you skip the tutorial entirely on a new game.
Yep.
Just don't fall into this pit. It might actually be a little too easy to skip. Some new players have been drawn up the staircase and thrown right into the main game if they didn't understand or read the dialogue in the room. FromSoft had to add a tutorial box for the tutorial. Okay, what else can we do? Speedrunning is not just about time saves. It's also about failure.
No,
For
it's all
every
about
perfect
time
run,
saves, baby.
there
No
might be
failure.
Dozens, hundreds,
Nope.
thousands of them that aren't up to par. Players are going to spend
I
a
world
lot of
record every time I
trying
play
to
the
level,
game. I don't know what you're
so
talking about.
minimizing how long it takes to reload is another big key to making a game speedrun friendly. Stuntman is not. Stuntman is not that far off from a game built around speedrunning. It's
Minoria is the name of the game you're thinking of, Ringmaster. The one that I played on stream not that long ago. Minoria.
you performing a bunch of driving tasks as a stuntman for a movie being filmed. It's a cool concept. You have to nail your timings to get the special effects to line up, all with the director in your ear telling you what to do and when your cue is. It's tough, too. The timing windows are pretty tight. You'll need some skill to get through it all in one take. Screw up, and the whole production has to reset. Now, that would be annoying enough in real life, but this is a video game, so it's not going to take an hour to get everyone to their places, right? Wrong. Retrying in Stuntman involves reloading the entire level from scratch, taking just as long on the first try as the 10th. And we're talking about PS2 load times.
Okay,
They're
calm down.
brutally long. Stuntman is a cautionary tale about one unfortunate design feature taking down an entire experience. Being retry friendly isn't only about load times though. Some games make learning how to speedrun a level more fun. Demon Turf lets you set checkpoints anywhere in the stage, which makes it super convenient to practice what would otherwise be very risky routes. Smart quality of life tools make it a lot easier to bring a new player up to speed. The last easy win is to take out the role of randomness. Relying on a random
Momodora
event
is
causes
fucking
so many restarts.
super good.
Other than finding some very esoteric RNG,
I loved playing
manipulations,
Rivalry Under the
there's
Moonlight.
No way
It's
to work around
my
the problem
favorite.
caused by a roll
Well,
of
it's one of my
dice.
favorite indie
A run
Metroidvanias.
ruined by RNG is just as much of a waste of time as a long cutscene. Sometimes worse.
No.
Random loot drops are very common, and getting the wrong drop at the wrong time can end runs single-handedly.
Now
Random
RNG is
stat
good in
allocations
speedruns.
upon
Just
leveling up in
just
Fire
create your
Emblem
own
can have
luck,
the same
stupid.
effect. If you can't get the right stats on the right character, you might not be able to pull off some tricks during a run. Dependence on AI is another common source of RNG drama. That could be enemy routes, spawning behavior, how they move.
Do you
or
remember
what they
games for
target and
boys
when.
versus girls?
Speedruns for GoldenEye on
I
the
don't
N64
think so.
can be hugely dependent on how the enemy's path to objectives, or how Natalia travels from place to place in her escort missions, or where this scientist spawns. If any of those happen wrong, that's an instant run ender. Now, not all
Just
game
get good
types
and
will
get
be
the
able
good
to
RNG.
reduce RNG without wrecking their game. Card games are built around random chance. Mario Party won't be able to remove RNG without turning it into not Mario Party. But if you can, making a critical path that doesn't involve randomness can make a game much more speedrun friendly.
Aw, dude. Plenty of speedrunners love
So, up
RNG
until
runs.
Now, we've been talking about the little details you can do to make speedrunning better. But there's a bigger issue.
It turns your speedrun into a
High-end speedrunning
gamble
isn't
machine, into
really
a
for
casino.
everyone.
People like that
The
shit.
time commitment, the repetition, the research, the hours and hours of grinding, it's all daunting, no matter how fast the reload times are or how many cutscenes you can skip. The highs are high.
Yeah, people love
but the
Forbidden
grind
Memories,
is real,
exactly.
and real long. What can we do about that? What if you could get most of the feel of pursuing records without quite so many downsides? Kinda like a fast food version of speedrunning. Speedrunning for the masses. What parts of the speedrunning experience can you emulate in a more beginner-friendly form factor? And that brings us to Neon White.
I still need to
Suckers,
play
I've
it.
tricked you. This video was my secret love letter to Neon White this whole time. No, the story's not very good and there's some terrible dialogue, I know. Shut up, that's not the point. I think it's just about the perfect accessible speedrun focused game.
I still need to play Neon
is one
White.
of the
It looks
best
like such a
introductions
fun
to
game.
Speedrunning, thanks to how it coaches you step by step, from the very basics to getting world-class times.
I miss playing the Crash and Mega Man games. Just go play them.
Creates a drip feed of goals.
Download an emulator.
Guides you to the tools you need to reach those goals, and then encourages you to blaze your own trail to the top. Neon White is
all I know is
built
there's a bunch of
speedy
suit mommies
times
and
and
masks.
neon
That's all you
ranks.
need. That
You
and
have to reach
speedrunning.
a certain neon rank to unlock the next set of levels. To climb up the ranks, you just have to beat stages quickly enough to get a gold or ace medal, a fast time, or a very fast time. Easy enough, right? Not so fast. You'll probably
Mirror's
be
Edge
too
vibes.
slow
Yeah,
to just
kind
play
of.
level
That's kind of
once.
the idea.
Don't worry though, the game wants to help you out.
To be fair, Mirror's
After a
Edge is
few
also a
runs, the
speedrunning
will
game.
show you a hint. This little floaty hand icon shows you where to go to cut time and get that ace medal. It's not going to show you how to do it exactly, it just suggests that there is a path that way. Those hints aren't only suggesting a path though. The process of figuring out how to go down that path can also teach you a little about the more subtle tech of the game. Each card activates a secondary movement-related power when you discard it, like a double jump or a grappling hook, but lots have little side effects in addition to what they normally do. Godspeed is a dash, but dashing also kills the demons you pass through. Purify is a sticky bomb, but you can jump very far if you rocket jump off it, and even farther if you jump off two at once. Every card has its official use, but there's plenty of unofficial ones you'll need to know to get the game's secret top-tier red medal developer times. Even the way you think about basic pathing will change once you see what the hints hint at. Taking a detour off the intended path might let you skip a third of a level, and it teaches you to look out for more corner-cutting skips. It has all the polish we've gone over. Skippable cutscenes and tutorials, no auto-scrollers really. It's extremely retry friendly. It has very little RNG and has tons of subtle tech to learn, but that's not enough to make it so accessible. Neon White does a very smart thing by building all the tools you need into the game itself. Look at timers. Live Split is very easy to install and customize, but it's still an external tool you need to seek out and download. Any barrier, no matter how small, will keep some percentage of your audience away.
Yep.
You want to make it completely effortless to start doing speedrunning things. Neon White keeps track of your timers just by playing the game normally, and automatically updates your times on its own version of the second important thing, leaderboards. All speedrunning is a competition between rivals to improve over time. The chase for a world record is great, but honestly, only a small handful of people will ever be close to the top of the ladder. What about the rest of us?
Just
Friend
get good.
leaderboards
What do you?
let you
I
get
got the
feeling of
world record.
striving
You
for
get the
first
world
place,
record.
while
It's
being
that
more
easy.
fun by pitting
Smile.
you against people you already know. Not to mention your friends are probably way easier to beat than the single greatest player in the world. The
No.
same competitive drive
I
is
can
there
beat
for
literally
you and your
everyone.
friends as there is for world-class speedrunners, just in a way that can be reached over an afternoon and not months. And then you have that one friend that you just can't beat no matter how hard you try. Here's my time, and here's Tevi's time. Just ahead of me. Forever. Because I can't do racing lines right. Frickin' Tevi. Neon White is built to steadily advance you step by step, from a player just getting through levels, to competing for better and more efficient times, to cutting corners to get through
Plus
even faster,
Britann, plus get
to
Exodia.
combining advanced movement, weapon, and navigation to achieve things that even the devs couldn't do. It's just about the perfect encapsulation of the process and payoffs of speedrunning in an easy-to-digest package that won't take over your life. Neon White gives you all the tools you need, and would love to see how far you and your friends can take it. Get your commenting hats on and meet us down below. Let us know about speedrun-friendly games you've fallen in love with, your own personal rivalries with your friends over leaderboard
I will
times,
say that is a
or
smart
stories
idea
about
to have the
trying your
leaderboard
hand
show
at
your
world record
friends'
chase.
times
Speedrunning
before
can be
showing you like
daunting,
the global
but it doesn't have
leaderboard.
to be. With the right tools and
'Cause I think
design,
most
a
people-
game can help foster a community that can take
Most people are gonna like see the global leaderboard and be like, "Oh, I'm rank fucking 50,000th." That doesn't feel good. But if you see that you're like the second place out of all of your friends, you're like, "Ah, shit, I can get first real quick. I'll fuck up Jimmy real fast." But you're not gonna be like, "Oh, I can get top 30,000 if I just save 10 seconds." Like, no one's gonna give a fuck about that. So yeah, I guess that is a pretty smart idea to get people to like actually invest in playing the game the way you want them to, aka speedrunning. So that's pretty smart. You can't mulligan in Yu-Gi-Oh! That would be fucking broken. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is way too powerful to allow you to mulligan. If you can mulligan, people would fucking mulligan 7 times just to find the one card that starts their entire engine. and play a bunch of like dumb stinky bricks that like make the deck like way more powerful. Putting bricks in your deck is an actual like a design flaw or like a design risk, if that makes sense. What's up, Suna?
Take a game to places the designers never dreamed of.
That would also involve the game being crippled with Steam integration or something similar. Yeah, maybe.
Belmonts, Belmonts, Belmonts. They come in all shapes and sizes, really. Well, different shapes at least. Their giant build seems to pass down the family tree like a blessed whip. Am I right, boys?
At least you're aware it's an
The
unfunny
strongest
joke.
Belmont is the question I asked today. Well, I mean, it's the title of the video, like, imagine you figured it out. But hey, I mean, it's a natural place to go, really. When a series is decorated with so many protagonists, you tend to wonder who would come out on top the most if you shoved them all in a room together. I'd say place your bets now, but spoiler alert, there isn't really a definitive answer due to
The
the
7-hour
nature of the
vid
series.
is
I'll try my best and give the most likely answer.
Castlevania series
Also,
retrospective.
Belmonts only, okay? All of these fucks are banned. Now, it's only right if we start at the beginning with Leon. And this one's quite simple. The dude never even beat Dracula. And like, I get that it's only because he never got the chance, but the fact remains that he's one of, if not the only canonical Belmont to not kill Dracula. When it comes to battle experience, he definitely has an edge over a lot of the others, seeing as they tend to be much younger and generally more inexperienced in combat, seeing as they're mostly trained to fight Dracula and not much else really. While Leon was in the Crusades with Matthias for several years and has definitely got a lot under his belt, it's still realistically not enough.
He was
to
in the
make him the
Crusades?
strongest
And he's the
Belmont.
good
Come on,
guy?
the guy didn't even kill Dracula, which is probably the most consistent.
Thank you.
Happy holidays, DB.
Well, yes, technically killed Dracula.
I'm sorry. I think you added an extra 0 on accident, Yak. Are you sure? I'm sorry. What? Do you need to charge back? It's fine. It's fine. I don't... What? Was that a misclick? $100? You crazy bastard. Nah, you good. I greatly appreciate that. Thank you so much. That is so incredibly kind.
It was with the help of at least 2
Holy
people, depending
shit,
on if he's the
dude.
Netflix canon or not. Either way, the guy doesn't stand up greatly on his own, despite possibly being the most revered Belmont in the lore.
Trevor?
I mean, even though he played the "I was holding back" card, he still lost to Hector in Curse of Darkness, which should show
This
that
isn't
they're
even
at
my
least
final
on the
form?
same level. And in Curse of Darkness, it's heavily implied that if Dracula was at full power, Hector would have been squashed flat. And the only reason he was able to win was because the resurrection was incomplete or some shit.
Wait,
Either
why
way,
don't the
comparison to
Belmonts
Forge
get
Masters
fucking
paired
Super
with the
Saiyan transformations?
Heavy carry Alucard probably gave, considering he went on to take Dracula by himself, doesn't help.
What was that background? What in the Photoshop was that? Oh, wait. Oh, it's okay. That is a normal background. I just never seen that color like that. It's near the end of the... Wait, am I thinking of the correct thing? The background just looks weird. Something about it doesn't look right. Maybe it's a PSP thing? I don't know. It looks weird.
On to take Dracula by himself doesn't help our boy Trevor at all. You may be cool as fuck in the
You help with the
Netflix series,
downtime,
but
and
you've
I'm
lost
wasting
everybody.
monies
I think a
elsewhere.
huge one
Aw,
to
you're
talk
very,
about
very
is
sweet.
Christopher Belmont, which is weird given how niche and irrelevant to the lore his story truly is. This is how he was one of the few Belmonts to actually defeat Dracula completely by himself. But not only was he able to beat Dracula, Dracula was actually so scared of Christopher. He basically hid from Christopher for over a decade until he possessed his son Soleil and began the events of Belmont's revenge. While I don't think that's enough to give him the title of strongest, it's definitely a
Must be
fucking
PSP, yeah.
huge big boy flex. If I'm being honest, if someone told me they saw Christopher as the strongest, I wouldn't even have a problem with it, given how much of a Chad he is. He's so ignored in the lore, and features in such niche games, yet performs the best individually as a Belmont, and even is the only recorded Belmont to fight alongside their children. Like, can I get a goddamn round of applause for fucking Christopher as we move on to the next Belmont? Also, I guess you can say Soleil is the weakest Belmont? Whatever. Now, before we get into the top contenders, it's only right we talk about the most iconic Belmont, that being Simon Belmont, who actually has a decent amount of lore backing him. The main one being the fact that he basically had this Itachi sickness that was literally killing him the entirety of Simon's curse. And while yes, the fact that he was cursed in the first place shows that he had a struggle against Dracula, the amount of Belmonts who could actually defeat Dracula is full power.
This is not the
by
7-hour
themselves, a
Castlevania
lot
vid
smaller than
now.
you'd think. Simon was able to beat Camilla.
This is
one of
only like
Dracula's
9
strongest
minutes.
allies. And if we go by the Netflix canon, is stronger than the Forge Masters easily, given the way she talks about Hector and Isaac like they're children. His first fight against Dracula also shouldn't really apply as an
You mean
antidote,
Hot
given
Simon?
that he was featuring
There's
a much
Barbarian
younger,
Simon,
more
and then there's
brash
Hot Simon.
one who was thirsty to make a name for himself, like his
What's up,
ancestors
Skillstep?
before
Welcome.
him. compared to the one in Simon's Quest, who is much older and clearly more powerful. This is as he went on to defeat Dracula by himself with his crippling curse. And while yes, the argument can be made that because Dracula was just reanimated, he might not have been at full power, it was still a complete resurrection, and I imagine the difference to be negligible, unlike other examples such as Hector.
Haunted Castle Hot
Dracula
Simon? Do they have art
way,
for
I'd
him in
probably
Haunted
rank
Castle that
Simon
makes him
right
hot?
below
I don't think
Christopher,
so.
Although, if we're counting a hypothetical Simon right after the game with the curse lifted, he'd obviously be
Oh, there's Hot
significantly
Simon.
Anyways, fuck these pussy Belmonts. It's time to get to the real men, the elder gods of power, who rule over. Juice. I don't fucking know. Yeah,
at least he made a
believe it or
joke
not,
about it.
Probably the physically weakest Belmont manages to be a top contender for one of the strongest Belmonts. Just say is the only Belmont to look at his family tree and be like, oh yeah, I am descended from the strongest magical bloodline in history. That might be useful. Like, you always see other characters who are descendants of Bernardes, as if that's some special thing when literally every main character is a descendant of Bernardes. Why is Giuseppe the first one to pick up a fucking book? But seriously, not only in the lore, but also just by raw game mechanics, Giuseppe's magical abilities are completely fucking broken. With varying elements and combinations with
They're
his
pretty
different
good, yeah.
sub-weapons, you start to wonder if Giuseppe was ever actually trying throughout the run of Harmony of Dissonance.
Okay.
No Belmont matches his affinity to magic, and it honestly gives him a much vaster arsenal compared to the rest, even if he does lack in feats. The reason he lacks in feats is due to the Dracula he fought being possibly the weakest out of any of the incarnations we see. Despite this, he still handled this easily by himself, and it doesn't really apply as an anti-feat, given that if we're going pound for pound, Giuseppe's wide array of spells basically trump any other Belmont's toolkit, which is why he ends up being one of the 3 main candidates for the strongest. Now for the second god of destruction! Who else could— Richter.
You mean this— Dude, your fucking microphone is clipping like crazy. Oh my goodness.
This fucking twink? Yeah, I feel like this one is kind of more feasible than Giuseppe, to be fair. Richter is right next to Simon and Trevor as one of the most recognizable Belmonts, so it's only fair one of them gets selected to be a runner for strongest. Richter is actually kind of a weird one, because his strongest state is due to aid from Maria, so it'd be understandable why people say that technically that doesn't count towards his strength specifically. However, I would like to say that Richter against Dracula was probably the strongest state a Belmont has ever been in, which is at least something to consider when talking about him. Ironically, one of Richter's best feats was his loss to Jonathan Morris, which sounds bad, but the fact that what was effectively a spirit mirror of Richter was able to give Jonathan Morris, of all people, a run for his money, actually speaks more.
That boss fight
than
sucks ass and I hate
anything
it.
else you could do. Even Simon defeating Dracula single-handedly whilst cursed. Yes,
this man has 0 brain cells.
The man is basically
Guys,
the fucking...
it's Castlevania lore discussion. Of course, he already has brain damage and brain worms. He's making an entire video about Castlevania lore. Of course. Anybody who is this invested in Castlevania lore has brain worms. Oh, you mean Richter has no brain cells? That's fair enough, too. I thought you were talking about the content creator. I was trying to make a joke about how anybody who is invested in the Castlevania lore has 0 brain cells as a joke to, like, make fun of us for watching it. But now the joke doesn't land as well, and now I'm just an asshole. Everybody loves lore brainworms. Exactly. All right, cool. I'm glad we're all on the same page here.
God of vampire killing. He does not fuck around. Richter was also the first Belmont to use item crash, which is a nice
yeah, you should
middle
never
ground
bother
for
with the
traditional
Muramasa.
Belmont
I've been playing for
sub-weapon and the
almost
spellbooks of Justa.
in-game
It's
24
absolute
hours,
theory that I'll get to
and
later,
I'm only
Richter
halfway
basically
done.
Inherited the skills of Justa and managed to use it in a way that somebody more battle-focused like him, rather than Justa, who definitely invested much more of his time into magic, even if he was still adept with the vampire killer and sub-weapons like the rest of his family. Either way, item crash automatically puts him above those who don't have it, in my eyes. This, along with the spirit version of himself keeping up with Jonathan Morris, as well as his peak power surpassing anything we've ever seen, makes me comfortably call him a contender for strongest Belmont. You may have lost the whip for Belmonts generations to come, but you did it in style, Richter. Now for the third! I'm just gonna be straight with you. This time it's Julius. Julius Belmont probably has the most going for him. If I'm being honest, it's the closest to a definitive answer for the title of strongest Belmont. His only anti-feat would probably be the
summoned
fact
a
that he had an
goddamn
entire war with
solar
Dracula,
eclipse
in which he
to
was aided
throw
not only
Dracula
by
in.
human armies, but Alucard himself,
Well, he didn't summon
along
it,
with
but...
Yoko Bernardes, and the assumption is many more mages. However, the circumstances of the war are not known, so we don't actually know if Julius ever fought Dracula more than once, if he had help.
I had an idea for a YouTube video. This is a stream exclusive / people who are willing to hang out during the 24-hour stream exclusive. I want to make a YouTube video where I ask one of those chat AIs to essentially write the script for Castlevania 1999, Demon War, or whatever the fuck it's called. Give it like a bit of starting info about the idea and the concept behind the story, and then just have the AI write the script. And then we just read it on stream and be nerdy about it and stuff. So yeah, that's an exclusive here. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk.
Help or not fighting him, and so on. Point is, it's kind of baseless to say anything about the war, and it should basically be ignored for most of these kind of discussions. Now, the number one thing to understand when talking about Julius is the way the
Plus we can
vampire
make fun of
killer
Konami
actually
for
works.
not actually making the
Portrait of
game.
Ruin, we actually find out that in order to unlock the whip's full potential, you must beat its previous user of said potential. This is when Jonathan defeats Richter, and while we don't know if this only has to be done because Jonathan isn't a Belmont, and that the whip is simply picky about who it picks up, only accepting descendants of Leon, or if this is a ritual all Belmonts must go under in order to use the whip properly. However, if the whip truly functions so that all users must go through this task, it means that each Belmont is stronger than the last, which, I mean, if you go through the list, it's entirely possible, although not definite. If this is true, however, it would mean Julius is definitely the strongest Belmont, as it means he would have had to defeat its current previous user at the time, who was Jonathan fucking Morris, who, if I haven't mentioned yet, is an absolute god! Ignoring that argument though, the fact that Julius was trained by Jonathan
That guy
himself
really likes
is
his
just
echo
enough for me to
effects.
give him the title. Like, Jonathan is seriously that big of a deal, where being his student and not necessarily surpassing him puts him on a different level to most other characters. Along with this, Julius has access to item crash, which gives him an edge against the majority of other Belmonts, as well as another huge feat, losing to Soma. I know, once again, it doesn't sound impressive, but Castlevania is weird like that, where characters losing can actually mean they're stronger than you thought. This is as it was stated when they fought that Julius actually held back because he sensed the good in Soma, meaning that Julius.
I didn't lose to Soma. I actually wasn't trying, and I wasn't at 100% power. My shoes are untied. You have Dark Dracula aura. Fucking big copium, Julius. You got your shit wrecked by Soma. No. I was holding back because you're actually. I sense the good. You're a good guy, actually.
Fucking Soma Cruz of all people, who should be reasonably stronger than Dracula by a milestone, given how many monster souls he's absorbed on top of holding Dracula's own spirit. For reference, Soma was literally able to destroy an entire dimension of chaos by himself after defeating someone with 9 Dracula level powers casually. And this is the guy Julius is looking at and going, nah, you know, I think I'll go easy on him. Julius is seriously no fucking joke. And him being one of the oldest...
See, the real thing is, this guy forgot that the strongest person in Castlevania lore is actually just child Maria. Maria as a child is actually just, like, the strongest thing to ever exist. If she was actually trying, she would just obliterate the entirety of the universe. She would pull a fucking Frieza and throw a death ball into the center of the world and just explode the entire planet. Can revive the dead, can make people invincible, summons the power of fucking dragons and powerful beasts. It doesn't matter. She wins. Literally has gods as pets, exactly.
To the idea that he has the most battle experience along with his raw power and affinity to magic. End of the day, fucking respect Julius because he is no joke. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed this video. I know this isn't exactly like a Castlevania channel, so I doubt...
Joke's on you, it's probably your most watched video, if I had to guess. Well, maybe not, I don't know. Assuming the sub to view ratio, but... It was still fun. This was a fun video. Shoutouts Ludi. This was from a year ago. What are you up to now? Curious. Is it just anime? Yeah, it's just anime. Nice. Cool. All right. I don't want to get into like the super long videos, but a new summoning salt did drop like 2 days ago. So I'm down for the summoning salt. History of Lego Star Wars, baby! I used to play this game so much as a kid. Lego Star Wars was so lit. It had co-op, it had fucking Legos. Star Wars is cool, I guess. But oh my god, it was such a fun game.
Lego Star Wars: The Complete Saga.
Let's
it's
watch
a
Dark
game
Souls
that
lore. We
millions
might.
played upon
Don't
original
test me.
release, and 15 years later, nostalgia is driving another wave of popularity.
It's 90 minutes, but it's very good. Brother in Christ, do you see the timer at the top of the screen? You're acting like 90 minutes is even going to put a dent in that. We're here for 23 more hours.
As more people play,
Okay, we watch every Vata video, Vata Vidya, however the fuck you say his every Vati video, and then we take a Sporkle quiz at the end of it for all of the Dark Souls lore. Now that's content.
play Lego Star Wars, a question emerges. How quickly can the game be beaten? The Lego Star Wars speedrun has the precision of a 3D platformer.
Fun fact, I forget which GDQ it was, and I'm so upset that I don't remember any of your names. I'm so sorry. I think it was SGDQ 2019, I want to say. I fucked up my flight and arrived in at GDQ like a good like 20 hours early before my hotel room was open. So I was just stuck in Minneapolis with no hotel room and nothing to do. I was literally going to fall asleep somewhere in the hotel.
I'm interested in this.
I have to go. Have as much fun as possible, DB and chat.
W, thank you so much. That's a lot of cheer. Thank you. So I was asking around if anybody could help me. The people who ended up finding a room for me were the Lego Star Wars speedrunners that were at the event. So shout outs to the Lego Star Wars speedrunning community. They literally let me sleep on their floor at their hotel room while my hotel was getting ready. So that was really, really nice of them.
Combined with the glitches.
I don't
and
know what that
tricks
means
of a
because I don't watch
broken
anime, but
NES
thank you.
game.
I'm
And
assuming
for
it's
the
a
past few years, a
compliment.
dedicated community of runners have been battling each other to take the world record lower. This is the history of Lego Star Wars world records.
Very based indeed. If one of these guys that gets mentioned was in the room with me, I was sleeping next to a world record holder. That makes me cool. Is the Giga Chad? Let's go. I'll take it.
And now, a word from this video's sponsor, Raid Shadow Legends.
For real? Wow, get the bag, Summoning Salt. That must be to put this in his video, they got to have paid a lot of money. Good for you, Summoning Salt. Get that fucking money, bro. YouTube, he probably accepted this video because his last video got demonetized by YouTube. So he's like, fuck it, I'm doing sponsorships now. I don't give a shit. YouTube gonna demonetize my shit. I'm getting paid somehow, some way. Damn, YouTube is acting up today. It won't let me fast forward. What the fuck is wrong with YouTube? Hello?
2006. Wars the video.
I could take a Rage sponsorship, except they would pay me basically nothing to force you guys to download the game, so I don't want to do it. Dude, YouTube does not want to rewind today. If they offered me better money and I didn't have to fucking force you guys to download the game, then I would do it. But they're like, we'll only pay you if you get like 30 downloads and everybody has to get past like level 20 in game. And it's like, okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. Also, what the fuck is wrong with YouTube today? Is anybody else having this issue where YouTube videos aren't loading?
Remember, you can now by getting you.
They also want me to like play it for like multiple hours on stream and all this other stuff. I'm not gonna. I don't know. It's probably not worth it. I want to start looking into getting some actual sponsorships going for the stream, but I want it to be brands that I'm actually like a fan of. So. Like, it won't even just load the video anymore. Hold on. I'm not dropping frames. It's not my internet. Can I load any YouTube video?
Aid Rhonda in game.
Okay.
Also, if you're an Amazon Prime member, you
Amazon
can get
Prime. If you have
exclusive
Amazon
rewards and
Prime,
raid-
that means you have Twitch Prime, which means you could subscribe to any channel you want for free. Yo, that's crazy. There is a extension that allows you to automatically skip sponsorships. I'm not. Usually I just have to fast forward like 20 seconds or so, but it's fine.
First, let's clear up any confusion with the timeline of the series. LEGO Star Wars the video game was released in 2005, where you could play episodes 1 through 3.
Goated.
This was followed up by the original trilogy in 2006, with episodes 4 through 6 being playable. Finally, in 2007, these games were combined into LEGO Star Wars The Complete Saga, allowing you to play through all 6 episodes.
Yo.
While the 3 versions are all speedran today, the most popular one by far is The Complete Saga,
of course it is.
the topic of this video. Now, the earliest
What happened to the Tiger Game run? I'm still going to do it. I just have to find time to do it.
2013, but it's a bit of a hazy
We reached the sub goal for it, so I'm going to do it. I just have a new sub goal now. That's all.
timeline. See, back then there was no concrete rule set. The initial method was to play through episodes 1 through 6 in order on the game's Super Story mode, which adds a timer to the bottom of the screen and doesn't have status screens between levels. Later, runners switched to playing the episodes on Replay Story, meaning you can use any red brick upgrade on any level. Since these records didn't have a standard rule set, and also some were filmed with a potato, we'll skip going over them in detail. However, serious props should be given to the record holders, Poshact and Lexus.
Welcome back.
The champions of the Complete Saga's early era. For the next 2 years, no records would be set. But in 2015, the community began to form once again. And for the first time, standardized rules were created. All runs would be played on New Game instead of Replay Story.
Wow.
All red bricks, which are unlockables that give you a special ability, were banned.
What?
And you could only play with one player.
What?
Calling in player 2 at any point was disallowed. These rules formed the backbone of runs starting in 2015.
Bro, that sounds like some no items Fox only Final Destination
was
shit to
by
me.
SM Kirky, clocking in at 3 hours,
You
44
steal
minutes,
men's
46
souls
seconds.
and make them your slaves.
No cheating, yeah.
Now, this might seem long for a speedrun, but LEGO Star Wars is a long game. It has 36 levels, most of which take several minutes to get through. On top of that, there are also nearly an hour of unskippable cutscenes between the levels.
Did we ever hit the Vampire D sub goal? I don't think we did.
Kirky speed the game up?
I think you're just throwing that in there because you want to see
general
Vampire
strategy can
D.
be seen in negotiations.
I don't remember
the
that.
First level in episode 1. He killed enemies and built objects needed to progress, but beyond that, he was running through everything as fast as he could. Oftentimes, there was no
Vampire
need to
D's nuts,
actually
yeah.
kill enemies. You could just perform tasks and ignore them, and if you die,
I
you
loved
quickly
playing the LEGO Star
respawn
Wars
and
games as a
keep
kid.
going. In level 2 of episode 1, SM Kirky showed off quick platforming, jumping through the stage while avoiding slowdowns. Another simple strategy used was on bosses. On fights like Darth Maul and Jango Fett, SM
You changed the
Kirky
sub goal and
used
said
the
I'd do it
Jedi
regardless.
Slash
Did
over
I?
and over, the most effective way to drain the health of
Okay, I'll do it.
bosses. So thus far, it seems that SM Kirky was still following all the rules of the game. He was just doing the
Another leaked exclusive. That's fine because I wanted to do a YouTube video series to try out once I start doing more edited stuff in January, where I play kind of like Iron Pineapple's Dark Souls or Souls-like Steam Dumpster Diving, where he just plays through a bunch of random Souls-likes. I want to do that for Metroidvanias, and I also want to do it for PlayStation games. Like PlayStation games you've never heard of. And I feel like, obviously, Vampire D's Nuts is a great candidate for something like that. No, now that you say it, I remember. 100% I do remember that. I just literally forgot about it, so that's fine. I'm glad that you're keeping me accountable. I appreciate it. So yeah, I'll play it for that reason alone. I have some other games that I wanted to add to that list anyways. I might not play through the whole game, but I might give it like a good hour or two of game time so I can get an impression of it. So that way I can make a YouTube video out of it. So, sounds good to me.
Minimum possible and optimizing everything for speed. But no, there's more SM Kirky did we've yet to discuss.
It's a terrible game, you'll enjoy it? Hell yeah.
Because like I said earlier, Lego Star Wars is a broken video game.
Broken? Yo. I thought they were playing with no cheats. Hey. This isn't a speed run. This is a glitch
In level
run.
5 of episode 2, you normally have to use one bomb to take out one side of the barrier, then go back and get a second bomb to take out the other side.
Fucking
However,
cheaters shaking my
the
head.
collision of the barrier stops extending out to the right once the right side is destroyed. So, by doing a precise spin move, you can make it around the barrier without having to backtrack to the second bomb.
That was sick!
It's known as the 2-5 first barrier skip, and saves roughly 14 seconds.
That was
In
sick.
level 2 of episode 4, you normally
Damn,
have
look at
to
him
build
building.
and push a block to progress through the stage.
Dude,
But if
that
you
building
instead
animation
veer
is
off
so
to the
funny.
left and double jump off of a slope in the wall, you can make it to a platform and skip right through it. Once again, this saves roughly 14 seconds.
Damn.
And in episode 5, one of the biggest skips in SM Kirky's run takes place. To end level 2, you have to get on top of the Millennium Falcon.
Damn, he's
and the
building,
intended method
bro.
to do this involves unlocking a door to release animals and jumping off of their backs. Instead, SM Kirky precisely spaced a double jump to barely reach the top early, saving 40 seconds. In all, there were more than a dozen tricks like this across the run, adding up to minutes of time save. There's honestly too many of them to go over in depth here, but many of them followed the same pattern, doing a precise jump somewhere you're not supposed to in order to skip doing something else.
I do love video games that...
We'll see more of these tricks later.
I love it when developers put stuff like just barely out of reach and they're like, there's no way the players playing this game will figure out a way to skip all this shit. And it's like, oh, actually, we found a way to gain 1 extra pixel of height. So now all the barriers you put in the game are for no reason. We can just skip all of them. That shit, oh, I love it. I love it. I've seen the Hobbit speedrunning video. That one is kind of crazy. If somebody has a link to the video, I'll watch it again. The Hobbit speedrunning video is fucking crazy.
But as a whole, SM Kirky's run was on another level compared to the runs from 2013.
I get Mario Odyssey?
Mistakes,
yeah, but Mario
more
Odyssey was
tricks,
kind of
and a
intended
cleaner
for stuff like that.
overall.
Kind of.
It was a great starting point, and it stood as the record for almost a year. But in mid-2016, along came a player known as TSG. And what TSG did to the world record was this.
Rings franchises.
Shut up. Oh my god, I'm just trying to... Stop. Everybody stop what they're doing. Calm down. I'm a professional here. There we go.
In 2016, a runner named TSG came onto the scene. By June, he'd have the world record. And over the next year, he'd do that 9 more times. His dominance can be attributed to a few things. First, his skill level was well beyond that of any other runner.
Damn, he's just
the only
goated
one who
with the
was
sauce.
Close was SM Kirky, but he couldn't catch up. Second, this was an incredibly active period of discovery for the game. You'll see soon how many new tricks TSG was able to use. And third, TSG played the game on PC. This wasn't fully known at the time, but running the game on PC is much faster than any other version,
so he cheated
mainly
with
from
faster
having
load
faster
times.
load
Uh-huh.
TSG's
Not
first
my goat.
record was a 341.
Should have played it on PS2.
And after the first level, he was presented with the option to save or not. After you save for the first time, you lose a couple seconds from auto-saving after every level. However, it does allow you to reset the game before a cutscene plays at the end of each episode, since your progress is saved before then. This allows you to more quickly start the next episode instead of watching a long cutscene, especially after episodes 3 and 5. And the time save is further compounded from the fast resetting that you can do on PC.
Next, he'll tell us that they turn the music
and
off.
Of course, he had a plethora of new strategies to use, particularly in episode 5. One was in stage 5-2. C-3PO can't jump, so you...
If you want to display that on screen while you grind? What? Oh, I'm playing on 360. I can't do that, Sestrin. I'm playing on the Xbox 360 version. I can't do that, unfortunately. But the attack level I am at is 684.
You normally have to build a cart to take him up this ledge. But instead, TSG just punched him and pushed him up, saving roughly 22 seconds from not having to use the cart. And in 5-4, you normally have to have Yoda teach Luke the Force and build bridges for R2 to use. But why do that when you can just use bad collision detection in the wall and get up anyway?
Nice.
This was discovered by Grubo and saves a solid 30 seconds. But the most notable trick in the run was one known as DV3, short for Darth Vader 3. In this form of the fight, you're supposed to deflect objects into Darth Vader, then eventually glass comes down and you can jump across. However, it's just barely possible to jump across without the glass, meaning you can skip the entire fight. You have 3 frames of leeway between the 2 jumps and the double jump, and it was easily the most difficult trick in the run.
3-frame trick is the most difficult trick? Really?
You would save over
Sounds like a baby game for babies.
Not having to fight Darth Vader.
Oh no!
Thanks to these 3
it's a 3-frame window. It's too hard. That game better be running at 200 frames a second. I swear to God. No way, 3 frames. Get out of here. Get out of here. I mean, it's a Star Wars game, true.
Tricks and more. Despite having some big slowdowns, TSG had his first world record. His record streak would continue over the following weeks, and the run had a couple major changes. First, he changed the episode order, playing episode 5 last.
What? That's cheating.
Players were allowed to play them in any order they wanted, but putting episode 5 at the end was beneficial since its ending cutscene was the longest, and timing stops before the cutscene plays. This way, it's not included anywhere in the final time. And the second change was the removal of a leaderboard rule. Red bricks were no longer banned. That meant he could use certain unlockables as he found them throughout the game. The 2 big ones he used were exploding blaster bolts, which lets you kill some enemies quicker and blow up certain barriers, and infinite torpedoes, which means you always have them behind you in the flying levels and don't have to go pick them up. Having these 2 upgrades across much of the run saved several minutes, and when combined with better execution of other tricks, allowed TSG to take the record under 3 hours and 30 minutes.
3 hours?
New strategies were also getting discovered left and right. And in
imagine speedrunning for 3 hours. Couldn't be me.
One of the most obvious oversights from the developers was found by a player named Osamnol. On the last level of episode 1, you're supposed to fight Darth Maul by forcing objects into him. But over on the right...
I'm sorry, what was that? Play that back for me one more time, Mr. Salt. Oh, of course. I can't rewind. I forgot. YouTube doesn't let you rewind.
You're supposed to fight Darth Maul by forcing objects into him.
Forcing objects into him? All right.
But over on the right, there's a lamp. And for some reason, everything below the lamp is considered by the game to be out of bounds. You can stand and jump in any out of bounds area, so it's possible to just jump off the wall to the top of the lamp and across to the other side.
Why can't you jump on out of bounds?
As simple as that, you could save 30 seconds. By April 2017, TSG had taken the record to 3 hours and 24 minutes, and with second place more than 7 minutes behind, he was in full control of the world record. However,
we're grinding.
In May, a key rule was lifted. Back in August 2016, the ban on red bricks was lifted, and now, players were allowed to call in the second player. Welcome to the world of 1 player 2 controller strats. So what's the benefit of using a
Demonetized
second player?
again.
Well, LEGO Star Wars was designed to be a 2-player game, and some sections can be completed much faster with a second player. In 4-5, for instance, if you have one player, you're supposed to build a cart to go over buttons fast enough before they turn red. But if you're using 2 players, no need for the cart. There's a couple sets of these buttons in 4-5, and if you skip using the cart for both, you save a full minute.
Yo.
However, you're not allowed to have a physical second player to help you out.
Nah,
you have
dude.
to do everything alone.
I
So,
would just have a second
whenever
player
you
help
wanna
me out and
call in
pretend I was
player
doing it
2,
myself.
You have to control them both at the same time. It's known as one player to
Yeah, one of my most viewed videos on my YouTube channel is me playing through D-Lit in Wonder Labyrinth. It's a really good game. I definitely recommend it. I enjoyed it.
2 controllers.
Yeah, Beans could play,
or
exactly.
one P2C. And on PC, there's 3 options for this. You can use 2 controllers, you can use 2 parts of the keyboard, or you can use a keyboard and a controller.
What's up, Foot?
Most runners nowadays go with the keyboard controller method, but in June 2017, TSG set a record with the controller method. The only point TSG used 1P2C in the run was in 4-5.
Yeah, Smant does hands
but
plus
the
feet,
community
yeah.
knew there could be applications elsewhere.
Just speedrun with your feet,
Less
Smile.
than a month after TSG's run, it would be beaten by a new player, Rauschmore. He had
Familiar
been a
leveling?
contender
No, it's on
for
the
a
screen.
while, but
In the top
rapidly
left-hand corner,
improved
what we're
his
doing.
personal best in mid-2017 to take the top spot. He too used 1P2C in stage 4-5, and thanks to a couple new strategies in episode 6, pulled ahead for a new world record by 90 seconds. However, TSG was up to the task, and just a week later, he took the record back. By the end of the year, TSG's time was down to 3 hours, 19 minutes, and 30 seconds. The 3:19 run had a notable new trick in the first phase of the Darth Vader fight. After dealing 2 hearts of damage, Darth Vader jumps around and won't knock Luke's Stormtrooper helmet off. You can then use R2 to precisely land on the white part of the panel, then fly and avoid a death plane to barely make it to the other side. Once there, you activate a platform for Luke and open the door with the Stormtrooper helmet to skip nearly the entire fight. The trick, nicknamed DV1, saves 45 seconds and was discovered by a runner named
Speedrunner's coming up with trick
When
names.
combined with DV3, it was quite evident that stage 5
Name a better combo.
was becoming the most critical point.
There's only 2 types of speedrun trick names. It's like acronym like DV1, DV3, you know, CCM, blah, 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 you know. Or it's named after the most obscure, dumb fucking inside joke ever. Like, oh, this one is called Penis Fuck. We call this trick Penis Fuck because it was discovered by the guy named I Fuck Your Penis 69. So that guy's actually got world record multiple times. So we call this one Penis Fuck. Jellyfish wiggle butter, exactly.
Speaking of Zolas, he would set the
Badu
game's
card.
next record.
No, SotN runners are based because we just call the names based off of the inputs or the like action itself. Like bat dash is back dashing while transforming into bat. Dive bat is dive kicking while transforming into bat. Wolf clipping is clipping into the wall using the wolf. It all makes sense. See you later, Dave. Hopefully I can see anybody who's leaving now. I'll probably see you later because I'll still be on. Reverse shift line. That one is not our fault. It's because the original glitch was called a shift line. And the reason it was called a shift line is because the people who came up with it came up with the name forever ago. Also, there was a lot of Brazilian glitch hunters that named some tricks, some obscure shit like Blood Moon Tech and fucking Revenge Tech and shit like that.
3:16:12.
Reverse shift lines. That's because the original glitch was called shift lines. That's why.
across the run more.
And shift lines is a bad
Some
name.
were small time saves, like deflecting shots so that R4 could safely activate the panel in 2-2, and others were more substantial. In 4-5, you could now use Chewbacca to activate the elevator and ride it immediately, instead of having to use Han Solo and wait for its second cycle. A time save of
I should have
about
glitches named
12
after me. I don't really find many glitches.
But interestingly, Zolas played the game on Wii. We know from before that this is slower than the PC version, but there's another consideration to be made. The Wii version requires using both the Wii Remote and the nunchuck. So to do 1P2C, you need to juggle 4 controllers at once. Still, Zolas was able to pull it off, with a world record by over 3 minutes. TSG followed this up a few months later with a 3:14.28. It was notable for implementing yet another trick into level 5-5. DV1 and DV3 already had skips.
D's nuts.
Now,
got him.
Darth Vader's 4th form did as well. It was possible to do a couple of
Wolf
precise double jumps and skip having to use the Force and having to use R2. They have the potential to save about 7 seconds, and just added to the skill needed in 5-5. Episode 5 as a whole was becoming really brutal, and since it has the longest end cutscene, it had to be at the very end of the run. So let's take a look at our timeline so far. TSG started dominating in mid-2016, and although he twice lost the record to Rauschmore and Zolas, he'd always been able to fight back. 2 years later, his name was still on top of the leaderboard.
2 years?
But TSG's 3:14 from June 2018 would be the last record he would ever set. The game was about to enter a new era, because in October 2018, Rauschmore did this.
Something self video on SotN would be interesting. The only downside is, you know, once my name gets brought up, it's pretty much the video's over. And then he got another record. 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 And then he got another one. And then another one. That's like the whole video. It's like, you know, I understand why Summoning Salt is hesitant to take on Symphony of the Night for that exact reason. It's kind of similar, yeah. I'm actually going to go grab some water real quick and be right back.
Over the span of just 3 weeks, Rauschmore took the record from a 3:14 down to a 3:09. The key was the rapid discovery of new tricks by a runner named L-Tree. Tricks that would save up to 8 minutes. And the first one is really stupid. In 6-5, killing the Emperor normally takes a substantial amount of time. However, if you lure him over to the corner and die intentionally, upon respawning, you can just push him off the edge. It skips the remainder of the fight and saves 45 seconds. Later, it was discovered you could push him off at the start of the fight by calling in player 2. It saves an additional minute and is known as the Ultra Kill. Another simple boss skip was found in 4-3. You can skip the spy fight by using the Force on R2. This pushes him past the trigger to start the fight, and if you call him in after, you can just go in the open door and save about 50 seconds. But the real big time save was in 6-3. In this level, you're supposed to hop in your speeder and drive through the roughly 5-minute course. Instead, if you go into the corner of the end barrier with both players, player 1 gets placed above player 2, and you can do a 360 to make it over the barrier. This activates the end of the course, and you can skip the entire thing to save several minutes. These discoveries helped lead to 4 consecutive records from Rauschmore. His 4th and final time, a 3:09 from October 2018, would be the final record set in the year. But interestingly, as the record stayed put at 3:09, the run started to get massive views on YouTube. It went semi-viral, and many people who saw the video thought it could be fun to try running it themselves. And largely thanks to Rauschmore's video, by early 2019, there was a new crop of runners ready to gun for the world record. In 5th place, there was Senor with a 3:11.37. In 4th place, there was Wii Super with a 3:10.45. In 3rd place, there was Osamnol with a 3:10.06. And in second place, there was Shred with a 309.54. All 4 runners were closing in on Rauschmore's record, and it was obvious that one of them would beat it soon. The general consensus for the favorite to do so was Osamnol, but all 4 of them had a shot at it. And then, one of them broke through. On February 11th, 2019, Senor jumped straight from 5th to 1st place to capture his first world record. He lowered his personal best by nearly 2.5 minutes in the process. Senor had gotten into the game after seeing Rauschmore's video, and although he lowered his time quickly, he was comfortably behind the other record contenders. But the key to Senor getting this record was 1P2C. He used it all over the run. He used it for multitasking, he used it to get one player in position while the other player built, he used it to push characters further ahead. These were small time saves on their own, but they added up when used across a 3-hour run. This was also the first run to use the incredibly difficult disco skip in 6-2. After building the speaker, you then try and position Luke so he's exactly 50% inside of the speaker once it's finished being built. The game doesn't know what to do when you're inside a built object, so if you're next to a wall, it will sometimes push you through it, meaning you can go out of bounds and skip building the disco party to save
I almost
40
sat on
seconds.
my headphones. That was embarrassing.
This is a really precise trick, since you have to be positioned just right to clip out of bounds. But if you miss it,
Oh,
you
we're
can just
clipping
break
now?
the speaker and build it to try again. With all the competition from top runners, people didn't expect Senor's record to last long. But it would only last for 3 days. On Valentine's Day 2019, Shred took the record with a 306.27. Shred had been running the game for over a year, but only became a serious record contender early in 2019. And his record was an improvement by nearly 3 minutes, which was especially impressive given that it was played on a Wii. It didn't do much new over Senor's record, but was better executed.
That was weird.
It had a first try ultra kill and a cleaner episode 6 overall. Senor fired back just 3 days later with another 2-minute record improvement. The world record was now down to a 3:04, but it still had some significant slowdowns. Senor lost nearly a minute on disco skip, and over 30 seconds in 5-5 from missing the DV skips. So clean up those tricks, save a bit elsewhere, and add in a couple new strategies.
There we go.
And suddenly, sub 3 didn't seem out of the question.
They're moving on
In
to
March
sub 3.
2019, 2 runners started to pull ahead from the rest of the pack, Senor and Wii Super. Both of these guys had only gotten into the game in the last few months, but they lowered their times side by side and got good quickly. They raced each other frequently, and although Senor was slightly ahead on the leaderboard, Wii Super was never far behind. As March progressed, these two made it clear. They both wanted to make a push for the world's first sub 3.
Yo.
It was barely in the realm of possibility. But with the two of them pushing each other, a sub 3-hour run started to feel more real than ever.
My Muramasa is currently at 682 damage out of 999. We have about 24 hours of in-game time on this save before starting the stream today. My goal is to get it to max level in the next 22 hours. Hopefully. We should get pretty close. With an extra stat boost, we'll probably get it to 999 no matter what. Even if I'm not the most efficient at grinding.
Tribute. You steal men's souls and make them your slaves.
Thank you, Subliminal. That is so loud. I changed the audio on that and it didn't... You know what I might have to do, actually? I might have to refresh the alerts. And I think that'll fix the audio issue. Thank you so much, Subliminal, for the gifted sub. That should fix the alerts. In fact, I'm going to test that.
Tribute. You steal men's souls.
Other than the
and
echo,
make them
that's
your
fine.
slaves.
Much more reasonable audio levels there. Cool. It worked. I just need to refresh it. What's up, Crow? What's up, Ned? Welcome. Damn, this is a long-ass montage. Summoning Salt really was like, you know what this video needs? The longest fucking montage I've ever done.
The world's first sub-3. Senor had skipped straight over 259 to a 258.
258?
His run was roughly
Never seen a
even through
259, and I
episode
never
6,
fucking will.
But he saved some time later over mistakes and slowdowns in his last beat.
Welcome back, Ringmaster.
And at the end of the run, he still had to execute tricks like hut skip and DV3. It was an intense situation, but he was able to clutch them out and get the first sub-3. Interestingly, about half
Warhead
an hour
sour
before the
soda?
end of
Damn.
Senor's run, Wii Super started a run of his
That
own.
sounds crazy.
And this run would finish as a 259.04, the world's second sub-3. Had Wii Super started his run just a few hours earlier, he would have won the race to sub-3. But instead, he had to settle
Sub-25
for
nimble,
second
true.
place, while Senor got the glory. But Senor's record wouldn't last long. He beat his own run by 43 seconds just a day later. This run was notable for introducing a piece of RNG. In 4-4, there's a section where Obi-Wan is supposed to appear across the room on a bridge after
Yeah, I've
you
heard that there's
arrive.
a Warhead Hard Seltzer
The way
as
the
well.
game
That
tries
sounds
to
miserable.
get him there is by running through a room with barrels. If he gets stuck behind a barrel, the game turns him to try and get around them, which slows him down, but he still eventually arrives on the bridge. Usually. Sometimes he gets stuck.
Help me,
And
step
if that
bro.
happens,
I'm
he
stuck.
never shows up, and you can't progress through the level.
Wait, what?
Lego Star Wars is a broken game. Now, runners used to have a way around this.
Help
you
me,
reload the
step
bridge
Obi-Wan.
room by entering and exiting the previous room, which guarantees Obi-Wan will show up for a 2-second time loss. But players then found 4-4 cutscene skip. By jumping off of this ledge, you can hook back and enter an out-of-bounds area to skip to the next room. This means a
Damn.
cutscene doesn't play and you save 18 seconds.
18.
However, as a consequence of the cutscene not playing, you can no longer reload the bridge room, since you wouldn't be able to leave the previous room if you enter it. So, Obi-Wan RNG was back into play.
Let's go!
If he didn't want to show up, you were in big trouble. A couple weeks later, a fairly substantial change was made.
I heckin' love
The community
RNG.
decided to alter the way runs were timed. Instead of starting when the players gained control in 1-1, it would now begin when selecting New Game on the main menu. This was mostly done so that movement in the cantina would be considered in the final time. It added roughly 58 seconds to all runs.
What?
So, when Senor set a record that would have been 257.36 under the old timing, it was retimed to 258.34.
Okay.
And that made it 4 consecutive records for Senor. He was the first to sub-3, and now he was taking control of the leaderboard. And for Wii Super, he just couldn't catch up. He perpetually remained slightly behind Senor, easily in second place, but ever since he missed his chance at the first sub-3,
Damn.
the world record eluded him. But after the 258.34, Senor announced that he would be taking a break from the category to focus his efforts elsewhere. Maybe this was the chance Wii Super needed. With Senor at least temporarily out of the picture,
That does
he
happen.
could
Some
hone
people
on
just stay in
improving
second
his
place
time
forever.
without needing to compete with anyone. And as it turns out, just 2 days later,
Oh, shit. You just needed 2 days.
it was only record by a second, but Wii Super had finally overtaken Senor.
What's my favorite
It was a run with a great early game, but he lost some time on speeder skip and had a weak episode 4. Still, Wii Super had broken through. Was this a one-time deal, or was he about to make something more out of it?
I had an orange tree in my yard growing up, and we had fresh oranges, and they're very, very, very good.
60-second record improvement by Wii Super, largely due to saving time in episode 4. The very next day, another minute-and-a-half world
Truly
record.
a Florida man, yup.
3 weeks later, 2 record improvements on the same day.
Jeez.
3 days later, a record cut by nearly 2 full minutes.
What type of oranges? I actually don't know.
Then Wii Super took a break, and when he came back, another world record.
I like Mingo too.
7
He's really good at
over the
Fox
course
and
of
Falco.
3 months for Wii Super. The final one was a time of 2:53.04. After a while, Senor had come back to attempts, but this time the tables were turned. He was the one who couldn't catch up to Wii Super.
Oh, how the turntables!
Was through both improving his own skills and utilizing new strategies. In 2-6, Wii Super began using Dooku Skip. By standing on a barrel,
he's no Majin
you could
Bukaki
force it
though,
with
no,
player
because he's
2
actually
and
good at the
flip
game.
Under the floor. By then dropping out with the inbounds player, you can lead them forward past the trigger for the Dooku fight and enter the next room. The trick was found by Senor and saves up to 30 seconds. Wii Super also began using the Vehicle Smart Bomb Red Brick.
It
allows you to hold the special button in ship levels and make everything on screen explode, which can save you about 20 seconds in 5-1. And interestingly, with these new tricks being incorporated and runners' skill levels improving, someone new moved into second place, Chimkin. He had been in third place for months, even being a part of the initial sub 3 grind, but he always remained behind Wii Super and Senor. But he was improving, and by May, he was ahead of Senor. And sure enough, when Wii Super woke up on the morning of July 6th, his record was gone. Chimkin had beaten it by over a minute, getting a 2:52 flat. It was a run with a slow early game, but after a gold split in 3-2, he was off to the races. He pulled ahead of the record and crushed it. So, Wii Super had to get back to work. And it took him 13 hours to get the record back. Over the coming weeks and months, Wii Super and Chimkin would trade the record back and forth.
13 hours isn't that long considering the run is 3 hours long.
2:49.55 on July 17th. Chimkin would get the next record, and by the end of the year,
like you can only do so many resets in 13 hours.
39. How did these two take the record down by 7 minutes? Well, there was a new red brick, Fast Force, which does what it sounds like. It lets you force objects faster. To obtain
I'll force
quicker,
some objects faster, if you know what I'm saying.
Chimkin found a method of going out of bounds, then doing a death warp to get back on track. It's unlocked in 4-2.
Oh my god, Summoning Salt drinking video, every time he says, and then he did this. Off to the race. How did he do it? Get absolutely trashed on stream. Yeah, that's a good idea. We'll do that for the next time Summoning Salt has a new vid drop. We'll do the Summoning Salt drinking game. That'll be fun.
So players started playing episode 4 earlier in the run so they could use Fast Force in episodes 6, 3, and 5. And of course, there were a plethora of new strategies discovered in the second half of 2019. Some were small and saved a few seconds.
I'll get so hydrated, bro.
Half a minute. But the big one was in 5-6. It's the last stage in the game, and it had an evolution of skips.
That was a funny video, Smash Brother.
Way back during TSG's record
I had fun
reign,
with that.
Runners started doing a trick called best spin out of bounds. You'd jump roll off a ledge to land out of bounds, and progress forward in the stage to skip having to build C-3PO and open a door. It saved 45 seconds.
Yeah, when Summoning Salt finally makes the SotN video. Haha, haha.
Players used this trick for years, but in December 2019, Senor found something better. You join with player 2 and put Lando in a doorway. If player 1 stands far
Yeah, there's a
enough
lot of
away
out of bounds
and Lando
apparently. I
jumps,
missed part of the
door
out of
will
bounds stuff.
close. If it closes while you're at the top of your jump,
Oh,
you'll get pushed through the door frame and out of bounds.
that is such a funny out of bounds.
Ultimately, you can get to the same room as
What's
you
up,
did
cereal?
from Bespin out of bounds, but it allows you to
Just
do so nearly a full minute faster, and is much easier.
That was some
The only
SotN shit,
problem
yeah.
is that if you miss the
That's
door
some
clip
Scylla skip
initially,
shit.
AI characters can randomly run near the door and prevent it from closing, so you really want to get the trick first try.
Boop.
With all these time saves combined, and runners still improving their skills on top of that, the world record was down to a
Do you think some devs leave bugs in their game to see if people will exploit them? Yeah, 100%.
It was enough for Wii Super to take a break from grinding the category.
I forget which game it was, but there was a game that was relatively in touch with its speedrunning scene. It was some indie dev where the indie dev was like, the speedrunners are doing great, but they're still missing like this huge glitch that we left in the game or something like that. It sounds like I wish I remembered what the example that I'm trying to think of, but yeah, most of the time it's just like, oh, we don't have time to fix this, and it's such a small use case that it's not worth putting a bunch of dev time in. But have I ever thought about doing a 24-hour stream? You should totally do it. I'm thinking about it. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe we start now and just turn this stream into a 24-hour stream. You guys think that's a good idea? I already have, conveniently enough, I have a timer on the screen that started at 24 hours. So I could just use that to count down the 24-hour stream. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Good idea. I'm glad I came up with it.
And Shimkin had stopped playing it as well.
See you
Other
later,
than
Zazma.
those two, nobody had a
I'll be
PB
here.
under 2 hours and 50 minutes. But over the coming weeks in late 2019 and early 2020, the game would get a huge boost in popularity, thanks to an unlikely source. TikTok. There was a big wave.
That was not on my bingo card. That was not on my bingo card. Hearing Summoning Salt say the word TikTok outside of saying TikTok clock in Super Mario 64. Referencing the video sharing platform TikTok was not on my bingo card. Also, what's up, Dagon? Holy shit. How does TikTok play into this? I need to know.
of nostalgia for LEGO Star Wars.
Yeah, of course.
Millions played it while growing up.
Of course.
And after years had passed, they looked back on the game fondly. A trend began on TikTok where people changed their profile pics to mimic how they look in LEGO Star Wars, with a green or blue circle around them.
You steal men's
This increased the game's
souls and make them
popularity
your
on the
slaves.
internet as a whole,
Kasheva,
as people
thank you.
remembered LEGO Star Wars and wanted to experience it again.
So it was just a trend of like, hey guys, remember this game from our childhood? And that's it? That's all it took for the game to be popular? Fuck. Why does SotN have to be so old? I can only appeal to fucking 30-year-olds. Damn it. And they all have kids and jobs. They can't sit in my stream. SotN has an anime troupe. Yo, what up, Cherry? Yeah, I already told you about how I'm changing my upload schedule. That's what the announcement is. We talked about it when we went to Disney. Oh, the what's up is not accurate. Damn it. No, I did melee ranked yesterday. Dude, I lost so much fucking ranked. It was absurd. I lost like 4 matches in a row, all like last stock, last hit, and I went from like gold all the way down to like silver 2. It made me so mad. I swear, those guys were all smurfing and cheating and on box, and my shoes were untied, and I didn't warm up. I was at gold 1. I had like 14 or 1500 MMR, and I dropped like 300 points. It was ridiculous. It was depressing even. Yeah, that's fine. Does that have placement matches? Yeah, 5 placement matches. I placed in gold out of placement matches. But then I just ran into a bunch of really strong players back to back and lost a lot of... That Ganon was fucked up. That guy, I think I know... Well, I think I might know who that Ganon was.
As such, speedrun streams and videos exploded in popularity.
Yeah, it doesn't help that the Goom
Starting
Wave
in
has
early 2020,
issues sometimes, which is really annoying.
of speedrun activity. And suddenly, by February, Wii Super had new competitors.
Well, the
on
ranked
its
ladder
doorstep.
is new.
In second place was T-Fresh, and in third place was Led Astray. Both had a time of 2:47, and both
But
had
the
aspirations for the
online
world
with
record.
rollback was
Wii Super
came out
had
2 years
no
ago.
choice but to do more runs if he wanted to defend his title. So he did.
More runs.
And in the span of just 1 week, he lowered the record twice, taking it down to 2:44.30. But this wasn't the complete domination that
I'm
he
not
had
reading now.
earlier.
I'm sorry, there's
His
a lot going
competition
on.
continued to close in. Led Astray got a 2:46, and a familiar face had actually jumped into second place. Senor. The pressure was on for Wii Super. These guys were both capable of getting the record, and could really obtain it any day now.
Oh, SotN ranked
Wii
ladder. I
Super
read that is
continued to do runs,
melee for some reason.
and a couple weeks later, he achieved a run that put away any competition for the record.
Yeah, you were referring to the
Months of attempts
Discord
had
bot.
all led up to this moment. It was his ultimate run.
Ultimate.
Throughout the first 4 episodes, there were no significant mistakes. He gained a bit of time on nearly every level, and leaving episode 6, he was nearly 2 minutes ahead. The final 2 episodes are 3 and 5, and although they weren't perfect, they were good enough.
I love
When
speedruns
combined
that
with
are
the
good enough
incredible
to get world
start he'd
record,
had,
but not perfect.
The end result
Let's
was a
go!
monster world record. Wii Super wasn't at much risk of losing his title anymore. Or was he? Senor wasn't deterred from the task at hand.
Oh, that's
Wii
cute.
Super was now 3 minutes ahead, but Senor knew he could close the gap. On March 27th, he took his PB down to 2:44, and on the 31st, he shaved another half minute off. Despite the optimization of Wii Super's record, Senor was actually able to close in. These two guys were ahead of the pack.
Oh,
Just like the
speaking of stuffed animals, they have this thing. I went to Disney earlier in the week, and at Disney they have these fucking little stuffed Ratatouille rats, stuffed Remy's that have magnets on the bottom of them, and you can like hook up the magnet to your shirt so it like stays on your shoulder and it just sits on your shoulder. And I'm like, damn, that's really cute. I want one, but I want it to not be Remy the Ratatouille rat. I want it to be like a, you know, stuffed bat or something. Yo, I should make a stuffed bat that looks like the Wing Smash emote. Where's my emotes? This one. Imagine this guy chilling on my shoulder with like a little blue aura. I'd be a bajillionaire. New merch idea. Let's go. Batatouille.
Free grind, Wii Super and Senor.
Yeah,
were
having the
locked in a
fairy.
battle.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Thanks to the game's boost in popularity around this time, the community decided to have a LEGO Star Wars speedrun tournament. Wii Super, Senor,
Wait,
and
who
most of the
hosted
game's
this tournament?
Speedrun tournament. Around this time, the community
The
decided
community, the community hosted it itself? That's crazy. Wow. Stolen art? Yeah, fuck art.
to have a
Fuck artists. Artists shouldn't be asking for money. They should be... I'm joking. This is totally parody, and I don't mean this at all. Please don't take this out of context. Yeah, fuck artists. They should be grateful that AI is making their jobs obsolete because... I don't know.
LEGO Star Wars speedrun tournament. Wii Super, Senor, and most of the game's other top
I do
runners
love
all
stealing art.
participated.
It's my favorite thing in the
It
world.
was a double elimination tournament, and there were some great times put up by several different runners. But when all was said and done, after the brackets were completed,
It's less stolen,
also
more
beat in the finals?
repurposed, if you really
But
think about it.
Super and Senor. These two would get the benefit of a big new strategy discovered a few weeks ago in 6-1.
Nah,
Spiderless.
fuck NFTs.
By
fuck
using
techno
a
bro
forcible
art
object,
bullshit.
you could clip into the wall, which was fast.
I will say AI art is very interesting to me as somebody who has very little art, like technical art skills. It's something that allows me to mess around with the idea of creating artwork without obviously investing the same amount of time. However, it's not like any of that shit is actually like good or stuff that is like super valuable in my eyes. It does cheapen the work when you know it's from an AI. Yeah, it's a good way to get concepts or to kind of like, you know, rough draft some stuff. But I don't think it would ever get to the, well, at least for me personally, I would never be like, okay, I'm only using AI art for this thing instead of using like an actual artist. Because if I was using an actual artist, the product that I would get would be like way better because it would be more specific and like, you know, whatever. I think using AI art for the novelty of it being AI art is something that I find interesting and not something where it's like I'm taking everything that I would ever do normal art for, but instead using AI, you know? It's kind of like AI, like writing. The concept of using AI to help you write something, like writing a script or whatever, writing a story, it's more of the novelty in my eyes of like, dude, look how silly this AI is, versus like, I'm actually genuinely writing a script using this, you know what I mean? But
faster than the old method of using the spider.
that's just me. I know it's more nuanced than that.
Bounce to touch a grate, which acts as a trigger for the game to send you straight to the boss fight and skip the cutscene. This trick saved a full 60 seconds, a huge advantage for any runner who could pull it off. Up to this point, Senor had lost one match while Wii Super was undefeated. So to win the whole thing, Senor needed
if you need
to
something
win
specific,
twice,
always hire an artist,
while
exactly.
Wii Super needed just one win. And Senor handily won the first game. Wii Super accidentally soft-locked in 5-1, losing several minutes and allowing Senor to cruise to an easy victory.
Yeah, I was going to do some
That meant there
SotN
would be
or
a
Castlevania
winner-take-all match
fanfic
the
using
next
AI
day
as
to
a video
determine
idea.
the tournament champion.
I was talking about it
This was
earlier.
going to be a tough task for Senor.
Like using OpenAI is like a very funny idea to like write me the concept or the design document for games that got canceled or games that never existed, right? And just asking the AI to be as specific as possible. Like, you know, the fucking game, the what? Demon War 1999 Castlevania game that never existed. Just doing that, you know, that's funny. Lazy ass decent content, exactly. And that's what being a content creator is all about. Now,
Think
don't
of
mind
all
me
you
as I
had
watch
going
somebody
against
else's
him.
content on my stream.
His personal best was nearly a minute behind Wii Super. He had lost to him earlier in the tournament, and he had gotten a pretty lucky victory yesterday thanks to a fluke softlock.
Lucky.
He was going to need to play out of his mind if he wanted to win this thing. And so, on April 19th, 2020, in the final match of the
The
tournament,
real content is in the
with his
corner. Oh, you
opponent
mean me?
heavily
Thanks.
favored to win,
My face? I agree.
this was Senor's first world record in over a year, back when the run was 16 minutes slower. And it was actually a close race through much of the run.
He world recorded
But
during the
Senor eventually
race?
pulled ahead. And although Wii Super finished with a 242,
That's badass.
he didn't stand a chance. Senor won the match, he won the tournament, and he got the world record.
That's
And
badass
the race
as
to
fuck.
sub 240 was officially on.
Remember that time you world
Once
recorded
again,
GDQ?
Senor and Wii Super were the two competitors.
Yeah, I remember.
As it turns out, Senor's
Great
time at
times.
the top wouldn't last long. Wii Super wanted the record back, and it took him just 5 days to do so. He got a 240.
Visual Studio has AI
32.
autocomplete.
This run was
Nice.
actually on sub 240 pace until 5-5. But the last two stages of the run are two of the toughest. Wii Super lost a lot of time to DV3 in 5-5 and to Door Clip in 5-6. Sub 240 would have to wait.
Is that the end of the video? Something Salt made a full-length movie. There are some videos in this playlist that we're going to watch today that are 8 hours long. Like 8-hour retrospectives and shit like that. So, yeah. We got a lot of time to watch stuff, so, you know, it'd be like that. So an hour and a half is pretty quick compared to all the other videos we're going to be watching today. See, I keep getting baited because I thought Something Salt was using like, oh, this is my end of the video music, but he's not.
Lost 45 seconds to door clip and missed sub 240 by just 4 seconds. It's a great example of how tough the end of the run is. Door clip is in the very last stage, and if you miss it initially, bad luck can make you lose the record. Over the following few weeks, competition caught up. A couple runners named Pickle Toe and Ginger Legend got
Pickle
times
Toe?
in the 241 range.
Bro. You
increasing
can't
the
name yourself
pressure on
Pickle
Wii Super.
Toe.
And on July 14th, Senor had a run on sub 240 pace into 5-6. But once again, Door Clip killed it. He ended up 1 second behind the world record.
Rough.
Wii Super had waited too long. Other players had caught up, and it was a dead heat for the first sub 240. But on July 22nd, Wii Super had a run with a fantastic first few episodes. He then lost his helmet in 4-5, but a great episode 6 put him back in the lead. He had a rough 5-5, but with time to save in 5-6, sub 240 was still possible. He got door clip quickly and left just enough room to get a sub 240. 239.49. Wii Super had won the race. This was Wii Super's 22nd world record. He'd faced competition from some of the best in the world, but time and time again,
Shivery
he had
erotic
proven
banana.
he could come out on top. With his sub 240 goal accomplished,
Can we make a tier list using all of the names of usernames that have been mentioned by Something Salt in his videos? That sounds like good content. I just need a list of every name he's ever referenced, and we just go through and make a tier list.
Wii Super finally felt he could take a break. And the runners in 2nd through 4th place, Senor, Pickle Toe, and Ginger Legend, have lost motivation after being beaten to the first sub 240.
What?
So, they all stopped running the category as well.
Damn.
For the first time in many months, there was little activity at the top of the leaderboard. That meant there was technically an opportunity for someone outside of the top 4 to swoop in.
Ranked by name or by aura?
Let's take a look at who was in 5th place.
It's a vibes ranking, actually.
This is E-Roadhouse. He had been running the game for about 3 months, and managed to quickly enter the game's top 5. However, during the sub 240 grind, he was comfortably behind the big 4 runners. He wasn't considered to have a serious shot at the world record. But with all 4 of them stepping aside...
True, Matt Turk does have an aura.
In early August, he stepped into 4th place and lowered his PB down to 241.12. And on August 10th, he got on a run where he pulled about 15 seconds ahead of the record by the end of episode 4. There was still a long way to go, but he kept nailing tough tricks. Spiderless in 6-1.
Spiderless?
Speeder skip in 6-3.
I missed Spiderless before.
A shot at
Must
the
have been
world
when I was
record
getting
was
water.
starting to seem more and more like a reality. He was competing against an incredible episode 3 in the world record, so he bled some time there,
Spider skip.
but going into the last 2 levels of the run, 5-5 and 5-6, he was only half a minute behind. Time to enter the Trick Gauntlet. DV1, first try. DV3.
What about DN1?
He faltered a bit, but got it 5th try. DV4 jumps, both first try.
Can we put Catacombs on the
Finally,
list?
Door clip, 2nd try. This all saved about 40 seconds over the last 2 levels in Wii Super's run, and it was enough for E-Roadhouse to get a 239.43. He had leapfrogged over Pickle Toe, Senor, and Wii Super to get the world record. There was a new face on top of the leaderboard. Well,
if we ever do the summoning salt drinking game, it has to be world record. Has to be one of the words.
Only beaten him by 6 seconds. Surely it wouldn't be too hard to take the record back.
Surely.
But we Super wanted something better. There had been a number of new strategies developed around this time. We Super knew that if he utilized them all in a full run, he could beat E Roadhouse's time by minutes. We won't go over all of these new tricks, but there's 2 particularly big ones. And the first one, well, LEGO Star Wars has an ultra shortcut. Level 1-4 is the pod race.
Bro, ultra shortcut in a pod? Get the fuck out of here.
For years, there was no way to really speed this up.
Yeah, my sickness is incurable. I'm already a speedrunner, true.
But in mid-2020, P53, Havster, and Senor combined to develop a trick called pod fraud. It's a very complicated trick, but the gist of it is that the game's only...
I'm saying speedrunners shouldn't be given the power to name speedrunning skips. You can't do that. You can't call it pod fraud.
Lap completion is seeing if you've touched an area on the far side of the course, and seeing if you've touched the finish line region.
Cow skip is a beautiful skip, and I will take no...
You go out of bounds with 2 players, leave 1 by the finish line region,
Cow skip is the greatest skip of all time.
To the far side. This middle section out of bounds kills you, but it lets you build up speed quickly.
Matt, I can't cherry bomb. Shut up.
So, by dying a few times, you can build up enough speed to make it across. By touching this region, the next lap is activated, and you skip having to drive around. This
now, SotN speedrunners only come up with the best names.
But a lap normally takes about 60.
The Dragon Blitz? Nothing.
So
I have nothing named after me.
Half a minute.
Maybe getting the world record over and over and over again, you can call that the Dragon Blitz.
Discovered by Pickletoe with concepts from
maybe just being the best, you can call that the Dragon Blitz. I don't know.
The fight is normally a slow, scripted battle.
It's whatever you want it to be.
Where you jump around the level.
Down, up, jump with the wolf. True, that is the Dragon Blitz.
However, he'll only perform his scripted actions if you're actively standing on this platform.
Reverse shift line is a bad name.
You can use Obi-Wan to lure him toward a rock,
but it's only because shift line was already an established
name before he walks too far away. By repeating this over and over, you can drain his health without having him ever perform scripted actions.
Yeah, drain him.
Unfortunately, there's RNG involved. He can randomly block your shots, which wastes time. But ideally...
No, that was the ROM Scout way before that was the Dragon Blitz. ROM Scout be doing unbuffered wolf clips before I was born.
We Super felt that he could crush the current record.
What would you call it, a room skip?
On September 18th,
if you wanted a more generalized name, I don't know what we would call it.
2 minutes, getting a 2:37.49. A few weeks later, he did it again.
I think it's fine in context, but it requires that you explain the context.
The leaderboard was back to normal. We Super was dominating
room skip honestly wouldn't be a bad name.
Multiple minutes ahead of anyone else.
Like if I was like, this is a reverse shift line, it's essentially a room skip
first world
on
record,
demand. That's fine.
Nobody could catch We Super. At least, not for a couple weeks. Just 16 days after We Super's 2:36, E Roadhouse managed to get the record back. The key to doing this was yet another complicated
room fraud.
Trick: Falconless. The normal way to end stage 4-5 involves activating 4 triggers.
Yeah, thanks for the sub, Cherry.
You steal men's souls and make them your slaves.
It's a slow process that gradually raises the Millennium Falcon, so you can eventually enter it and end the level. However, P53 found a way to end the level early. You first have to load the last room of the level, which can be done by entering this
backdoor heart
room.
boogaloo.
You then go back far in the level,
update.
And by crossing a particular line, the game tries to save memory by unloading the last room. This means the triggers,
death skip but fast,
and Millennium Falcon all disappear. The issue is that the game never reloads them once you go back forward. So you re-enter the final room, and nothing's there. Since the stormtroopers are gone, the game treats them the same as if they were killed, so you can jump into where the open door would be, and the level ends.
Nice.
This saves about a minute and 15
I love video game
seconds,
programming.
And eRoadhouse's new record was a 2:34.51. That means that even without Falconless, he still would have beaten Wii Super.
I have
Maybe it was a
videos kind of already lined up that will cover the 24 hours. If you want to suggest a video and it sounds interesting to me, I don't mind watching it, but I don't guarantee that I'll watch it. What's our attack at right now? We're almost at 700. We're at 694. Yeah, I might not watch it, but you can feel free to suggest the videos. And if it sounds interesting, I'll add it to the playlist.
fluke. Whenever someone took the record from Wii Super, he was always quick to respond. But a month later, eRoadhouse set another record, 2:34.32.
Dude, AI created
This was
video games.
uncharted territory.
I can't
When
wait.
was he going to respond? Well, a couple weeks later, eRoadhouse got
How long
on a
does the
run
damage
that
boost
was
last on the sword?
25
Forever.
seconds ahead after episode 2. This was the best
Absorbing
pace
blood makes it a
anyone had
permanent
ever been on that
attack
early.
upgrade.
He lost a bit of time from missing a clip in 4-2, but managed to improve to 30 seconds ahead leaving episode 4. With one of the greatest ever first halves of a run, he just needed to avoid disaster in the back half to get his 3rd consecutive record.
I'll show you a back half.
But
you know what I'm
instead
saying.
of avoiding a disaster, something
The many peaks of Crash Bandicoot 100% by... Yo! I'm down to watch a Hum video. I'm down.
else happened. eRoadhouse went on to play the best episode 6
Dude,
ever performed.
What was Hum's video that it was a world record is XX by me? That video is also goated. I love that video. It's not just because I'm in it, but also I am in it. And it's pretty nice.
He was now a minute and 45 seconds ahead.
Yes,
of the
cotton candy
record.
grapes are a thing.
As you can imagine,
I've never
the
tried
pressure
one,
he
but I
felt at
hear
this
they taste
point
like cotton
was
candy.
enormous, and he faltered a bit toward the start of episode 3, losing about 7 seconds in 3-2.
The editor aspired to
But
be.
he
Hum is
followed
so
this
good.
up with his best ever 3-5.
If he just made more videos,
and
man.
leaving episode 3, he was more than a minute and a half ahead of the record. It was by far the best chance he had ever had.
I wonder how
He had
wine
a
would go with
shot
them.
to
I'm
not
sure
just
somebody's tried to
lower
make
the
wine out
record,
of those
but
kinds of grapes.
demolish it. But he still had to get through episode 5, the hardest episode in the run, with the toughest tricks all right at the end. But he didn't need a perfect episode 5. He just needed one that was good enough. He had a 90-second
I love good
cushion.
enough speedruns. They're my favorite.
As long as he didn't completely choke,
It means you have room for
he'd
improvement
have
on the next
another
one.
record. But with all the pressure mounting, and being on an unthinkable pace,
No, he
eRoadhouse
choked.
didn't have an amazing episode 5. He had the best episode 5 ever performed.
He didn't choke. Let's go. I would have choked. This guy's better than me.
This was by far the greatest record the game had ever seen. eRoadhouse had skipped 2:33 and skipped 2:32. He was more than 4 minutes ahead of second place. There was nothing more he could do. There was nothing anyone could do.
These split names, I haven't been looking.
eRoadhouse was the game's new top runner, and it was hard to imagine this record being beaten anytime soon.
The next
So,
day?
He took a break.
Oh.
Since nobody else had a personal best below 2:36, there were no challengers for the record. However, that didn't stop players from continuing to run the game. But the nature of the competition changed. It was now a battle for second place, rather than the world record. About a month
Damn, why
after the
can't we have a battle for
2:31,
second place?
a new runner moved into second, Ginger Legend. A few days later, he'd be beaten
Imagine having
by
an active
Seymour,
speedrunning community.
getting
Couldn't
a
be me.
2:35 and then a 2:34. It's important to note that there were very few new strategies being utilized. The vast majority of their time save came from getting better at the game. Fewer mistakes, better movement, that sort of improvement. By February, a runner named Zach achieved a 2:35, and by March, there was a trio of runners with a 234.
True, the
Seymour in
rando
second
community is
place,
very active.
Ginger
So
Legend in
that
third
is
place,
nothing to
and
scoff at.
Zach in fourth place. For the first time since he set his mammoth world record, E-Roadhouse was
Busy with my
feeling a
dead
bit of
speedrunning
pressure.
community for a niche hell game.
They were
Fair
still
enough.
minutes away from his record, but their times were dropping. So, he decided to end his break and go back to record attempts. But he struggled to get good runs going, especially compared to his incredible 231.
I get like 2 PBs per
On
year.
March 6th,
Really?
Seymour would once again lower his second
I was gonna
place
say
time
1 PB every 2 years sounds a little bit more accurate to me,
2:33:05.
but
He was now within 90 seconds of the world record.
close enough.
E-Roadhouse continued his attempts, but failed to get anything good. And then, on March 9th,
That's
Zach
fair.
got on a run that
Oh,
was
different
even
categories.
with the
True,
world
true,
record
true,
through
true.
episode 2, then actually gained half a minute over the record in episode 4. Once again, this was mostly due to better gameplay rather than new strategies.
Everybody starts off shit at
He
anything
ended
that
up
they try
losing
if they've
time
never
to the
tried it before.
incredible episodes
Just because you're bad
6
at something
and
doesn't
5
mean you
in
can't be the best
E-Roadhouse's
one day.
record, but still finished with a 2:32:23.
We've watched my first ever
Zach
speedrun
was
many, many
just
times on this
35
channel. I was
seconds
dog
off
shit
the
at this
world
game.
record. Seymour had a 2:33. Zach had a 2:32. And E-Roadhouse had a 2:31. All three of them were doing attempts, and all three of them had potential to get the world record.
World record.
E-Roadhouse's time had run out. He was now in direct competition with two strong runners. There was no question the world record was coming down.
Is Alec being
The
mean?
question
No,
now
never.
was,
That's never happened before.
which of these three was going to do it first? Well, on March 22nd,
Age only matters so
E-Roadhouse
much
broke
as like
through.
it affects how much free time
It
you
was
have.
only a
That's
5-second record improvement, but it showed that he still had what it took. This
That,
run
it's
had
just time
another
allocation. It doesn't.
fantastic
Your
early
age
game,
genuinely doesn't matter
but he
unless you
lost
have
about
like
45 seconds in episode 6
additional
from repeatedly
problems.
missing disco skip. Episodes 3 and 5 were up and down, but since his gameplay overall had improved, it was enough to eke out a small record. But his work wasn't done yet. A couple weeks later, E-Roadhouse got a 2:31:35. Another small
cap.
record improvement, but he was making progress while Zach
I guarantee not everybody at 40 has the same joint issues or whatever, and even then I imagine most people can overcome those issues and still be very good runners at whatever game they're interested in. In general, esports athletes have been able to have careers that have spanned like, you know, multiple decades. People like fucking Daigo are definitely like counter examples to anything that you might say. Homie's still fucking great at Street Fighter and has been playing for like 30 years. So I don't care, suck my dick. Like I said, it doesn't matter unless you have additional issues on top of it. Not everybody who's 40 has fucking hand pain and issues with their, you know, joints and shit like that. So I already qualified that statement. Get fucked, lol. Nerds. I'm right, you're wrong. Get owned.
and Seymour weren't improving their times. Still, all three runners continued to grind over the following weeks. The end goal had shifted. It was officially a grind for the game's first sub 2:30. A half-hour barrier hadn't been broken in 2 years. In mid-May, Seymour lowered his time down by over half a minute. All three runners were now within 60 seconds of each other. Who would get sub 2:30 first? Would it be the veteran, the newcomer, or the
Average
current
person
world
won't be able to
record
pick up a game without guides on how
Well,
to do
on
so without
May
harming your wrists and
14th,
fingers.
E-Roadhouse got on a run
I disagree. You've never done a repetitive action before. If you're already in the environment in which speedrunning is something that is interesting to you, you should be aware of like the community around it. And I guarantee if there are hand issues or pain issues, the community has discussed it at some point. And if you're just doing it on your
with
own
another
and
incredible
hurt
first
yourself,
couple
that's
of
on you for being
episodes.
stupid and not
Once
looking
again,
into
this was his best pace
the
ever
hobby
leaving
properly.
Episode 2.
Yeah,
He
these are just
faltered a bit
excuses,
in levels
my opinion.
4-2 and 4-3, so his pace cooled off slightly exiting episode 4. But after episode 6, he was still a minute ahead of the record. It was clear that this would be a golden opportunity for the sub 230. And then, in episode 3-1,
Yeah, that's like saying don't
something
pick up playing the
strange
piano at an old age because you'll hurt your fingers.
Roadhouse was cycling.
You're not allowed to
through
pick
his
up
splits
playing
to
the
see what
piano
time
because
saves
you're
he had
old and your
left,
joints can't handle
and
it.
he accidentally paused his timer. He realized this a short while later and unpaused it, but this threw everything off. His pace would now seem better than it really was. He didn't know how long it was paused, so if this run went all the way, he'd have to retime it to see what he really got.
It doesn't have to be, Fran.
Well, Roadhouse made
You're
his
just
way
saying
through
words
episode
because you don't want to
3,
lose this
and it went
argument, but you're
beautifully.
wrong and you've already
Episode
lost. Just
5
let it
got
go.
off to a great start, and entering 5-5, he was a minute 21 ahead.
Telling people not to start
But of
speedrunning
course,
because they're
his
old is
real
just
pace
wrong.
Was still a mystery.
Being old
5-5
is not
was
the
solid,
issue. It's lack of
5-6
knowledge for
was
handhelds,
nearly
perhaps.
perfect. And when he stopped
But
his
again, not
splits,
everybody has hand problems
they read
at old age.
2:29.35. Roadhouse knew his run was slower than that, but the exact amount wasn't known.
Learning the piano at 40
It
is
all
not the
came
same as
down to
playing a
how
piano at
long
40.
The timer was paused, so it had to be retimed.
But you're saying that you should never
The
learn to
exact
play the
length of
piano because
pause
you're
would
40 and you're
determine
too
if
old
this
and
was
it'll
the
hurt
world's
you.
First sub 230, or if the race would
When
continue.
playing the piano is not the hard
And
part.
after the retime, they found that
I don't get
Roadhouse's
it.
timer was paused for 21.5 seconds, meaning his run was a 2:29.57. By the skin of his teeth, he had done it. His 6th world record in a row was his most important one yet. Roadhouse officially had the world's first sub 230. In the aftermath of this run, Zach and Senor continued doing PB attempts for a short while.
I would argue
Both
it's much more
players
time
lowered their
investment than it
times,
is like
but
physical
neither could catch up
limitations.
to
People who
Roadhouse.
think that their body is
Their
so
motivation
aging
had
and
just
decrepit that
dried
it gives them a bad
It seemed like another community break would be in order.
I don't know,
You're
man.
probably noticing a
I just don't
pattern by
believe
now.
it, especially because there's
Whenever
so many
community
counterexamples. People that are like well into their 30s and 40s that are still absolute amazing gamers because they've given themselves time to build the experience up. Granted, yes, you're going to be at a disadvantage starting late, as anybody will, regardless of age. But I don't think the human body is such a limiting factor. It's not like physical sports where like you physically can't join the fucking NBA at the age of 40 because there's way more limiting factors physically. But it's not nearly to the same level. And if you think that those factors are a genuine barrier to you doing what it is that you want to do, my argument is you didn't want it hard enough anyways. If you wanted to be the best at something, regardless of your age, regardless of your like physical situation, I believe you could put in serious effort into doing so and overcome almost any barrier. Granted, you have to make sacrifices to your day-to-day life, which a lot of people might not have the ability to do so, and that's genuine. But just saying I can't because I'm old is genuinely just an excuse.
Motivation is at a low point, new tricks are always found to bring people back in. And right on cue in May 2021, 2 massive tricks were discovered. One of them was
The
a
limiting
30
factor is
second
100%
time
time,
save in
and
3-5 found by
anything else
Lux.
is like a
But the one we're
magnitude
gonna go over was the one discovered
less
in
important than just
5-5.
having time.
This trick was notable for 2 main reasons. For one thing, it was in the toughest stage of the run. 5-5 was already a completely broken
Time
level.
plus effective
You had
practice
DV1,
is like the only 2 factors that actually
DV3,
matter.
And the DV4 jumps. The new trick, fittingly, was called DV2. Every room of the Darth Vader fight now had a skip.
I'm not saying age
The
has
other notable thing
zero
about this trick,
implications
the
on your
most
ability to play video
difficult
games,
one
but they
in
are
the
so
entire
minuscule
game.
that they are not the
That's right.
confounding factor
the
that you think they
toughest
are.
trick of the run was now in a stage that was already
If you think your
considered
age is
to be the
stopping you, it's your
hardest.
mentality more than your age
This
that's stopping
is the
you.
insanity of DV2.
Or it's just your lack of
You
time.
start by activating a moving platform outside the boss room, then positioning Luke on a panel beneath it and placing R2 on the platform.
If you have other
When the platform
physical
moves down,
like things happening to you that affect your ability to like practice and perform, I'm not
if done at the
making a statement on any of that. I'm
Luke
saying
will go
purely
through the
age as its
wall
own
under
separate
the floor
variable
of the
is
next
not nearly
room,
as important as you
and
think
you
it
can
is.
just walk underneath the boss fight. Getting the clip into the wall is so precise that pause buffering is used to help line it up.
Pause buffering, that's
and
cheating.
even so, every single step of this trick is hard. It's hard to get on the panel, it's hard to stay on the panel, it's hard to pause buffer at the right time, it's hard to line up Luke, it's hard to line up R2, it's hard to avoid going too low in the boss room, it's hard to avoid going too high in the boss room. Any of these portions not being done correctly results in a miss. But if done properly, it would save an additional 50 seconds. A team of Lava Fang 407, Note KO, and EJP Man
This will impact
created DV2.
Fran, I'm not reading all that because you're not listening to me. If you think that is a confounding factor that puts you at such a large disadvantage that's not worth doing, that is a mentality issue, not a physicality issue.
And it made stage 5-5 a nightmare. Tough trick after tough trick right at the end of the run. But with all the time save
It's
potential,
going to be harder.
people
Yeah,
had to go
but life
for
is
it.
hard for
And it
different
brought
reasons
runners
for different
Zach
people
and
for all
Seymour
sorts of
back to doing runs.
different things.
They each got times of 2:30, and then on June 1st.
But I also think that the
Seymour
amount at
set
which
the
it'll be
world
harder is
record.
negligible because most people
It had
don't
a rough
actually fucking
episode
practice.
6,
Most people actually
particularly
don't
a
give a
slow
shit about what they're
Ultra kill
doing.
in
If you put in
6-5,
10%
DV2
more
on
effort
his
than
second
everybody
try.
else, then you're going to be like
fantastic result
100%
for
better
such a
than
tough
everybody
trick.
else because so little effort
Closed
is
it
put
out
in by
20
so many
seconds
people.
ahead of Roadhouse. Seymour's first world record in over a year. Back when the run was 12
Yeah,
minutes
you could just be
slower.
more efficient at learning things
So
than other
now,
people by
of the
using more
top 3
efficient learning
competitors,
methods because most people are
only
lazy
one
as
had
fuck
yet
and
to
don't
get the
practice
world
at
record.
all.
Zach. He'd been in the top 3 for the past 5 months.
Using better
even
learning
moving into
methods will
second
get you
place
ahead
on
of the
several
competition.
occasions, but he had never been able to take the top spot.
Yu-Gi-Oh doesn't care about your
It was
efficiency.
frustrating.
That
He
again
knew he was
comes
good
down to
enough.
time. Like
He'd
I said
been
at the
on
very
pace before,
fucking beginning, how much
and he
time
also
do you
had
have?
a bit of time on his hands coming up. So, Zach
Also, Yu-Gi-Oh is a
decided to
fucking
start
gacha
a
game. Nobody
devoted
cares.
grind for the record. But
It's
this
literally
wasn't gonna be
RNG
just any
slot
grind.
machine fucking shit.
He was going to play the game 14 to 15 hours per day until he set the world record.
15 hours? What a baby. Not even 24
Zach
hours a day.
began on his quest, and over the next 2 weeks, he played the game for roughly 200 hours. Run after run, good pace after good pace, and despite all that, he didn't achieve a world record.
Get
In
fucked.
fact, he didn't even get a PB. Zach remained in 3rd place, behind Roadhouse and Seymour. Disappointing for sure, but Zach would still get another chance. Because on June 13th, runners Zach, Roadhouse, and Wii Super all met up to grind for the world record 12 hours a day, with Seymour also participating at home.
Damn.
Only 12 hours may have been less than Zach was used to, but still, 4 of the best runners in the world, 12 hours per day, for 3 days straight.
That's insane.
Surely a world record was incoming. But it never happened. 72 hours came and went, with no world records.
If you think age is a thing
And
that you
here's
should temper
why.
your expectations
Between
to, I
all
think your
4
expectations
runners,
are fucked.
More than 20 world
You
records.
should temper your expectations to the fact that you are going to be bad regardless. Everybody starts off bad. If you have efficient learning techniques and tools and you have the time to implement those learning techniques and tools, you will be better than everybody else. It is as simple as that. I don't care how fucking old you are. I do not care. The only things that might be a physical limitations of your body's ability to perform actions will be the only thing that I will concede with. And again, that is not necessarily a factor of age. And it does not affect you nearly as much as you think it does. If there are additional factors that might cause you to not be able to perform things like precise movements or whatever, that's fine. That's understandable. But just age alone is not it.
record paces were achieved into the final 2 levels. All of them died to DV2. It was such a hard trick, and trying to execute it when feeling the pressure of a record-paced run, good luck with that.
I just really dislike the mentality of, it's too hard, I won't do it because blah, blah, blah. I really fucking hate that mentality when it comes to speedrunning, because I've been dealing with it for a long-ass time. Of people who just tell themselves, oh, I'm really interested in such and such speedrun, but I could never be good enough because insert a bunch of excuses, and I just fucking hate that mentality. I'm just tired of it. It's really not that hard.
He never had any runs on record.
Because I will tell you, I am dumb, I am lazy, I am bad, I have below average ability to play video games, and yet I still am uncontestedly the best at this video game. Only because I've decided to put more time into this than everybody in the modern era of speedrunning this video game. It is as simple as that. Granted, I have the time to put into it, and I'm willing to accept that that is a privilege that not everybody has. But I genuinely believe that that is the confounding factor. I am lazy? Yeah. My 24-hour stream consists of reacting to content. Of course it's lazy. The thing is, Fran, you just like circle around the points and keep trying to make counterpoints that try and prove you correct and or switch the subject off of the thing that I was putting pressure on in the first place.
Steal men's souls and make them your
slaves. And it makes the conversation just circular in nature instead of actually defending the points that you made already. You only get good at something after being bad for a long time. Yes. Very, very few people put in as much effort as I have into like practicing this game efficiently, and most of that time I spent practicing efficiently is shit I did in like 2017 to get the world record back then.
But on June 18th, Zach finally got a run deep ahead.
But that's not what
record.
You said, Fran.
And what a pace it was.
And you keep changing what it is that you're trying to qualify.
His best possible time was 2:28.43. That was a good
That's
enough
the
pace
issue.
That he didn't even need to do DV2. He could get the record without it. But Zach was committed to going for it. And on just his third
And I would
try,
argue that
he got in the wall.
I would just argue that standard deviation means that like the odds of you being objectively worse at something because you're old is probably negligible when you just look at this like the statistics of like the entirety of the population. That is my argument. That it's probably negligible compared to like, because some people might have a genetic disposition or just like a background disposition to learning things faster or slower based on their learning styles or whatever. So the fact that you get slightly worse with age is probably not a confounding factor at all. And it's like not even like a blip statistically when you look at the like standard deviations of the entirety of the population. That is my argument. I don't have anything to prove it or back it up. That is my belief.
He'd be in the clear. But disaster struck. He went too low and died, forcing him to start DV2 over again. He lost over a minute.
My source is, I don't care. That's my belief, and I'm sticking with it, and I just don't give a shit.
Had he skipped doing DV2, he would have had the world record. So, Zach kept going. More long attempt sessions, more
if you're hurting yourself
runs.
For a video game, that just means you're dumb.
On June 24th, he'd find himself in an eerily similar situation. A best possible time of 2:28.08 into 5-5. Once again, he could skip DV2 and still get the record. But once again, he was committed to going for it. It was a decision that cost him the record last time. But this time, he hit it first try. He was in a golden position.
I'm genuinely sorry that I brought this up. It's fine. We're just talking. If you
flip,
feel
and when Zach entered
bad
the
vibes from this, I
Falcon
apologize.
N5-6, he had just set a new world record.
I have a very competitive, argumentative nature deep down inside of me. So if you say some shit that I don't believe in and I'm personally invested in, I'm going to argue for it, and it's going to not be pretty. So
this record didn't
that's
stop
just
others from
who
trying.
I am as a person.
Senor, Wii Super, Andy Roadhouse all continued doing record attempts after the in-person meetup.
And I also just have a personal,
like, their attempts.
I'm not even listening to the video anymore at this point. I have a very personal relationship with speedrunning because it's what I've done more so than anything else in my entire life.
I'm interested in this.
Found your stuff on YouTube this year. Thanks for all the great content, DB. Happy Murama's Mas.
Muramu's Mas. Yeah, thank you, bad case of Serpus. Appreciate that a lot. That is very, very kind. I appreciate it. No, I'm not trying to directly insult you. And if anything was taken as a direct insult to you, I apologize. I don't mean to argue in that way. That's never my goal, is to directly insult people, except when I do it as a joke. And usually, by doing so, it's in a way that people are in agreement that it's a joke and it's meant to be a joke. Okay, cool, cool, cool. No, I'm just very touchy with the subject of like learning to speedrun, because I don't think I am special in any way possible whatsoever. I think I am average, if not maybe below average in a lot of regards. The only difference is I sat down in 2017, made splits where I would practice the same trick over and over and over again and take notes. And that's all I did. And I saw more substantial improvement in my ability to play the game then than I have any other time in my life, because I have not taken training seriously since then, because there's no reason for me to do so. The competition hasn't been hard enough for me to want to train harder. That's it.
Stopped, in large part because 5-5 was such a demoralizing stage. So, throughout the rest of 2021, Zach's time remained at the top of the leaderboard. He went from not being able to set the record to holding the top spot for 6 months straight. In early 2022, Zach decided to come back to the game. It had taken him hundreds of attempts and many months of grinding to set his world record. And on top of that, he hadn't seriously ran the category in half a year. So, expectations weren't too high when he started up runs again. But instead of being the underdog like he was in 2021, this was the Zach of 2022. Last year, it was a big deal when Zach finally managed a world record. This year, he was unstoppable. Roadhouse, Senor, Wii Super, none of these guys could catch up. By June, he had taken his time down to 2:27.19. Zach was using even more 1P2C than in previous runs. 4-4 was now being done almost completely with 2 controllers. But once again, most of the time saved from these records was Zach playing better. Tricks were being done faster, and execution overall was improving. Improving to the point that nobody could catch him. He was more than a minute ahead of second place. But then, after his 2:27.19, the world record stayed stagnant for over 2 months. This was despite the fact that he lost 30 seconds for missing Dooku skip in 2-6, and lost significant time in 5-1 as well. The community's goal was to achieve a 2:26. It seemed doable, but Zach was unable to, and nobody else was particularly close. The community was as active as ever, but with no records being set, a big opportunity was going to waste. So, in an attempt to get the game a new world record, the community decided to organize one more big event. It was going to be another 4-day break the record session.
Damn!
But instead of the game's top 4
this community gets events all the time.
This time they expanded it to the top 10. 10 runners, 4 days, and a goal time of 2:26. Even with this many runners, nobody knew for sure if a new record would be set. But one thing that
Do you know where you are, Wolfgang? I'm gonna give you like one more chance to just like make sense, please. Thank you.
Out was that there would be a lot of movement on the leaderboards. Zach and Roadhouse were in first and second place, and they were the favorites to lower the record. Just behind them were Bacon Soda and Bricko. Still,
yeah, our options are either I organize something or Speed Gaming organizes something. And in both cases, it's not so great.
Their personal bests ranged from Zach's 2:27 down to a 2:33. But all of them knew that they had a serious chance to move up on the leaderboard. Let the world record attempts begin. Zach and E Roadhouse may have been in the best positions to lower the record.
Can I get
but
timed out?
Fourth place runner
Sure, bud.
Rico
I
got
got
the
you.
first good chance. Just hours into day
Since
one,
you asked so kindly,
he had a run with a best
here's 5
possible
minutes.
time of 2:25.46 into episode 3. There was still a ways to go,
Just
but
for
it
you,
was
bud.
easily
I got you.
on world record pace. Unfortunately, a poor episode 3 cost him the record.
No, sometimes you just
but
gotta
he
call
still
somebody
got
out and be like, yo,
2:27.47.
can you please stop being weird? And that's all it takes.
This was good enough for second place.
Or just
It
tell
was
someone
a
like, hey, just
big
read the room, you
motivator
know?
for the rest of the group, especially for the recently demoted to third place.
How's the cat doing? I think they're sleeping in the other
Toward the
room.
end of day one, both he and Zach found themselves on record pace into 5-5. But DV2 would strike again. E Roadhouse finished with a 2:28.25, and Zach got a 2:27.45. Zach's time was faster than every runner on the leaderboard, except for his own record. Day 1 had come and gone, and despite movement from some top runners, no new records were set. Day 2 featured a couple PBs from runners in the top 10. Wee Super got a 25-second PB cut, and Senor moved from 5th to 4th place. But for most
I'm
of
interested
the day,
in this.
none
Howdy
of the top
DB
runners
and
got
chat.
anything on world
How
record
you all
pace.
doing today?
Then,
Hey, what's up,
late in the
Toshiro?
night,
Thank you so much for the
after
bits. That's
most
very,
runners
very
were
kind of
done
you.
for the day,
Happy holidays,
Zach
everybody.
had a run with 2:27.11 potential into 5-5. But of course, he still had to get
Random ass
DV2,
fireworks? Oh no.
and he actually did it first try. This was the best chance of the event. He had one tough trick to go, door clip. And unfortunately, he couldn't get it. He
Oh.
lost over 20 seconds and finished with a 2:27.38. The best time of the event so far, but still no world record. Day 3 featured several more
Where's
promising
the
runs
timer
from
at?
Zach.
Okay, in an
He
hour from
achieved
now,
numerous 2:27s,
just as a heads
but
up,
none were low enough to beat the record.
every 4 hours that we lose on the timer, I'm gonna take like a 30-minute break just to preserve my hands and to like be able to, you know, be coherent throughout the 24 hours, just as a heads up. So in 59 minutes, we're gonna take like a 30-minute break.
There was a bit of movement from
We'll still be
lower
watching
ranked
stuff, but I
runners,
just won't be
as
grinding
It's
during that
Jared
time.
moved from 10th to 8th place. But as
I
day
might
3
also,
was coming
you know,
to a
walk away
close,
from the stream,
the
get some
record
food, stuff like
remained at
that.
Zach's 2:27.19. Time was starting to run out. The game's
Just as a heads
top
up.
runners had gotten close, but nobody had been able to break through. But then, toward the
Yeah,
end
I've been
of
mashing
day
buttons
3,
this entire time.
those
pretty much.
runners would get a bit of extra motivation.
I'm very lightly
With
pressing the
all
buttons,
this
though.
attention
It's one of
on
the
LEGO Star Wars speedruns,
one of the reasons I'm using this controller is because these are Sanwa buttons and they are very light action. Like I don't have to press the button like hardly. You could just barely tap the button and you can get the input to come out. So it makes it so I'm not like destroying my fucking hands. I'm gonna be taking
new
lots of breaks.
strategy
If
was
I had
found
a
in the
turbo
Grievous
controller, I would
fight.
use it, but I don't.
Before, Grieve Cheese could be used to get a quick kill, but it was inconsistent.
I'm trying to
as he
press
would
the buttons as
randomly block
light
your
as
shots.
possible.
But by switching your resolution to 800 by 600 instead
sorry.
of 1920 by 1080,
Resolution jank?
the quick kill becomes much more consistent.
What?
On average, you save 10 to 15 seconds.
That would be like if you stretched
This
the
wasn't
screen
an
and so
enormous time
the
save,
game got more
but it
consistent.
was enough to give these
Hold on.
runners a pretty big boost.
Speedrun strats? Hold on. Hold on. Yo? All right. Yo, I'm actually going faster now. Yo, this is crazy. Oh my god, this is hurting my eyes. Oh my god, it hurts my brain. Oh shit. Alucard thick as fuck.
Yet still, day 3 came to a conclusion.
Resolution jank is so
and
funny.
no world records were
Gotta
set.
give him the secret boots. True. Yeah, true.
24 hours to go.
This is the fastest leveling
the
for
first
absorbing
3
blood,
days,
which is specifically
neither
what we're
Zach
trying to do.
nor E Roadhouse had set a PB, but Zach certainly had the better chances of the two. He set numerous 227s, and with the new time save on Grieve Cheese, He was in position to get a record if he could just get there again. But on the evening of day 4, it was Roadhouse who found himself ahead of the record after episode 6. After utilizing the new strategy and having a nice start to episode 5, he remained in the lead heading into 5-5. This was the level that caused Zach to miss the record so many times in the last 3 days.
Upcoming, try the
Roadhouse
Reborn mod of
clutched it
Symphony of the Night. It's insanely
He got
difficult.
a
I
first
don't know
try
what that
DD2,
is.
and entering 5-6,
I can look into it,
his best
sure.
possible time was 2:26.40. Roadhouse was one level away from getting a 2:26.
Thanks for the recommendation.
He needed to get door clip, and he did, after wasting about 20 seconds. The run was now teetering on the line of
699
being
damage
a
now.
226 or a 227. And in the end, the run finished.
Am I gonna take a
as
nap? Maybe I might. I might take like a 30-minute
227.03.
nap for one of my breaks.
It wasn't a 226, but
I have
it
coffee
was
as
a
well.
world
I'm pretty
record.
prepared today, guys.
It had
I appreciate the
taken over
concern, though.
3 days, but the world record had finally been achieved. And interestingly, at the exact same time, Zach was on a run in episode 3. Entering 5-5, this run too had potential to get a 226. It was a chance to take the record right back. But his final 2 levels weren't good enough.
No sleep, gang.
He finished with a 227.
What are you talking about, Fran? You're 40. You're not
If
allowed
he
to
had
miss
set
out on
this
sleep.
time
You'll
an
literally
hour
disintegrate
earlier,
into dust and
it
die.
would have been record. But he was
You're
too
so
late.
ancient and decrepit.
And with the
That's
event
not good for
winding
you.
down, it was shaping up to be a pretty disappointing few days for Zach.
I'm joking, by the way.
He had
This is
done
a joke.
attempts for 4
You
days
can do whatever you
straight,
want. You have bodily
and
autonomy.
not only was there no 226,
You have mania issues?
but he had
Ah.
lost his world record
That's
in the
understandable.
process. Runs continued
No
on
shit,
for
it's
the
no good
next
for me.
couple hours, but the event had a hard cutoff of 11 p.m. to get your last run started. And as the last few seconds before the deadline ticked away, Zach was on the main menu. Maybe he shouldn't even bother starting another run. He had done hundreds of attempts over the past few days.
What's the
and
plan if we
no
get 999 before
226
24
had
hours?
come
That
out of
likely
it.
will not happen.
Once I'd lost record,
But I'll just
I
keep
was like,
streaming
okay,
and we'll just find
I
something
lost
else to do.
record. I no longer have a streak of records. It is what it is. That's totally fine. But I really wanted to win BTR, and I didn't want to go out on the note that I had, which was like multiple choked records in the event in previous days. Obviously, I wanted the record back. Obviously, I wanted to win the event. But getting the first 226 was still like the priority in my mind.
So, with just 8 seconds to go, Zach started his final
the dude
run of
from
the event.
the wait,
and
what?
in doing so,
That left the server because he never wanted to share any code. What are you talking about?
he joined 6 other runners who were in the middle of their own final runs.
And I was like, this run has to finish. There is no world where I reset here.
Thanks.
Because
Yeah, no
even
problem,
if it doesn't
Subliminal.
PB,
Welcome
I have
back
to get
from your
through this
timeout.
run no matter what. Once I started that run, I was like, I
The
know I can't
Muramasa
do it.
grind
I
takes
didn't
like
think I would,
50
but I
in-game
know I did.
hours.
During
It was
every
estimated to
cutscene,
take
I would be
100
looking at
in-game
the
hours,
restream
but
and seeing who
we've
was-
been
who was
making
on a
really
run.
good time.
And I saw that Ginger was on a really good run, and the reason I noticed this was only because I could hear the commentary, and the commentary was just like losing their minds. They were like, I can't believe that Ginger is like on this insane run right now. And I was like, this must be really good for how much the commentary is talking about it.
Sure enough, it was insane. Ginger was the game's 7th place runner, with a personal best of 2:31.59. But with his back to the wall, at the very end of the event, he had somehow mustered a run on world record pace into episode 5, 4 minutes ahead of his PB.
Ginger has this capability sometimes to just play insane. He's an anomaly. He can sometimes just pull something out that you've never like even thought was possible. And I knew that it was actually a realistic possibility that he would get record and even maybe the first 226 just with that run.
Was this really happening? The 7th place runner jumping straight to world record? Well, Ginger had an up and down last few levels, and he finished with a 2:27.51. An enormous PB, and definitely one to be proud of. But
not
it still
the
wasn't the world record.
Oh no.
Meanwhile, while all eyes were on Ginger, Zach had started off on an incredible run of his own.
So we typically talk about a good run as exiting. We pay attention to our episode 4 exit. That marks like around the halfway point in the run. Previously, the best
As
episode 4
advertised,
exit
yeah,
was,
not
I think,
lying
a
about
109.56.
being ginger.
So getting a 109 episode 4 exit was something that had been done, I think, a total of 3 times ever. And so what happened was I got another 109, and that is something that I wasn't even looking for. You don't need a 109 for a 226. You don't even need a 109 for a 225. And that made me a little nervous.
But what happened next was just plain crazy. On one of the game's greatest paces ever.
That's another drink,
Zach
by the way.
proceeded
What
to
happened
play
next
the
is
best
a
episode 6 ever performed.
summoning
now,
salt
this
drink.
was not
by
only
the way.
the fastest pace ever.
Take a
it
shot.
was the
Yeah.
fastest pace ever by over a minute. Zach
Everybody
was in
playing the
position
summoning
to
salt video at home.
demolish the
Video,
world record.
Drink
He
along.
just
at
had to hold it together for the final
Is ginger
2
considered
episodes.
offensive? It depends on the
The run was
context. I wouldn't
pretty
say
much
that it's
insane.
inherently
it kind of bled
offensive.
a little bit of time in episode 3 until I got
You can make
to
anything
the
offensive
infamous
if you're
library skip.
mean-spirited enough, IMO.
When I got there, I prayed to the gods, and those gods did not give me a first try library skip. They did not give me a second try library skip. They did not even give me a 10th try library skip.
Bro, you can't library skip on your... Just buffer this clip. I don't understand. I library skip all the time.
So I ended up losing around 55 seconds on that trick. Now at this point, I was like, okay, this is fine.
This is
I
your world
wasn't
record
happy.
holder?
It's only a minute.
Shaking my ass.
Now that might sound like an insane thing to say. This was such an
Those gosh
insane
darn
run
dragon
that
blood
I
cells.
could afford a minute time loss. So I did lose a minute, and everything was pretty much still in order. I was still way ahead of the record, and out of episode 3, going into episode 5, everything was definitely still set up for me to get a low 226. It was definitely still in the question.
But while Zach was trying to navigate through episode 5, the other players were finishing up their runs. And guess what? EJP Man, PB by over a minute. T-Fresh, PB by 18 seconds. Wii Super, PB by 40 seconds.
And all of this stuff is happening, and I'm on this run, and I'm like, my mind cannot comprehend everything going on. There's 4 people
Summoning Salt is
PBing,
goaded.
and so
That's
in my
storytelling.
mind, I'm like, it's time to focus. So I close
These
the
videos
stream.
are compelling because of the
With
storytelling
all the
alone.
other runners finishing, all eyes were back on Zach. He made his way into 5-5, still ahead of the record by close to a minute.
When you're on pace, this level is the killer. I mean, it's no question. There isn't a level in the game that's even close to this hard. And I get to DB2 skip. And I realize
They
that
end
my
at
hands are
Empire
shaking.
Strikes Back
It's very
because,
hard to
yeah, you can pick
pause
the
buffer
episodes and
while
it
your
lets you
hands are
skip a
doing this the
cutscene
whole
at the
time.
end.
So I have this this thing that I usually tell myself. I'm like, you can be nervous later, but now you have to hit the trick. I get the trick 3rd try, which is effectively my first actual attempt at the trick. DB2 skip definitely, I would say, is a harder trick, but DB3, when the pressure is on, when the nerves are setting in, is just brutal. So I miss it once, and I'm like, that's fine. But when I miss it twice, that's when I start to get a little concerned. I think I missed it 6 times before I finally got it, and at that point, I was like, uh-oh, this is gonna be close. The Best Spin opening cutscene is over a minute long, and I think that is interesting. You get almost 2 minutes to sit there and be ready, you know, to prepare. The whole time, I was not
Reframe
preparing.
trick, by the
I was
way,
sitting
yeah.
there, shaking, being nervous out of my mind, and my heart was beating super fast. I could not stop thinking about what was going to happen. I kept telling myself, you can do this, you can do this, you can do this, and I don't think it was helping.
The toughest trick in 5-6 is Door Clip. It was a trick that killed many runs over the years. But this run was perhaps more important than any before. Zach made his way through 5-6, and miraculously, he got Door Clip right away. This was it. He had some leeway, and as he entered the last room of the run, he was in position to get a massive record.
So I enter the end platform, and I look at my timer, and I'm like, I can probably do this. So I get there, and I'm killing the stormtroopers, and it's going a lot worse than it usually does. I should have absolutely been cementing like a low 226 5x here, and I was actually starting to lose a lot more time than I thought. And I took a very bad death. I killed no stormtroopers, it just died, which is just a flat 2 seconds. And I was like, okay, now I'm cutting it really close. So I kill the last guy, I look at it, and I literally just say, please, 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 my God, please. I didn't know what to do besides just pray. I hit the door, I looked at the timer, 2:26:59.7. I was at first in disbelief for about half a second, and then I lost my mind. I could not believe it. I was just so proud of myself to finally get the 2:26. The amount of emotions running through me were just unbelievable. I couldn't believe it.
What a crazy run.
The 2:26 was incredible. The culmination of Zach's and others' efforts since the start of the year. But it wasn't the end of the road for LEGO Star Wars speedruns.
I mean, yeah, dude lost like
there was still
2.5
room for
minutes.
improvement, as a lot of time was bled in episodes 3 and 5.
Yeah.
So, even in the few months after the event, there's been a lot of record improvements. Just a few days after the event ended, Zach lowered the record by another 21 seconds, largely from cleaning up the final 2 episodes.
Yeah.
He'd then lower the record down to the world's first 2:25,
Yeah.
thanks in part to
Makes
a new
sense.
strategy in 5-4 by EJP Man. Meanwhile, both E Roadhouse and Ginger Legend were getting close. E Roadhouse had a couple runs that barely missed record due to a missed skip, and Ginger Legend had taken his PB down to a mid-226. Of those 3 runners, Zach would have the most success in the following few weeks, ultimately lowering the record to the first 224. But that's not who holds the record today. That honor goes to E Roadhouse, a 224.43. This record featured a fairly slow first 4 episodes, but had the strongest final 2 episodes ever in a run. That's where the world record stands today. To most, LEGO Star Wars is a game that you played 10 years ago for fun, then never touched again.
True, that's
it was
me.
a neat
Literally
distraction
me.
and a source of nostalgia, but in the
Literally
end,
me.
LEGO Star Wars was a game of the past. But to this dedicated group of speedrunners, this game is so much more than that. They've been able to extract thousands of hours of enjoyment, creating
I heard that
rivalries and
Zach set a new
friendships
world
that have
record as soon as this
lasted
vid came
years.
out.
They've given the game a renewed boost of popularity years after its heyday.
That's
And over the
that's
course of the
disrespectful to
decade,
Summoning Salt.
This is how they've lowered its world record.
When Summoning Salt makes a video about your game, you should just
Thanks
stop
for
doing
watching.
record attempts for like at least a month. Let the video be useful.
If you
and
enjoyed the video,
accurate for like a
please
month,
consider
okay?
subscribing. It really helps
Come
me
on.
out. Thanks.
Oh, great video. That deserves a like. Smiley face for the algorithm. Comment. Oh, what a good video.
September 1994. Nintendo of Japan.
Oh shit!
Development of
Spoilers!
Super Mario 64 begins.
Spoilers for one of our later videos. Oh baby. We're saving that for later. We're saving that one for later. We have a few videos lined up. There's this one as well as Hum's most recent video. I want to watch this one. It's very short. Oh no. Oh no. What's going on? Am I still live? Can you guys see me? I think my computer is like half broken. Oh. Okay, we're good. What the fuck? Something similar happened earlier where it like my computer was like on the verge of crashing. Yeah, my mouse isn't working properly. What the fuck is happening? Here, let's... What is happening? Okay. If I do this, that still break this? Yes, it does. Okay, cool. I have to... There we go. What in the Fuck was that? Okay, well that just happened. Check temps. Seems... Where the Wait, does CPU-Z not let you check the temps? Oh. Wait, how do I check my temps? I thought this had temperature. HW info a long time ago. I think that was on my old computer. Maybe not. Did I download that? Yeah, I don't have that on this computer. That was weird. I think a Windows update might have broken something, to be honest. My computer is not particularly hot to the touch. I genuinely think it's a Windows update for me having like the window being captured the way that it was. Yeah, I think it's some Windows 11 jank, to be honest. Nothing's maxed out on my task manager now, not even close. My memory's at like less than 50, my CPU's at 10, my GPU's at like 40. Weird. Yeah, I will do that actually in a little bit. Here's a video for you guys to watch. I'm going to use the bathroom real quick. This is The Art of Speedrunning World Record is XX by me, by Humbledon. Humbledon, sorry. It's a fun video.
Okay. What does a world record mean to you?
What does a world record mean to me?
What does a world record mean to me?
What does a world record mean to you?
God damn. What does a world record mean to me?
To me, in shorthand, it means being the best at what you do. However, I think it has a greater meaning of responsibility. If the world record holder is still actively playing the game is probably going to continue to grow and evolve. There are plenty of examples of this in speedrunning, and I'm sure there are examples to the contrary as well. But in my experiences personally, this has always been the case.
A world record's meaning comes from the work you put into that run. I mean, sure, it gives me a sense of pride knowing that what I had just done hasn't ever been done before. That's cool, but the meaning doesn't necessarily come from the world record itself. It comes from having a representation, something to show for all of your hard work.
9 years! It's been 9 years since I held the record.
To me, it means validation. It's proof that someone's the best at what they do, and in a larger sense, it's proof that
hey, look, it's me.
Anyone can achieve anything as long as they set their mind to it. Personally, a record to me is like finally running that time on the track I've been training for. There's a lot of hard work that goes into it that not a lot of people get to see, and that feeling when you cross that finish line and look over at the clock and see that new best time, it's indescribable.
It is done.
World records are stories. There is always a story and a tale to tell behind every world record. You start to realize that it's so much more about the people than it was the record. Sharing the experience of fighting together or against each other. Just kind of experience this pocket of life with somebody, you know? The act of competing with other people, that's what makes it real. And that's what makes it special.
Sometimes you just can't get it off your head. You're in your own world, like you're thinking about this over and over and over. You want this time. Or maybe you're trying to beat this person who you can't seem to topple. They're just better than you, and you want to beat them back. So you do everything in your power to get that run. When it comes down to it, when the fixation is there, all that's on your mind is get that run.
It means like putting something on a pedestal. It's like having a standard. That's what it is. Having a world record is like having a standard. You start running a game and you're like, wow, world record's so good, I'll never beat that. That's the standard. The epitome of human achievement is a world record.
The hottest anything's running is 66 Celsius.
But the crazy thing about it is that it seems so unbeatable. No matter where a world record's at, it always seems so unbeatable, and it's always beatable. Isn't that fucking crazy?
New world record, bitch! Low! One! Done! Ah!
It means like getting into a game and feeling like you'll never be like at that level. If it's like being never good enough.
It was the
feeling
CPU.
Like there's a standard that you'll
was at
never
66.
achieve, and then getting closer and closer and closer to that until one day you wake up in the morning and it's been 9
I'll leave it open,
years,
actually.
and you've achieved it. It's behind you. You've already done it. Now what? Why speedrun if not for arbitrary world record? If not for a little trophy in speedrun.com? You think that's why
The
I do
GPU
it?
is also running at 62.
You'd be sorely mistaken.
Yes! 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 Let's go! Yes! Fuck yes! Let's fucking go, dude! Dude! What about dude, I can't fucking believe it!
I fucking did it.
I just love people popping off at world records. I love this shit.
Yes! 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 Fucking go!
I mean, mine's the best, but
That's it.
short and sweet and to the point, baby. I got the best pop-offs in the business.
No way, boys! Oh my god! Oh shit! Oh my god! Oh, bro! For 3-2! It's over, boys! Let's go! Yes! Ah, yes! Yes! 938! 938! 938.
Yeah, fuck
This is
swearing.
why you never fucking quit, dude. No matter how many runs you choke, no matter how long you have to grind, when you're in the zone, fucking keep on pushing. Push yourself one step further every
I was
fucking
mad
time.
when I got world record.
You never know what you're gonna be capable of.
Angry pop-offs are funny, too. What a video. Nice. All right, what videos did we lose? We lost this one and we lost the Hobbit. We don't want to lose out on those two. Another video by Hum.
In the
By
sport of
Humbledon.
mountaineering, no quotes are more famous than George Mallory's answer when a New York Times journalist asked, "Why do you want to climb Mount Everest?" Mallory was an English mountaineer who took part in the first 3 Mount Everest expeditions in the early 1920s. During those missions through the Himalayas, Mallory's team ventured across city-sized glaciers, discovered paths untouched
No, I have
by
the
humans,
Hobbit video
and
again.
climbed record-breaking altitudes where the air was so incredibly thin that they were later
The real
referred
game
to
does not
as
exist.
death zones.
Ooh. Fun.
It remains a mystery if Mallory reached the peak of Everest. The year after the interview, in 1924, Mallory began his final expedition, a mission that ultimately led to his death. His body discovered 3/4 of a century later. His story swallowed by the massive beast.
This is a speedrunning video.
Mallory
God
was
damn.
inexplicably drawn to the mountain. His love of mountaineering led him to the Himalayas, but something indescribable motivated him to continue. And even if he had that newspaper filled front to back with stories of his adventures, it wouldn't be enough to capture it. That's why, as he sat 7,500 comfortable meters closer to the sea, posed with summarizing his motives for climbing the world's tallest mountain, Mallory simply said, "Because it's there." Wait a second, isn't this video about Crash Bandicoot? Released in October 1997, Naughty Dog decided to make a game that didn't suck. This is the first sentence you'll see on the Speed Demos archive entry for Crash Bandicoot 2, Cortex Strikes Back.
That's cute.
And while it's a lighthearted jab directed at the first game in the series, it definitely holds some weight.
I'm excited to watch the
snappier
Hobbit
game
video
mechanics,
again. I haven't seen
more
it in a
level
long
variety,
time.
more secrets to uncover, and a story with in-game cutscenes. But it never clicked.
Jury
with me
is
the
out if
same
Crash
way
1
that
is
Crash
good.
1 did.
No, the jury is not out. Crash 1 is fucking bad. Crash 1 is a bad video game. It's a bad video game that came out at the right place at the right time. That's the only reason it exists. It is bad. Crash 2 is fine. Crash 3 is still my favorite. This is The Many Peaks of Crash Bandicoot 100%, The Art of Speedrunning by Humbledon. If you want to watch this yourself, drop a like, feed the comments, feed the algorithm. Hum deserves it. Dude's honestly, a content creator that has a criminally low subscriber count considering the quality of his work. CTR is god tier. CTR is the best kart racing game ever made, in my opinion.
I think it's because Crash
Followed shortly behind Mario Kart DS. Mario Kart DS is second best. Crash Team Racing is first best.
2 setting feels like a video game. Each level is housed in this mysterious tower of portals. Going through one whisks Crash away to a level that feels curated for him. The game heavily encourages the player to collect all the crystals and gems throughout the game.
I have like
through
2
its
separate water
cutscenes
bottles
and
so that way I don't have to get up to
prominent
get water as
indentations
often.
of each portal.
I've never
Crash
played Diddy
1
Kong Racing, but I don't
doesn't
care.
feel
It's
like this.
bad because I said so.
3 islands seem to exist on their own, regardless of our decision to complete them. Insanity Island is home to a tribe that only sees Crash as a pest to shoo away. Wampa Island's abandoned cities and temples aren't built for Crash to explore, but are simply remnants of a civilization.
Crash 1 is like
overtaken by the
a
island's fauna.
tech demo
Hell,
slash
Vortex Island has
concept
an
video
entire
game, not like a
operation that's
full-fledged
functioning quite
release,
well
in my opinion.
just before you burn it to the ground. Nabbing the optional
It's way
gems
more
in
like an
both
NES
games is the
platformer
same
that's
requirement.
in
Just
3D
break
than it
every
is like an
box within
actual
the level.
PlayStation game.
However, while Crash 2 maintains your box count if you die,
Yeah, exactly.
Crash 1 just sends that shit to the Shadow Realm. These levels aren't going to do you any favors. They aren't here to encourage you to complete them, they just exist. You could have the end of the level in your sights, a single hop away from victory, only to have all of that progress wiped away.
Bro, you fucked that
swallowed
jump
by the
so bad.
unforgiving maw of whatever pit you just fell down. And this is the big difference between the 2 games for me. Where Crash 2 begs to be completed,
Gather the gems!
Crash 1
Gather the
doesn't.
gems!
You complete Crash 1 because it's there.
What's up, Cosmic? Welcome. Should have zigzag harder. Just destroy your controller. Duh. Zigzagging is a very dumb speed tech thing that exists, but it's so funny that it exists. No, Crash 1 is just Dark Souls.
Before we
platformer.
dive into
Everybody
the
knows
speedrunning
that.
history of Crash 1, I want to share what a full completion of the game entails. So let's take a look at the intended
The song
route.
is goated. Love the music. Rotator cuff surgery.
Crash 1
Ooh,
has a
snap.
total of 27 levels and 6 bosses.
Hope it went
Levels
well.
follow a linear path leading from the start of Insanity Island to the peak of Cortex Island, with 2 secret levels branching off the main path. Each level has a gem that can be collected if the player breaks every box without dying, with 6 levels containing special color gems. These unique gems unlock platforms in other levels, providing passage to previously inaccessible areas. While Insanity Island holds the easiest batch of levels, nearly all of them require level revisits. Jungle Rollers needs the green gem to access these 3 boxes. The Great Gate uses the yellow gem to skip over the exit level portal into a new area. Upstream has 3 boxes locked away by the orange gem, with 1 being under this log bridge, and 2 in this section beyond the exit level portal. Rolling Stones requires the blue gem to access a hidden zone in this pit, and Native Fortress has a hidden area in the clouds that requires the red gem. The remaining levels, Insanity Beach, Boulders, and Hog Wild,
This
can
is
all be
a
completed right away,
speedrun perspective
totaling
on
3
Crash
gems.
2, yes. But this is currently Crash 1, comparing Crash 1 to
Wampa
Crash
Island
2.
has a few revisits as well. Road to Nowhere uses a red gem to access
Sorry,
a
Crash
small
1.
area to
I'm
the
stupid.
right of the main path, as well as a zone behind the exit level portal. And Boulder Dash has a secret exit at the bottom of this pit that requires the purple gem to access.
My brain is already
Every other
turning to
level
mush, and
can be
we've only been
completed on their
streaming
first
for
go.
3 hours.
However,
3.5
new
hours.
players will notice a significant difficulty spike at this point in the run. Up the creek, the Lost City, Temple Ruins, and Sunset Vista can all be knocked out, with the Lost City giving us the green gem, putting us now at 6 clear gems and 1 colored gem.
Turning to mush,
Cortex
true, it's
Island is
been
where the
mush.
pieces fall into place as we collect the 5 remaining colored gems.
Well,
The
YouTube
second
does.
level, Cortex Power, has a forked path requiring the blue gem, so we can't quite finish that one yet. And Lights Out is our access to the purple gem, but we'll need
I've
to
always
wait
been
until
interested
we
in
have
Crash
the
1
yellow gem
speedruns,
to
but I never
complete
want to
it.
play this game myself
We'll
because
make
it
our
is
way
miserable
through
to
each
play.
level, grabbing the orange gem and the generator room, the blue gem and toxic waste.
I know
the
how to
red
take care
gem
of
and
myself.
slippery
I'm still
climb,
alive,
and
huh?
The yellow gem and
That's
the
taking
lap.
care of me.
Along the way, we'll also clear
I
out
still
heavy
exist.
machinery, the high road, Jaws of Darkness,
That's
and
all that
castle
matters.
machinery. This puts us at 10 clear gems and 5 colored gems. With most of the Infinity Stones in our pockets, we can now backtrack to the start of the game to clean up those level revisits. Oh, and I forgot to mention the Cortex tokens found in Sunset Vista and Jaws of Darkness. Collecting 3 of these tokens
You don't need a
works into
brain
a special bonus stage.
to
Completing these
live.
bonuses
Come on
provides
now.
keys to unlock 2 secret levels, Whole Hog and Fumbling in the Dark. We'll need to complete these levels during the
Dude,
revisits
fuck the
as
dark
well.
levels in Crash.
This will put us at a total of 9 revisits and 2 secret levels to clean up the rest of the game. Alright, and that's it. We have all of the collectibles, and our completion percentage
This is a funny
at
bit.
100%, so we are
I like
ready to
that.
face off against Cortex.
That was cute.
Funny enough, we actually don't need to beat the final boss at all. With 26 gems in our possession, we unlock a secret exit in the Great Hall. Hopping along the 20 clear gem platforms, we reach the secret ending of Crash 1, escaping Cortex Island with Crash's girlfriend on the back of a giant bird. Beautiful.
Nice.
The early stage of a speed game's
What a good
history
song,
is
holy
typically
shit.
one of reconnaissance. It's a fruitful era where so much is left uncovered and the thrill of discovery is matched by massive amounts of progress.
Is that Kane
Crash
Apache?
1 got its start in early 2012.
That's my dude.
Just as Twitch streaming was beginning to take off. And it's here that we'll see our first runner go from completing the game for the first time ever to getting a world record in the category. His name is Kane of Paki.
Let's go, Kane.
Pachi? Paki? Whatever, just start the music.
Kane's my dude. He has the most jank PS1 collection of all time. Actually, not the most jank, but up there.
When I first started, streaming and speedrunning, like I've got no reference for what I should do, so it was completely freeform, and I never 100% the game before I did it on stream. And then speedrunning was just, all right, start a timer and let's do it again.
What a Giga Chad, dude. Learning strats? Nah, just start a timer and play the video game.
As his time improved. First, his goal was to beat a 146, a time set by a runner named Samurai Man in one of his only runs of the category. Then it was to get a sub 130.
Damn, Samurai Man
Then
ran
a
this?
sub 125. Kane was cashing in a game full of untapped potential. The first, of course, was simply knowing what to do throughout the game. That alone cut a few hours off of his time.
Nah, fuck routing.
As a solo
Just do
adventurer,
runs.
Kane had the
Smile.
luxury of pushing the game's record at his own pace.
How much time does
As
it
Kane's
take to get full
confidence
stacks?
improved,
For Muramasa, it is I found an estimate online that it takes 100 hours. We are about, in-game time-wise, we are 26 hours in, and I'm giving myself another 20 hours, so.
a new record was
We'll
always
see if we
ripe
get it
for
or
the
not
picking.
in, like, 45 hours. We might not get to max level, even after streaming for 24 hours today.
Finally, that is the new world record by 149 over my previous times.
Ultimately, this first grind would end with the 121.
It's an RPG, routing's required, just play the video game, Smile.
2012.
No,
A
that's
few
fair.
days later, Kane submitted this run to Speed Demo's archive, where it sits to this day.
Let's go,
Two
SDA.
highlights for this run were level revisit skips that were known for several years, found in Jungle Rollers and The Great Gate.
Should I submit my
As mentioned
SotN time to
earlier, Crash has
SDA?
a total of 9 intended
Do they still take
revisits.
submissions?
Each time a level can be completed without a revisit,
That would be
a
funny.
runner's looking at a minute or more of time save. Needless to say, these skips are pretty hard to pass up. In Jungle Rollers, the 3 boxes are conveniently already loaded.
Oh, trust me,
in.
I got plenty of coffee.
By landing on the second layer of these stacked boxes, you can jump onto this ledge. Next, a jump towards
Only one way
this
to find
off-screen
out, true.
bouncy crate brings Crash close enough to the boxes that they'll break automatically, provided you're in third mask form. The camera in Crash is on rails and can only be triggered to go up the tower by stepping on the green gem, so this has to be done off camera. But once you get a feel for the movement, it's really not that bad.
Yeah, doing that all
The Great
fucking
Gate, however,
blind is crazy.
is a
Oh,
different beast.
this skip is crazy.
The Great Gate's secret zone is hidden just past the exit level portal.
I'll just send a
normally
VHS recording,
requiring a set
true.
of yellow gems to access. Luckily, if you can get to the other side, the camera will actually follow you without the yellow gems. The biggest issue is finding a way over. The portal itself is a perfect platform, but there's the small issue of getting warped out as soon as you touch it. But we do have a workaround. The portal's hitbox doesn't extend to the
Dude.
very edge of the platform, so
These-
Crash can land on this tiny
these visuals
edge
are crazy.
without warping out. If you jump and land on the right edge, and then quickly jump again to land on the left edge, you'll be
There
close
must be
enough
some
to
sort
reach
of
the other side.
level viewer
A minute of time save
for Crash
hinging
games,
on
huh?
2 nearly pixel perfect jumps. Being the third level, Great Gate Skip was early.
You know
in
what's
the run.
funny? It's like, oh no, these 2 pixel perfect jumps exist in Crash. It's like, bro, in order to beat Crash like casually, you have to do pixel perfect jumps because this game is designed like bullshit. So it's pretty par for the course, IMO.
And attempting the trick never hurt to go for. If you failed, you just exit the level, watch the missed boxes cutscene, and revisit the level later. But if
Pretty
you
much.
got it, you had to hold on to that run for dear life. Great Gate Skip was the last piece Kane implemented in his first grind in the category. Adding it changed the dynamic of his attempts, with many runs failing to get past the early game. But his
Yup.
perseverance would pay off with the run that would serve as the foundation for where the game would eventually go.
Yup.
Following his SDA submission, Kane took a short break from the category. During this time,
I
he
love this
created a
song.
few resources that would help build a community of runners. He created a leaderboard for Crash, Spyro, and Ape Escape to encourage competition. And to aid newcomers interested in running Crash, he created a
Dude, Hum
knowledge
has
base with all the
great sense
information
of
that was
music
known at the time.
for his videos.
These additions,
I'm
coupled
gonna
with
steal like
growing
every
site
song
groups,
he's ever put in a
served
video.
as the foundation for the budding PlayStation 1 speedrunning scene.
So I've talked about this before on stream, but real quick, I just want to talk about the idea of PlayStation speedrunning scene. The PlayStation speedrunning scene is this weird, nebulous, amorphous, just blob of a concept that doesn't really make sense because PlayStation as a brand identity, specifically PlayStation 1, is not nearly as uniform amongst the like fans of the console as opposed to like Nintendo consoles in particular, especially of the time, people who play N64 games, there's just a lot more shared camaraderie amongst other N64 titles, because when you owned an N64, your options were to play either the bad N64 games or like the 3 good ones, because the library was so small on the N64. Whereas for PlayStation 1, the library of PlayStation 1 games that were actually good is massive. There's a reason why the PlayStation speedrunning community here is referring to like just 3 games, Crash, Spyro, and Ape Escape. But in reality, there's all sorts of like speedrunning communities that surround PlayStation games. Obviously, Symphony of the Night. Obviously, fucking Resident Evil games. Silent Hill. Fucking Metal Gear Solid. Like massive PlayStation exclusive games that have speedrunning scenes. It's just that the PlayStation scene doesn't like, you know, like they're there, but they're not there. It's weird. It's a very weird experience to be a part of.
2013. Kane leapt back into 100% runs after spending a few months with the any percent category. The shorter length allowed Kane to play more risky with his movement. Most notable was a heavier emphasis on a piece of movement tech called zigzagging.
Any zigzags? Any zigzaggers in chat?
Crash's movement speed has a few different states. Base running speed, or simply
there
holding
is
the
a
direction
level
you
of
want to
camaraderie
go,
that exists
is
amongst the
unsurprisingly
PlayStation
the
Nation.
slowest.
Don't get me wrong, it's just
This
weird.
base running speed
Get
can
the world
be
record in
increased
jumping
by
flash?
spinning,
Hell no.
but it has limits.
How the fuck am I gonna get the world record from Joester? I'm pretty sure Joester still has it. No, those people are actually good at video games. I just play the game that nobody else plays. That's how I
Each
get
time
world
you
records.
spin, it takes 2 seconds for that spin to recharge. Crash has a maximum of 5 spins banked at all times. This means you can exhaust all 5 spins before any of them are recharged. While in the air, however, the zigzag has its chance to shine. By alternating diagonals on the D-pad corresponding to the direction you want to go, Crash will move at speeds faster than just holding a single direction.
Yep.
For example, if Crash is moving forward, you'd alternate up left and up right as fast as you can.
It's essentially
while in the air.
vectoring. You're adding the
This
vectors
movement
together.
can be done on each frame, single-handedly shattering the movement ceiling in this game. Zigzagging was known about for some time, but wasn't used much in Kane's 121.25, opting instead to use the third mask form as often as possible. Third mask form seems to be a great option on the surface. It increases your base running speed, it breaks boxes automatically, and it makes you invincible. The downside, however, is zigzagging and spinning no longer have that same influence on speed. Consider it a high floor, low ceiling solution. By combining spins on the ground with zigzags in the air, Kane was able to make it through levels much faster. But doing this wasn't easy. Kane only used zigzagging where he was comfortable. Some directions are easier than others. You can try it out for yourself and see. So during his return, we'll still see heavy use of the third mask form as a consistent option. Kane could also use zigzagging to cover larger distances during jumps, allowing him enough distance on the Great Gate Skip to eliminate the first pixel-perfect edge jump. It was still a run killer, but hey, at least the pixel-perfect jumps required were cut in half, right?
Yeah, I'm not gonna zigzag. I would never do that.
There it is.
The first record back would be a 1:20.29. There were still several mistakes in this run.
Come on, turtle.
A death in the high road was worse than the one in his 121.25,
Oh my gosh.
and he accidentally went to the bonus in Toxic Waste.
Oh no.
But overall, his movement improved enough to forge ahead despite these mistakes. A couple months later, Kane would break
I just
another
love the
minute
quality
barrier
of
with a
old microphones and
1:19.14.
old streams.
Luckily, in this run, he was able to save the 50
Oh, is
seconds
that
in the high
W
road by
split?
not dying.
Oh.
But an unfortunate death
I
in
love
Sunset
W
Vista
split.
earlier basically
I'll never use it,
negated
but
any of that
goddamn.
time save. This run pulled ahead due to minor optimizations that Kane was adding into his run. He was using the invincibility
God,
frames
that's some
during spins to
nostalgia.
pass through active spears in the temple levels.
If you
He skipped
speedran using
some
W
turtles
split,
to
you
cross
are
steps
eligible
could
for
make
retirement
zigzags in the
funds.
bridge levels, and he sped up the factory piston sections by spinning to the side of them. Overall, his increased
It's more so just
confidence and
nostalgia.
occasional
Like,
zigzag use
I was streaming and speedrunning around this time where everybody was like doing this out of the understanding that the reason you're streaming your speedruns is because that's just what the community did. There's a way to add legitimacy and like camaraderie amongst the community. Whereas now people, for the most part, like myself included. Like I don't stream necessarily to do speedruns and to legitimize my speedruns and to be a part of a community. I stream as a job. So it's very, very different. And it's very nostalgic for me to look back at times where things just felt a lot simpler. You were streaming for the, you know, the fun of it and not for necessarily like a bunch of views or money or anything like that. And that, you know, that specific microphone is a very similar microphone, I'm pretty sure, to what I used to use. W-Split is the, you know, speedrunning program that everybody used to use back in the day. So it's just nostalgic to see. I also used to watch Kane's stream as well when he was doing runs of 100%. So, exactly.
Allowed for better cycles throughout, including a particular cycle on Castle Machinery that would save him 9 seconds in the 119, but seemed to have no pattern as to when the cycle would actually work out. This was the first moments of Crash 1 being pushed beyond a simple showcase, and it was clear from Kane's return that he had improved enough to knock his SDA submission down by a few minutes. But with 100% being so unforgiving, it always felt like the record would leave something on the table. In the early stages of a speed game, you'll often see times improving rapidly. Part of the reason for this is
like streaming as
talented
a
runners
job?
are slowly gaining confidence with their movement. Unfortunately, another combination.
If your goal is to stream as for a job, it does change your perspective a lot. You have to really want to improve at your personal skills, your social skills, your presentation skills. Like those are very, very important. These are things I still need to work on as well. Like I think my speech pattern could be better. I do a lot to pause and say like and stuff like that. I rely heavily on those. It's not the end of the world if you do, but you know, the more charismatic you can be, the better. And also, if you plan on actually growing as a streamer, you should make sure to prioritize creating content outside of streaming as much as possible, because growing as a streamer is not possible by just purely streaming. No, funny enough, most streamers I know are actually introverts, but they're not just purely introverted. It's more so like, can you manage your energy levels on a stream? Because I'm by no means extroverted. I'm definitely more introverted than anything else. It's just that like when you're on stream, it's more of a performance and less so anything else. And then managing your energy of that performance. Because I'm so drained after streaming. Every single time I finish streaming and I'm like, bro, I just want to take a nap. It's very energy intensive for me because it is so much social, you know, experience and stuff. Speedrunning and content creation are two different skills that sometimes overlap. Kind of. I don't think they overlap that much. I think most speedrunners are very bad at creating content. I think most content creators are very bad at speedrunning. But there are few people that will try and overlap the two. I think I'm bad at content creation and I'm better at speedrunning, personally. But I want to get better at content creation, and I kind of don't give a shit if I'm better at speedrunning anymore. I've already kind of proven everything that I've wanted to. Yeah, projecting your voice for 2 hours does get draining. You learn to project your voice as well. The more that you stream. Like, the difference between how I used to sound in old videos versus now. Like, let me just pull one up for example. I mean, this video.
Hello, this is Dragon Blitz, and I wanted to make a short video explaining how
I sound so timid and so, like, you know, reserved.
to use the Castlevania Symphony
I'm basically,
of the
like,
Randomizer
talking
tool
like this.
developed by Wild Mouse.
This is how you do... Because that's just like a normal speaking voice if you're just speaking to yourself. You know what I mean? Whereas now, I actually project my voice as if I'm speaking to, like, a room of people. Versus
First
just
thing you're going
speaking
to
to, like,
need is-
one person individually. That's kind of the difference. You're speaking as if you're speaking to a room of people versus speaking to, like, one person.
You're going to want to have a ROM file of Symphony.
Yeah. And this was 2 years ago. So, like, it's also a different microphone, but, you know, whatever.
Issue is what I like to refer to as the speedrunning seesaw. It was common during this stage for Kane to get a strong run, only to have a few splits muck it up. Levels like Sunset Vista and the High Road always seemed to trip him up whenever he was on a good pace. An optimist might see this massive time loss as a favor for future attempts, or time saved for next run. However, as that massive time save comes in, the speedrunning seesaw falls to the other direction, and the runner loses a comparable amount of time later in the run.
Oh my gosh. Sometimes its hitbox can extend past the screen, and crap like that happens.
But as August 2013 rolled in, Kane would be on a pretty great run.
I would say I don't have that problem, Miserable. I am very honest and I would say I'm too honest. I should honestly put on a mask more when I stream because I am much less palatable because of that. I have lost many, many community members because of my outward-facing personality. Whether it's just people get tired of it or frustrated by it, I've pissed off a lot of people by being too honest. I should put on a mask more often, is where I'm lying right now. And I don't give a shit what people like me for. I don't want people to like the real me. I don't give a shit if people like the real me. Because at the end of the day, you're watching a stream over the internet, and the people who know me in real life can know me in real life, and that's fine. It's just understanding the utility of putting on a performance for the sake of the content. For me, is something that is way more. Yeah, we're at 710. 710. Putting on a performance is a much more what's the word I'm thinking of? It's like a more optimal way to run a stream as opposed to being 100% authentic all the time with zero embellishments, zero filter. That's just going to lead to, I think more problems than not.
He was short on time. One summer
I think it
came
needs to be a
close,
balance,
he would
though.
be focused on finishing his master's degree. Nearing the end of Wumpa Island, he was still at pace with his previous record up to Sunset Vista.
I'm kind of missing the point that you're going for, Talik.
The time save comes in, and the seesaw teeters. A few levels bleed a bit of his lead, with the elusive cycle and castle machinery costing him 9 seconds. Still, he was in a decent lead exiting the lap.
I think my
about
reading
49
comprehension is
seconds
getting the
ahead,
best of me, sorry.
More than enough for one more minute barrier. As he went into the level revisit,
I'm also not
sitting on
afraid
top
to
of
like
a
look like
big
an idiot,
lead,
I guess.
the
That doesn't
nerves
bother
began
me.
to settle in.
Oh, you just don't know any of us IRL. True, that is true.
Only 3 levels left. And one level, Whole Hog, is an auto-scroller. Piece of cake.
When everyone becomes a performer, I'm out. That's fair, yeah. Like I said, I think it's more of like a balance thing. Where if you're too honest, you
The
expose
Whole
yourself
Hog
to a lot of vulnerabilities.
Unpreventable glitch that sometimes happens,
And it limits
even
your
if you make
growth
contact with
in
the
some
box,
ways, depending
causing
on your
an instant
personality.
30 seconds of time loss. It seemed that the speedrunning seesaw had to make its appearance. It just came a little later than normal. Kane finished this run with a strong showing and fumbling in the dark, despite the pressure. He finished the run with a 1:18.59. He still managed to break into the 1:18s.
Oh, holy crap. That was like 2 frames under 119.
This was
It'd be
going
weird
to
for me
be
to
it
show
for
up to
now.
someone's job and not to be
Despite a
expected
few
to be
issues
treated like a
throughout,
customer.
Kane was
Yeah.
able to demonstrate nearly 3 minutes of improvement with just a better understanding of the game. It was time for Kane to step away for a bit. As 2013 came to a close, the Spyro and Crash community, often referred to as the Sprash community, was rapidly growing. As we'll see, a larger community will give rise to a more competitive record. We're now at spring 2014.
Okay.
I had been involved in
3
the
minutes from
speedrunning
now, I'm going to
community
be
for
taking about a
half year at
30-minute
this
break
point.
for my hand
I
health.
got my start running Spire of the Dragon, and at the time, the community still shared a Skype group with Crash. The two series were pretty
Skype
connected,
group.
much like how Insomniac and Naughty Dog supported each other. Crash 1 was the first game I ever beat as a kid, and the runners made the game look so easy. What the hell, I'll try the run out. Maybe I'll get a top time.
Nope. Why would you do such a thing?
What the fuck?
It didn't go so well.
That's a good
While
clip.
I was pretty bad at the game. I was still interested in watching the top runners. This is when I found
The stick had turbo, but I'm not using the stick anymore. I'm using the UFB. So, yeah. Dude, I should have just bought another cheap, like, $30 Mayflash stick that had turbo. That would have made my life easier. It's fine. I also think it's the true what's it called? The honest gamers will appreciate that I did every button press myself. No automation, no turbo, no cheating, no glitches. Actually, I think I did do Richter skip on this file. But still, no fake gamers here. You thought we were just watching videos? No. I'm grinding Muramasa to the max level. We're currently at 711 attack power, which is pretty high. And I'm about to take a break in a minute here, which means I'm going to go save the game, save our progress. We're going to continue watching videos and chilling while I rest my hands, take a break, grab water, grab food, all that fun stuff.
At the start of 2014, he made the switch from emulator to console, with his goal to achieve a sub-120 time. A time close to the record, but still practical, as he thought the record was probably too difficult to top. To his surprise, he was capable of much more. On February 17th, 2014, he managed a new record with the 1:18:45. Okay, cool,
Nice.
14-second world record. Kane showed that this was possible with his time.
All right,
It was only
break time.
Eventually, somebody would get a run without accidental deaths or with a box glitch. Impressive, sure, but not a big deal. Just watch this.
Fuck.
Whip failed to get the skip,
Oh,
which required him to revisit the level later. He got this new record despite a minute and a half of time loss from this. It was at this moment Whip realized the
Get
game's
fucked,
peak was
console
still
players.
so far away, and he was only just getting started.
My plan is to drink a little bit of coffee. I already had my morning coffee earlier when we started stream. I have another cup of coffee that I have taken 3 sips from. And my goal is to not finish it until we've been live for 8 hours. And then probably take I don't know, another 8 hours with no caffeine, and then that'll be close to the end. And if I need to push through for the final bit, I'll have more coffee. Customers believe that they can demand unreasonable things. Oh yeah, of course. Trust me, I was in customer service a long time. I've heard it all. I've heard it all.
Get right, Crash 1.
Four more months pass. It's August, and Whip is on yet another fireball of a... Wait a second, why does Papu Papu have that much health?
Oh, is this when they discover all the different regional differences?
So it looks like it's about that time in the video
Yeah.
where I have to talk about version differences.
The version differences
Crash
for this
1's
game are
case,
fucking
all three
stupid.
versions have dramatic differences.
They're so dumb.
The PAL version of the game boasts a faster base running speed due to frame rate differences, but is slower in just about every other circumstance.
Mhm.
NTSC-U is the version we've seen so far, and has served runners quite well. But another version, NTSC-J, was different enough that it seemed worth looking into. The Japanese version has a lot of changes. Papu Papu has 5 health instead of 3, which costs 16 seconds. Hog Wild now has the green gem instead of the Lost City, and the Lost City now has the red gem instead of Slippery Climb. This allows runners to complete Road to Nowhere on the first go. Slippery Climb and Sunset Vista swap locations on the map, and the High Road has an entire second half removed. Also, probably the most annoying feature of this version is that sometimes masks will open up a dialog box that needs to be exited with the X button. Despite some little time losses here and there, it was pretty clear that when you added everything together, NTSC-J came out on top for 100%, somewhere in the 1.5 minute range. To see this game to its logical conclusion, it looked like this was the way to go. Whip would finish that fireball of a run in August with a 1:14:37.
Yeah, when I was
but the
a
footage is
supervisor,
no longer
I
available.
would
At the start of the new year,
not
Whip
let
was working on
customers like
one
walk all
final
over
push
me.
for the game.
You just had to.
His 1:14 was fast.
You had to be
but
aggressive in
adjusting
some
for version
regard,
differences,
otherwise
it
they
was
would just
technically
walk all over
slower
you.
than his 1:15. On January 9th, Whip was out of control. Compared to his best performance, each split on this run was as good, if not better.
Dude, stretching feels so good. You guys should stretch. Stretching is great.
As he made his way to the Great Hall, it was looking like he would make history.
There it is.
The 112?
Yep.
Nice, dude.
I'm never playing this again.
Fucking nice.
Whip finished this run with a 1:12:53.
Dude, the era of everybody just doing runs while being in a Skype call.
When this run happened, it felt like a real peak for the game.
If you turn it on its side, it becomes
I remember watching this unfold,
shit.
newly humbled by trying the game out myself, and just thinking, wow, Whip killed 100%. So what did Whip do to push this game forward 6 more minutes? Well, outside of the version difference, it was a shift in how runners focused on the game in general. During Kane's first grind, the run was focused on surviving throughout the run without any major mistakes, just keeping a good pace throughout. There was zigzagging here and there, but most of the time Kane opted to use third mask form where he could instead. Whip cut away a lot of the unnecessary third mask form use. Most of the time masks were used in sections where they'd break boxes faster rather than for safety. He recognized that he could zigzag instead of using the mask form to speed up some sections in the game. And his zigzagging was really that good, and we can see that by comparing to Kane's 1:18:59, where Whip is constantly pulling ahead. Whip certainly felt untouchable at the time.
They stopped
but in
being that
retrospect,
true.
he was just the first to actually pose a real.
Hey, there's something magical about speedrunning the game when you're bad at it and still getting world record. Those times are mostly behind us now for most games, but there's something beautiful about it. How did you get world record? I just didn't die, you know? Like, I just went through the game and I just didn't die. It's like, oh, wow.
Challenge. When I spoke with Whip, he said something that stuck with me. He said, when it comes to speedrunning, it's inevitable that if a time is left on top long enough, someone will be hungry enough to take it down.
I mean, yeah, I'm still bad at SotN.
In the current era of speedrunning, with documentaries abound that demonstrate this, it almost seems obvious. But in 2014, with smaller communities like Crash 1, not many people realized this, so it came as a surprise when a familiar face made his return.
Yup.
In May 2015, Kane completed his master's degree and was ready to jump back into Crash 1. He saw that Whip's riskier movement had a lot of potential, and he was ready to do the same. This competitive push quickly led him to a 1:14:51 on May 6th and a 1:13:10 on May 8th.
Kane go crazy,
As June
dude.
rolls in, it was apparent that Kane was on the path to a new record. Whip set a new standard for this game, and Kane chose to answer with this run. Just a few levels left, and we might see a new record.
It's just because you're 40? True, yeah. If you are 40, you can't world record in the game. Nobody has ever world recorded in SotN while being 40. It's true. No one's done it. It's not possible. Oh my fucking god.
Once again, the box glitch claims another run.
Fuck you,
He still
game.
managed to close this out with a 1:12:53 after retiming, a run just over
Safe
6
strats are
minutes
poison,
faster
true.
than his last world record, but with the same exact glitch. But it was enough for a tied world record. Now, if you were one of the more observant viewers, you might have noticed something. Here, let me pause Kane's screen real quick and share the same screen from Whip's record. Oh, and by the way, could you guys let me know, what is the fastest version of this game by over a minute?
Shut the fuck up, Hum. You
Kane
smug
was not
piece of
only
shit.
able to catch up to Whip's record despite the sizable gap, but also did so on a slower version of the game.
Kane
By
goated.
saving a few seconds on movement for nearly each level, Kane made up for those version differences. And he wasn't quite done yet. Kane finally took back the crown on July 16th with the 1:12:42. And while this run was a bit slower in some sections than his previous run, finally avoiding the box glitch put him ahead enough to claim a new world record. Jumping ahead a bit to November 2015, the speedrunning charity Games Done Quick has released its games list for AGDQ 2016, and Crash Bandicoot 100% by Kane of Paki made the cut. To prepare, Kane de-rested the game, and while he was doing so, managed to squeeze out one more PB before the end of the year with the 1:12:31.
Good run.
That was a good run.
I agree.
2014 and 2015 were big years for Kane, Whip, and Crash 1 as a whole. The game saw its first real batch of competition, and it proved to be fruitful. The game dropping 6 minutes with almost no major changes. Both Kane and Whip saw moments of triumph where their incredible efforts led to new milestones, but it wasn't always perfect. When Whip was initially dethroned by Kane, he felt a sense of embarrassment, as if the 10 to 12 hour daily efforts all added up to nothing. At one point, he even tried to delete his times from the leaderboard, ridding the evidence that they ever happened. He felt like his time was wasted.
Calm down.
This is, of course, not true at all. As of this video, over 4,000 people have climbed to the top of Mount Everest. But without George Mallory's efforts, despite not making it to the top himself, I'm certain that number would be lower. Sure, speedrunning might not have any purpose.
Probably
in the
went
grand
through like
scheme of the
a wee
world,
bit of depression
but
and
the
was like,
efforts
man,
that
my life
Kane and Whip
sucks.
put into this game
I've
were
been there. I've felt like, man, my life is meaningless and all I do is speedrun and I fucking hate myself.
paramount
I've
to
been
getting
there.
the community to where it'll eventually be. And that seems pretty special to me.
And if the only thing you have is
Kane's
being a world record holder and you
1:12:31
put
was
your
the last
entire
record that he
personality
held.
and like existence into that, it can get really rough for sure. Like you have to have things outside of speedrunning that make your life feel fulfilled. Otherwise, you know, if you attach your entire existence to this one thing and it doesn't go well, it's going to suck.
Held in this category.
But
in AGDQ 2016,
it's part of growing up.
He put on a fantastic showcase
Hopefully,
of the category
for most people.
And I'm grateful to have had the opportunity to cheer him on in person.
Time.
Following this run, Kane was interviewed by Spike Vegeta about his future plans, and he mentions this.
What's the plans for 2016? Is it more Crash 100%, other speedrunning plans, full game or not?
I'm definitely a lot of mix of things. So in December, mid-December, probably around the 17th, the current second place runner uploaded his run to YouTube, and he got a run that was about 15 seconds off of my PB with 3 minutes of deaths. So
Wait a second. Do I hear boss music?
Kane was savage back then.
As Kane said, at the end of 2015, a new runner was approaching. He was only 15 seconds behind the world record.
Dude, look at that
and his
capture card, by the way. Like, dude, this is freaking interlaced capture card footage. Like, oh my god. This is peak speedrunning footage right here.
He was only 15 seconds behind the world record.
Oh, I
His run had more than
love
3
watching
minutes
this
of
shit.
deaths and mistakes. It was a Brazilian runner named Kojiro CTR. He was running on the Japanese version of the game.
Dazzle
but
time.
optimized this game down so far.
Nah,
that
easy
no
cap,
other
bro.
version could
Dazzle
compete.
was too expensive. Everybody was running the easy cap because it was $10. The Dazzle was like $30, bro. You think I'm shelling out for a
remember
Dazzle?
watching this and wonder each time he PB'd, foolishly thinking that Kane and Whip had reached the top of what this game could be.
Easy cap didn't exist at first. That is true. This is past 2015 though. Easy cap definitely exists because I was using one. But at first it was Dazzle. Dazzle was the only one for a while. That is true.
That it didn't even seem to be
I wonder if I still
possible.
have my Dazzle.
But his webcam pointed at the screen didn't lie.
The webcam pointed at his screen. Dude. Webcam speedruns that's actually peak speedrunning. Talik, you should PB, but do a webcam speedrun, please.
He was doing this. And
Fuck it, I'll get a new world record with a webcam speedrun. I don't give a fuck. What was that whack? I know you have. But it's not your current PB. That's the only thing. Your webcam PB was the best PB of all time. The deinterlacing software was Amarak. Everybody used Amarak to deinterlace the game feed.
And it was blowing everyone out of the water.
I could hook up my
Whip
Xbox
made
to a
zigzagging
CRT if I wanted
fundamental
to.
piece of movement tech. Koji took that and
Amarak,
created art.
yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. If you have a decent
Sometimes
quality
he'd push too
webcam,
hard and take a death. But that didn't matter. Minute barriers continued to fall.
yeah, doing just like a phone screen recording would probably be fine if you set up the angle properly. That's what a lot of people did at GDQs when they were like doing PB attempts in the practice room. They would just use their phone.
After a little over a year,
to record.
Koji finished his world record grind with a 105.43 on April 18th, 2017. And yeah, I know I sound like a broken record at this point, but seriously, this time, Koji was at a level that seemed insurmountable. This run was actually considered to be bad by Koji's skill level. There were
Yup.
4 accidental deaths in this run.
I have world record
2
and this
in
run is
Rolling
bad.
Stones
Let's
that lost
go.
55 seconds.
You'll love to see it.
Another in Cortex Power that took 16 seconds. And a 4th in Lights Out that took 50 seconds. Around 2 minutes worth of major mistakes in this run, and he was still crushing competition. One of my favorite levels of this run is his Lost City, because it demonstrates Koji so damn well. Tons of reckless movement throughout, several moments where he almost takes a death because of it. But he doesn't care because he can always make up for it. Koji's Lost City was 19 seconds faster than Kane's 112. Additionally, Koji's 105.43 implemented new skips found in Upstream and Cortex Power.
What the fuck was that?
In addition to the free revisit skip for Road to Nowhere on NTSC-J, that lowered the total number of revisits to just 4. The new skips require incredibly difficult strategies that instantly can kill a run. Upstream was about 6 minutes into the run, and resetting until you got it was certainly frustrating, but Cortex Power was about 50 minutes in the run and was devastating to fail if you were on a good pace. Cortex Power Skip was known about for years prior to its implementation. However, existing methods weren't viable. Eventually, Koji found a method for climbing a wall to skip to the entrance of the Blue Gem path. On certain sections of this wall, Crash will get stuck when you jump into the wall while spinning. From there, it's possible to mash jump and spin to climb over the wall. All that remains is walking out of bounds to the entrance of the Blue Gem path. This was the easy part. Exiting the path was significantly harder, and doing so requires a piece of movement tech we haven't mentioned yet: the submarine jump. In Crash 1, if you spin while walking off the edge of a platform, you have 10 frames where you can jump as if you were still on the ground.
Okay.
The timing isn't too bad, seeing as you have a large window to press it, but pressing the jump button too early, such as during the spin itself, will prevent the sub-jump from working.
Oh,
Mastering
there's a
this piece
lockout
of tech
timing.
was crucial
Okay.
when Koji came to the game, as sub-jumps could be used to skip cycles that were a problem before. Back to the Cortex Power Gap. There is this tiny section on this wall that can temporarily act as a platform if landed on it just right. From there, it's temporarily possible to sub-jump off of this makeshift platform, covering enough distance to cross the gap without the use of the blue gem. Much later, the community would find setups to make this skip more consistent, but at the time Koji was doing attempts, it still seemed to be pseudo-random whether or not you could get the sub-jump off of the wall. Getting a good pace up to this level was already hard enough, and maintaining that pace was even harder, but skipping the revisit was an extra minute and 15 seconds of time save that couldn't be passed up. The skip in Upstream was discovered by a Finnish runner named Ersp while hunting for skips similar to Cortex Power. He found that he could jump diagonally from this bridge into the scenery and use the same jump and spin combo to climb out of bounds. While trying to reach the orange gem path,
I'm gonna grab
Ersp kept falling
some
into
more
holes
water.
out of bounds.
I have 10 more
and decided
minutes,
that the skip
11
wasn't
more minutes,
useful.
and
Luckily,
then I will
months
be
later,
back
a Canadian runner named
from my
Ted
break.
would find footage of Ersp messing with this trick and would workshop it with the community to get the skip
I'll
that
be
we
right back,
have
guys.
today. The new version does the skip a little bit later off of a lily pad. This saved time over the bridge version, as that required breaking a box later in the level and then backtracking to the bridge to do the skip. The out-of-bounds holes were routed out, and finally, runners could reach the orange gem zone without the orange gem. Upstream replaced the Great Gate as the new early run killer thanks to an improved skip for the Great Gate. In this new skip found by a runner named Shoddy in 2015, runners used a turtle to bounce up to the top of this spiked pillar. Taking damage on the pillar boosts crash up enough to land on the back wall, allowing runners to simply walk to the other side of the exit level portal. Koji's mantra during this grind was no more excuses. Cortex Power and Upstream both had skips, and it was time to get a record with both of them. Even if the run wasn't perfect, he still did what he set out to do. With this run in the books, Koji took a break from the category, shifting focus to the any % runs for the Crash trilogy instead. However, while Koji was focused on other games, it still seemed like he was there, lingering, watching over all the top runners, waiting for them to be on just the right run before striking. The next era would be one of runners desperately trying to reach milestones Koji had set during his grind, but all three would continually run into troubles every step of the way. They had to persevere if they wanted to defeat the Koji Curse. We are now approaching the end of summer 2017. Colombian runner White Paws demonstrates what modern Crash Any % looks like to the SGDQ 2017 crowd. The Sprash community are now in two separate discords, and a runner begins a grind that marks one of the most infamous periods of Crash 1 history. This runner, an Australian runner by the username Rexay, better known as Rex, sat at 6th place on the leaderboards. He was sporting a cool 1:12:51 time on an emulator, which lost several minutes due to loads, but finally had his hands on a Japanese console. It had been several months at this point since Koji got his 105, and it was time to see another runner at the top. His first PB on console would be a 109.30. A huge PB for him, and enough to put him in the top 3, but he was still quite a ways away. Another upcoming runner that we mentioned earlier, Tet, also made the switch to console a month later. Prior to this, Tet was running on an emulator with a keyboard and still managed to get a 1:11:08. He was certainly capable and demonstrated that by shaving his time down until he was at a 1:06:05 at the end of the year. Months passed, and soon Koji's record was approaching its first birthday. Tet and Rex were putting in the work, but something kept stopping them along the way. As White Paws joined in the push to defeat Koji's record, the curse seemed to escalate. An accidental death would lose them a minute or more. Sloppy movement compounded until the record was out of reach. Dropped inputs would instantly kill their runs. 3 runners, all from different parts of the world, joined together in voice calls that would last the whole day, each of them at different points in the run, supporting each other in hopes that one of them might have what it takes to lower the time. Through the entire first half of 2018, Tet, Rex, and White Paws faced off against the Koji Curse.
And the clip wasn't there.
Man, we got out of 11-1, I don't care.
What? Look at this shit!
Why? Beans was crying, so I'm gonna grab him and give him some love. Look at him. Look at that little guy.
It dropped my jump. It's over.
Then, on June 28th, 2018, Tet would be on
Today's
this
been
run.
fun. We're chilling. We've been streaming for about 4 hours. We got 20 more to go. Stop eating the fake Christmas tree. Hey. Stupid cat. That's why you don't want to have a real Christmas tree with cats, because I'm pretty sure pine needles are like toxic to them. And cats are stupid and they'll just eat whatever because they're dumb.
Holy shit.
Fuck.
The curse is broken. Brazil out. Koji has no more world records in this game.
Damn.
Dude, that's ridiculous.
Finally, it was broken. Over a year ago, Koji set his time, a run miles ahead of any competition, and left it to sit there, urging runners to meet his level. Tet, alongside the support of Rex and White Paws, was finally the first to do it. Tet had done it. Tet had broken the Koji curse. Tet had his record shattered by Koji just over a month later.
Get fucked.
Now, if you recall my statement
Get
about Koji's
fucked.
previous 105, this shouldn't be surprising. That run had several mistakes, and Koji mostly relied on nailing the new skips and pushing the movement to put him so far ahead of everyone else. With his record beaten, Koji came back to do a run he could be proud of. This run, this 104.07, was just that run.
Damn.
Spoiler alert, as of this video, Koji's 104.07 sets as the second fastest time on the leaderboards. It will be beaten by the end of this video, just like any other record tends to be given enough time, but was a shining example of how Koji was still the king of the category.
Damn.
He finally had a run with great fundamentals and no accidental deaths. Koji would take his leave from the community shortly after this.
Damn.
While he was likely capable of more, a 103 was definitely in the cards, and a 102 was probably there as well, he opted to leave it there. I wasn't able to talk with Koji about his accomplishments, but his runs speak for themselves. Koji simply knew how to push this game to its limit, even if it meant being a little reckless at times. Before the end of 2018, White Paws and Rex would eventually beat the original 105.43 that Koji set, with White Paws getting a 105.12 and Rex getting a 105.42. While Koji ended 2018 still at the top,
I'm ready to get back to the grind.
Era of the Koji curse was lifted.
A little early, but it's fine.
Koji's 104 signified a critical moment in Crash 1's
Oh my god, I
history.
can't wing smash.
Since the colored gems in the 4 remaining level revisits, Rolling Stones, Native Fortress, Boulder Dash, and Lights Out, all take you to zones that aren't normally loaded in, there didn't seem to be a way that we could skip to those zones without the colored gems. It was finally starting to seem like the well had run dry for Crash 1.
We're at
the game had finally hit the
7-Eleven.
point that it had been looking for ever since Kane did his first run. Koji had demonstrated what was necessary to reach the pinnacle of this category. And while he stopped a little bit short of reaching it himself, the community finally had an idea of what was required. In April of 2019, Tet would make his return to 100%, motivated to take what Koji had shown and inch as close to that peak as possible. But Tet also realized that he had approached the game differently if he wanted to push the record further. What Tet needed was Koji's blistering
Damn, that cat
speed,
is
but with
running
tighter
in the
precision.
top left-hand corner.
Part of this was practice and lots of it, but another was a better understanding of Crash 1's cycles. Crash 1 is almost entirely based around cycles, and they fall into 3 categories. Spawn cycles are the most simple. These are cycles that activate once you've gotten close enough to them, an easy example being the stone circles and jungle rollers. Local or level cycles are more rare, but activate when the level loads in. If you remember that pesky cycle in Castle Machinery that sometimes lost Kane 9 seconds, that was a level cycle. At that point in Crash 1's history, runners just weren't consistent enough at meeting that god cycle. The most common cycle, though, is the global cycle. These start when the game is powered on, and only pause when the game itself is paused, or a level is loading. Since these are running all the time, it was difficult to predict what cycle you'd run into. This often led to a lot of unnecessary waiting if you were on a bad cycle, or could lead to an accidental death if you were expecting a platform to be in a certain location. The community did as much research into global cycles as they could.
That's interesting.
Turns out, dying resets all cycles, even those in other levels, allowing you to manipulate them for favorable outcomes.
Ooh.
90% was already adding strategic deaths into their runs years before, and Tet always had a feeling that 100% would eventually reach a point where it would need this level of precision as well.
Also, there's this room
Since
with a
dying
big
in the
clock
middle
in
of a
it.
level invalidates a gem, they had to get a bit creative. A good example for this is the Native Fortress Revisit, which has some nasty unpredictable cycles. However, a death at the start of Fumbling in the Dark was found to not only give great cycles for fumbling, but also set up for favorable cycles in Native Fortress
really
as
nice.
well, provided you kept up a good pace.
I like the creativity there.
We've come a long way from the start of this video, but each person played a critical role in getting us here. Kane set the foundation for a budding community. Whip changed how runners focused on the fundamentals. Koji threw caution to the wind to show what was truly possible. And Tet would combine game knowledge with technical precision to achieve perfection. Well, the truth is, despite this video being full of peaks in Crash 1 history, nobody is going to reach true perfection in this game. It's just not in the nature of speedrunning, despite that being the main goal for many runners. And there's something special to me about that. It's people looking literal perfection in the face, recognizing it as the impossible goal that it is, and still saying, I am going to get as damn close to that as I can.
Banger. This is a playlist classic. Is this song from something? I mean, I play it on my stream quite often. I think somebody randomly suggested it. Butterfly effect, something or other. It was on screen for a second. It's very good montage music, is what I'm learning here.
Oh my god, I did it. Yeah! Let's go!
That was a good edit. About as good as you're gonna get for like a mid montage pop-up. Crash whoa sound effect. What's up, Grand Melon? Welcome. We're over 20 hours, or sorry, we're over 4 hours into the stream now. 4.5. Under less than 20 hours left to go. And we're grinding. It's taking forever to get new levels, though.
2021. Tet would get
Yeah,
the
they have a
most
blue light
recent world
filter.
record as of
That's
this
why I'm
video
wearing them.
with the 102.28.
Because I was starting to get a
He's still
headache
pushing what
from
he can
staring
do
at
with
these
this
screens, I
game,
think.
And I have a strong feeling we'll see a sub 102 sometime in the near future. Maybe it'll be Tet, maybe another runner will make their return, or perhaps it'll be someone new. If you have taken the time to sit through this whole video, thank you.
I unfortunately
can't be
didn't sit
sure
through
how
the
many
whole
people are
video,
going to see
but
this video, but even if it's a couple hundred, that's still an overwhelming amount of people that are never going to speedrun this game themselves. So to wrap this up, I want to say a couple things that might have an impact on you no matter what your hobbies are.
Aw, me?
If you are passionate about anything,
He's talking to me
embrace
specifically.
that. Be proud of the hobbies that make you who you are. Sure, sometimes, perhaps all of the time, hobbies have no purpose on their own. But it's these hobbies that drive us. They build communities, they create amazing memories, and they make us human. So go out there and speedrun your favorite game.
Yeah.
Or create a needlessly self-indulgent video essay about a small community.
Hell yeah.
Or climb the freaking tallest mountain in the world.
I will not
Whatever
do
it
that.
is
I'm
you
not
are
I'm
so
not
passionate
I'm not
about,
doing that last one.
Keep doing it because it's there.
Hell yeah. Good video. Holy shit. Check it out for yourself if you would like to. Drop a like. Hum is great. Hum does a very good job of creating like emotional moments in his videos. Big fan. The story of Super Mario Kart. Ooh. Maybe. I read that as Dragon Force. Dust Force OST overplayed?
Have you ever
It's just good OST. What? Come on. What? Come on. Be nice. Dude, what the heck is Vortex is also a great video. We might watch that one later, actually. Honestly, I'll keep it up as a possibility. Oh, you said under? I read that as over. I'm sorry.
Often you hear a
Oh my god, I am so sorry. These glasses do not help me read any better. Dyslexia strikes again. It's more so me just not reading the fucking words. I'm just assuming what the words are. I don't know why I do that.
Have you ever stopped to consider how often you hear a version of the phrase, "Dude, you're cheesing me"? Be it referring to an imagined PvP scenario in Dark Souls, Fox versus Fox, no items on Final Destination, or a duel outside of Orgrimmar City.
Who?
While the meme format itself is an attempt to poke fun at the crowd of gamers who consider themselves more hardcore adjacent, for lack of better wording.
Yeah, the video is Balanced a little weird.
Their mere existence belies the reality that a lot of us are in some way guilty of the same sort of thinking. While most of us will rightfully laugh at anyone who would dismiss a loss as bullshit simply because it didn't take place on Final Destination, be it because of the innate ridiculousness or the fact that Fox vs. Fox has never been how any melee competition is evaluated. Can we say the same thing for any and all other imagined scenarios, though? Someone only playing the strongest characters games have to offer. A player only exploiting the strongest possible builds in an ARPG. Cannon rushing in StarCraft. Button mashing in Tekken. Only throwing fireballs in Street Fighter. Or daring to use magic in a Souls game. There are countless of these imposed restrictions.
I will say, I forgot. This is old internet discourse, but like, of course, being a Dark Souls fan means you have to gatekeep video games. It's just part of the mantle that you pick up being a fan of the Souls games, is you just have to gatekeep because you have no life and nothing else better to do with your life. But the people that would gatekeep within the Souls community being like, oh, actually you used a cheesy build and magic is cheating, and that's not really a thing much anymore, but holy shit. It's goddamn. How dare you do the thing? Yeah. I mean, people still gatekeep, but whatever. I find it to be funny.
Or soft rules that we as players and communities create around our chosen games. Hell, it's not even relegated to video games. In real-life sports,
it's a skill how everything is gatekept.
Like granny throwing that are allowed, but definitely not promoted. Similarly, these video game techniques or strategies are allowed, but at the same time very much frowned upon. It doesn't seem to matter in what setting they are employed either. Be it multiplayer or single player,
yeah,
a large crowd of people
just
will
are
react
stupid.
strongly
Don't
to
listen to comments on YouTube videos unless it's you
gameplay
posting a comment on my
and not
YouTube videos, and then
experiencing
I
the
will listen to
real
them.
Game.
Please keep
And
posting
here
them.
we arrive at last, the real game.
Dude, I want to make a video very similar to this, actually. This is a very good video for me to watch. I'm interested in making a video about why gamers hate glitches in speedrunning and glitches in video games in general, and why if you use glitches in a speedrun, it's considered not actually beating the game or whatever have you. So this is the concept of playing the real game is something that I've been thinking a lot about because I want to make a video similar to that. Yeah. Dude, the Elden Ring any percent run discourse, basically the YouTube comments on that YouTube short that I made. Speaking of, how's that short doing? Is it still going fucking sicko mode in the algorithm? Oh my god. I think it is. Oh baby, let's take a look, sees. Oh my god. It's oh my fuck. The last 48 hours it got over 100,000 views. This slope is ridiculous. Look at this. Look at the slope on this. 200,000 views. 25 cents of revenue, by the way. We could buy a candy with the money we've made off of this video. We finally can afford one piece of candy. I can get a fucking gumball, baby. Let's go. But yeah, the comments here are, oh man. You're basically hacking the game. You're not even really playing the game. I don't follow this speedrun, but this doesn't seem to fit the definition. It's fucking great, dude. I love how mad people get about using glitches in speedrunning. It's so funny. But yeah, so I've been thinking a lot about the concept of what is the real game. Because obviously it's a very popular-ish sentiment, you know?
Final bastion of defense in the honest gamer's arsenal.
Honest
if
gamers,
one
baby.
skill isn't enough to carry one over the finish line, at least one can rest easy in the bosom of moral superiority.
Hell yeah.
Or maybe scratch that last part. It's not even relegated to the idea of ethics. I mean, if someone isn't partaking in the experience of the real game, then any display of supposed skill is easily falsified.
Yep.
But sure, they're probably a scumbag as well, or at the very least a little bit deluded. The idea of the real game as a pitfall is hardly a novel one. Plenty of people have attempted to battle the concept over
MT,
the
you
years,
are correct.
From speedrunners defending the complexity of their game's routes, to David Serlin and Seth Killian deconstructing the terminology in their seminal works Playing to Win and Domination 101. The sad fact, however, is that as the years drag on, it
Soldier,
seems like this sort of
Soldier of
thinking
Godric
is on the
is
uptake within
a
our diverse
boss by the
and
definition
plentiful
of
communities.
all bosses for Elden
So
Ring.
while
They
this
fight
essay and
Soldier
its
of Godric and all
messaging
bosses.
might come across as a bit repetitive and at times downright trite, do remember that if you are familiar with these ideas, then it was probably not aimed at you. As a final addition, my area of expertise lies firmly within the sphere of fighting games. And it is through this lens that we will primarily be exploring
Fighting
the territory
games, oh
of
boy.
this real game. I will, however, attempt to not get lost in the nitty-gritty, and it is my belief that the
See, I
ideas
play
touched
fighting
upon
games with
will
my
largely
right hand
be
on my
entirely
stick, too.
game agnostic and easily applicable to other genres. Before we begin in earnest, perhaps a quick refresher on what the real game practically implies is in order. Verbose intros aside, an attempt at a succinct definition will be useful moving forward. The term real game is, funnily enough, entirely contradictory to its actual meaning.
Yep.
Consider the unadulterated set of parameters of any one specific game system, be that an RTS, an RPG, or a fighting game. The
It's one
set
of your
of
favorite videos
parameters
ever?
in
All right.
question is all inclusive. For example, in the RTS, this would include all the factions, the maps, the building options, the units that these buildings produce, and the set of commands one could order any one unit to execute. On top of these core and very uncontroversial parameters, we have a set of extra ones in glitches and exploits possible within the game system.
Hell yeah.
These parameters are what form the game.
Why are you getting deja vu
In
from this
short,
stream?
it's
I've
really
done many
just
streams
any
like
possible
this.
action within this specified system. The real game, on the other hand, is a sort of ghostly parameter that floats outside of the system. A transparent command that parasitically attaches itself to an already existing one. In the case of the RTS, a real game parameter of Surg rushing is not allowed might attach itself to the existing game parameter of the Surgling as a buildable unit. This new parameter, being transparent, cannot directly influence the core parameters of the game. It merely exists as an opinion on what constitutes a real display of skill. Unlike a true game parameter, which is immutable, that is to say that whatever feelings you might harbor towards the Surgling as a unit, at the end of the day, it still exists within the system.
Yep.
The real game parameter, though, is as easy to reject as it is to embrace. In short, the real game is a set of personal parameters or rules that sit on top of already existing ones and modify what a player might consider acceptable. Often enough,
The thing about this that gets tricky, though, is you can't just be like, oh, well, it's in the game, therefore it should be allowed. There's a reason why competition allows and disallows certain things for the sake of quote-unquote competition or competitive integrity. But that comes down to subjective views of individual communities and people. So you can't just be like, okay, so this idea of quote-unquote the real game is bullshit and we should just, you know, disregard all of it. It's like, no, actually, if you disregarded all of quote-unquote the real game concept or the idea of creating a better version of the game by limiting what exists already in the game, a lot of games would be a lot worse. A lot of games would have a lot of broken, unfun, uninteresting aspects about them that would become the de facto like best thing to be doing, especially in PvP environments and stuff like that. Exactly. Pet Shop and JoJo's absolutely should not be allowed. Exactly. Certain characters in certain games should be banned in order to keep competitive integrity or just enjoyment in the game, right? And that's where like communities will come in to kind of create the, you know, soft rules of the game. It's the same with like Super Smash Bros. Melee. Certain stages are not allowed even though they are in the game. Certain techniques are not allowed, like wobbling or the freeze glitch. Even though they are in the game, they are glitches that break the game so heavily in some people's eyes that it should not be allowed under, you know, what the community considers to be like skillful and whatnot. So it's not as easy as just disregarding everything and just let everything happen.
Playing the real game as an accompaniment to their.
Wobbling is an infinite combo you can do in Super Smash Bros. Melee with the ice climbers that allows you to make sure that if you get a grab on the opponent, under certain circumstances, they cannot get out of that grab, and it is a guaranteed kill. That's it. It's currently banned in most competitive forms of Super Smash Bros. Melee competition. What I'm hearing is you should just make a better base game so we don't have to stack arbitrary rules. I think stacking arbitrary rules is perfectly fine. You just have to accept that the rules are arbitrary and understand that other people's interpretation of those rules are also arbitrary. So there's no moral high ground in which you can stand when it comes to how to enjoy a fucking video game. Granted, when it comes down to competition, at the end of the day, there needs to be a organization of some kind that is in charge of the competition and creating those rules to ensure that everything is fair. Ideally. But that then comes down to the communities that circled or that envelop the competition itself. AKA speedrunning. Speedrunners have specific rules for categories and whatnot. Simple as that.
Highlighting a personal parameter. Often is not synonymous.
I'm sure this person will
however,
also talk about that as well.
There exist a large number of permutations and more or less cleverly hidden phrasings that might be used.
Or maybe
to
this
hide
guy's
a
just complaining about
Intentional
scrub
or
quotes.
not,
Holy shit! I can't
eloquently put or sloppily presented. If examined, these statements all contain the same easily dismissible arguments. If the idea of the real game still seems hard to grasp, worry not, as we will look over some oft-recurring real game parameters. Some that might be familiar, and others that might feel altogether fresh. Throws are notoriously strong in the second iteration of the Street Fighter series. Executing in 1/60th of a second if close enough, and entirely lacking a bespoke whiffing animation. On top of this,
just don't get thrown.
In later games, all regular throws in Street Fighter 2 can never be entirely negated by a throw break, only softened for reduced damage, and even this is version specific. This has led to a recurring
just don't get grabbed
parameter where throwing has been considered a cheap strategy by a large number of players. Never strictly banned from play, but discouraged as a dishonorable strategy. For a more modern example, we can turn our gaze towards From Software's critical darling, Elden Ring, where the option of using magic is for the first time in its Souls series a truly competitive option to swinging your sword around.
Honestly,
this being a very recent phenomenon in a long-running series means a real game parameter has attached itself to what is considered the canon gameplay loop. In most players' minds, the core identity
magic
of
isn't
the
cheap in
Souls
Elden
games
Ring. So, especially in the earlier builds, there were magic attacks that do absolutely carry you. But yeah, you can run plenty of vitality in a magic build. But like 1.0 and 1.01 versions of Elden Ring, like magic was kind of busted. For sure. I did a Faith Magic build on my first playthrough, and it was pretty free. Also, swords like sort of Night and Flame or whatever. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. 1.0 is different story.
Boss attacks and hitting R1 once or twice in retaliation. Elden Ring equips magic users with a breadth of new and very strong options that allow them to easily dispatch some enemies in
Look
a
how
way
cool those
quite
spells
different
are.
to this
Of course you want to use magic.
A
Shit looks
result
crazy.
of this is that a large amount of the community decries magic as cheapening the experience and not representing a real win over the game's adversaries. Another instance of an interaction interfering with what parts of a community consider
you didn't beat the game
core
because I said so.
is present within Nintendo's classic Super Smash Bros. Melee.
Hell yeah.
Where utilizing the game's universal evasive mechanic, air dodge, in conjunction with the jump, allows players to rapidly slide across the stage.
Is that a wave dash?
A combination that practically unlocks a new movement mechanic for players who invest the time to master it. Many players of the series...
By the way, investing time to master it means learning that you can jump and air dodge one after the other. It takes like 20 seconds. Wave dashing is not hard. Granted, the idea of mastery obviously is slightly different, but you could learn to wave dash in a matter of like 20 minutes and you can start implementing it immediately. It's not hard. People who are like, Melee is such a hard... It's not. You're just being a baby. Get over it.
Consider this an
Play the
exploit
fucking
of the
game.
game's intentional design and an option that stands diametrically opposed to the intention of the game's creators.
If you want to complain about L canceling,
has
okay,
been
that's fine.
attached to the
I
air
kind of
dodge that
agree. L
limits
cancelling's a
the
little
allowed
much.
utilization of the mechanic.
But it's not that bad.
Taking another glance at Melee, one might consider the entire idea of real game parameters somewhat unfeasible as a basis of critique.
Yeah.
After all, the majority of competitive play within the Smash series as a whole
Uses
is accompanied
limited
by
stage
a
lists and
slew
no
of
items.
rule sets.
Yeah, exactly.
Banning stages, items, and sometimes even characters.
That,
It is
okay.
important to distinguish.
It didn't happen, bro. Everybody who's like, oh my god, they banned Meta Knight because he was so overpowered. It was like 3 tournaments in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, hosted a local with like 20 people showing up where they were like, I don't like Meta Knight, we're banning him. Probably because the best player in the region played Meta Knight and everybody else was fucking tired of it. There was no wide-scale adaptation of people banning any character in the Smash Brothers series ever. Ever. It's a misnomer. Or like a mistelling of the story. But yes,
A
Meta Knight
real
players
game
were arrested
parameter
and put in the
from
gulag. That did
community-created
happen.
Rule sets employed in specific environments. A tournament-aimed rule set that clearly lays
Smash
out
4
that
was a dog shit
utilizing
video game,
certain
so who cares
options,
that Bayonetta
say
was
items
ruining
in
it,
Smash
IMO?
is not allowed beforehand, is not the same thing as a real game parameter.
It was a bad game to begin
In a
with.
practical sense, a rule set employed by a tournament
If
organizer
you bitch about Puff,
creates
you
a
don't
new
like...
version
Okay,
of
this is my opinion about competitive Smash and complaining about rule sets a lot of the time. I would say 90% of the time, if you're complaining about the rule set, you just don't like Melee that much. You just don't enjoy the game. And that's okay. If you think, wow, Peach players are fucking dumb... And sometimes I fall into this trap too, it happens. People can get heated in the moment and believe certain things that they don't actually believe. Or say certain things that they don't actually believe. But being like, Sheik is a bad character that only Sheep would play. Sheik is a brain-dead, stupid, dumb, stinky, easy. Oh, I'm definitely planning on subbing at the end of the video, for sure. I'm a big fan of this style of content. Yeah, like, it's very easy to be like, wow, this character is dumb and bad and stinky and stupid and I hate it. It's like, bro, you just don't like the game that much. If there's a certain idealized version of the game somewhere in your head that you're trying to play, understand that not everybody is trying to play that version of the game with you. And at a certain point, you have to realize that the quote-unquote real version of the game, the version of the game that everybody else is playing, is different from the version of the game that you have idealized in your head, and you have to live with that. Either you say, okay, I'm willing to accept the game for its flaws and the way that other people are playing it, or you say, fuck this is bullshit, I don't want to play the game anymore, and it turns out you didn't like the game that much to begin with. Just play Project M. Project M is not an idealized version of Melee. Project M has its own set of issues and balance problems. It's a fun game. Project M is the epitome of a fun game that is balanced like shit. It is not balanced at all, in my opinion. They got better as like further iterations of PM came out, and Project Plus does a decent job of it now, but I'm very far removed from what they're doing now. But like actual like Project M, like even the last version of Project M before they switched hands was not competitively like balanced at all.
Said game. The options that are banned either literally being turned off and inaccessible,
hell yeah,
or simulated as inaccessible by disqualification upon use. Banning Meta Knight essentially creates a new version.
They never
of the game
banned Meta Knight.
lacking
This is
the game
just a
parameter
false
Meta Knight.
narrative created by liberals.
In comparison, allowing Meta Knight, but feeling like players utilizing the character aren't actually competing for real, creates a real game parameter.
It's unfortunate that this was his example.
It is easy to look
'Cause it
at
didn't happen.
discussions centered around the real game and come to a conclusion
At least
that
not
it
in a real
only
competitive
affects
sense.
players on the lower end of the skill ladder. That getting good will inevitably lead to an abandonment of the somewhat oxymoronic stance that allowing something to be used, but complaining about its usage entails. That conclusion would be quite drastically off base, however, since real game parameters are entirely subjective and on top of that, generally completely value-based. A combination
Ganon is
that
cool, I
allows
agree.
players of all calibers to hold extremely similar views. For an example of this, we can take a look at the Tekken series,
Oh,
where
hell
an
yeah.
oft-recurring low-level real game parameter is that players who pick the Taekwondo-based character Hwoarang aren't actually playing Tekken. This view is primarily based in Hwoarang having very strong knowledge-based offensive capabilities.
I love
allowing
you're not playing the
players
real
to
game. I
steamroll
love it so
opponents
much.
in the lower levels of play without investing as much time in quote
Yeah, what's up, Jaxler?
unquote general skills.
Yeah, PM
as
Ganon is
opposed
so
to
hot. I
Hwoarang
love PM
skills.
Ganon.
This is a view that the majority of highly skilled Tekken players stand opposed to, arguing that not only is Hwoarang a core
Fighting game
and
I'd like to see come
recurring
back as
character within the
Darkstalkers. I still
series,
need to play
but also a
Darkstalkers.
character
Darkstalkers is like such a cool video game in concept that I've been wanting to play for a long time, but I just don't play fighting games because I'm a little baby who wants his mommy to tuck him in at night and to have Binky and Bottle because I can't handle playing more than one video game at a time.
that plays just as much
You're telling me I
Tekken
have to play
as the
fighting
rest
games
of the
and
cast,
speedrun?
once people learn how to properly defend versus him. On the flip side of this, if asked, a similarly large number of Tekken 7 top players do not consider Akuma and Geese, guests from 2D game series, as playing real Tekken. Crucially, however, the argument for this is basically identical to the one employed for Hwoarang. The same real game parameter is in play,
Some
and
bullshit.
it's actually one that is extremely recurring within fighting games as a whole.
Dude, I've loved Marvel vs. Capcom 3. It was the
Consider
first
this
fighting game that
statement.
got me interested in
Being
the
good
series.
with a character does not mean you are good at the game. For a recent example of this, we can look at a live stream by veteran Guilty Gear competitor Muramasa. A stream that I would say generally contains some pretty decent advice, but also one that propagates
Praise
a
the cow,
noticeable
everybody.
amount of real game adjacent opinions. Possibly only because of very poor wording, but that is hard to ascertain without being able to peer into Ramala's brain. That is to say, there's a lot of decent advice hidden within that short video, but it is buried under levels of real game nonsense that plagues so many creators within the gaming sphere. Ostensibly, the video can be summarized as Ramala telling the story of a player who spent all their time playing one very specialized character in a overtly strong way. She then points out that if said character or strategy was no longer available, the player in question would suddenly see their results dwindle to nothing. If they had instead committed their time to learn more characters, then that could have been avoided. The end. If investigated,
Yeah. You can take that away. Yeah. Yeah, that seems to be a yeah. If you rely on a specific strategy and that strategy gets nerfed or taken away, like yeah. And it makes sense that a lot of like the seasoned fighting game like veterans who've been around for a long time and have been successful for a long time, they understand like a certain level of like fundamentals. Understanding the idea of like, you know, doing specific I don't know. I think there's a certain level of like, yes, understanding the fundamentals will get you very far and will help you in all cases. And learning multiple characters will also help you understand more depth of the game versus relying on like one cheesy strategy. Yeah, I think that's fair. What is this guy getting
it
at?
seems that the broader topic the essay discusses is the idea of overcommitting to certain ways of playing and the possible pitfalls said idea entails.
Yeah.
When one stops to consider that for a bit, it inevitably ends up feeling somewhat disconnected from the idea of only playing a single character and relying on less generalized tools. For one, it's easy to imagine how a player could be really amazing at one specific thing, say reading their opponent, and in that way increasingly become reliant on what most would consider gamble-heavy strategies. A specialized way of playing that could be considered entirely character agnostic. On top of that, if what a player is doing is working, ought they stop doing said thing? Granted, we do live in a world where patching means that your strategy of choice might change at a moment's notice, which means that learning how to pilot your...
I think you will be a better... This is, I guess, my counter argument is like, learning to be a more well-rounded player makes you more versatile in the current age of fighting games where patches are more common, because you're going to need to have a versatility of skill sets in order to stay relevant if your character gets nerfed. I feel like that's... Or for when the next game comes out, because most of these fighting game players' careers are built upon multi-game dynasties. Like, it's not good enough to just be the best Guilty Gear player. Or, sorry, it's not good enough to be the best Guilty Gear Xrd player, because Guilty Gear Strive just came out. So being the best at Guilty Gear Xrd means nothing now, because nobody gives a fuck about that game, because it's fucking old and washed, and nobody likes it anymore. Same thing will happen with fucking Street Fighter V. If you're the best Street Fighter V player on the planet right now, and then you suck ass at Street Fighter 6, no one's going to give a fuck. Counterpoint Smash? Yes, but no other fighting game communities have been able to prop up older games in the same way that Smash has. Melee is a complete anomaly. Every other game in the fighting game community always moves on to the new game, while some hardcore evangelists will stick with the old game, but JoJo's is like 1% as relevant as Super Smash Bros. Melee is in the competitive landscape of like FGC. Super Smash Bros. Melee is like a top 3 like esport in the world. Well, maybe not top 3. It's like a top 10 esport in the world, top 3 like fighting game esport. So there's different levels. Very, 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 very few communities do what Super Smash Bros. Melee does. You know what I mean? So I agree to a certain extent that being more versatile just seems like the more effective play in the current landscape. That's my opinion right now. But overall, this guy's making good points.
Character without their strongest tool could end up being a good investment. However, is this not an idea that ought to then be brought up within the essay that discusses it? And even with that debatably fringe potential drawback, one could just as easily argue that it is potentially a waste of time to practice scenarios that might not ever be useful in actual play.
Yeah, but
Even
what if
more
they
pressing
give
is
you a
the
certain
off-the-grid
layer of
thought
like...
that seems to spring up from these sort of discussions, where...
Because there's a certain level of like baseline knowledge and instinct that comes with, you know, aka learning the fundamentals, that is like always useful, right? I guess like it depends on how extreme you're talking. Like somebody that only knows how to do like one cheesy thing, like mashing buttons with a certain character that's really strong, versus somebody that has fundamentals. That's the way I'm viewing it, but maybe Rubbish here is thinking from a different perspective.
Being good at a lot of things, e.g. being fundamentally strong or knowing how to play more characters, is seen as an objectively gooder good than being good at some specific things, e.g. being a character specialist.
I would say it's not objective, it's just more effective.
Both players produce identical results, where the lots of things good is seen as superior and more real.
So my thing is, if you have similar results, I would argue that the results are probably like over time considered different. Over like the person who has more fundamental understanding and more fundamental soundness over time will have better results. That's the idea. And that's probably a testable statement. But if you're creating a hypothetical scenario where the person who doesn't have the same fundamental soundness somehow continues to have the same exact results as the person with fundamental soundness, then sure, in this hypothetical scenario that you just made up, then your argument is correct. You know what I mean? You can derail the stream. We got plenty of time. We have 18 hours, 19 hours to stream. You can derail it all you want.
Games actually only have one way to
We'll
determine the effectiveness of these goods, namely winning. Anything that produces results is objectively good at winning, and anything that doesn't is objectively less good. Now, if one is to be charitable, then perhaps the larger issue at hand that is trying to wrest its way free from this somewhat murky wordage is the idea of consistency. If one spends all their time on practicing recurring core structures within their
Okay,
game
so he brings up
system,
consistency. That's
for
fair.
fighting games, this could be strong poking, blocking, punishing, anti-airing, and the like. Then they will presumably end up with a skill set that is more easily interchangeable between characters and titles. But
yes,
that is, in my experience, not the sort of discourse that flows out of these essays, nor is it necessarily even what players are interested in generally. Which I suppose
really?
might play a part in the discourse becoming what it becomes. For a real-world
after you're done live, when you decide whether to upload it raw or edited, sum it up. Wait, are you talking about this stream right now? Oh, after I've done a stream, when you decide to upload it. Just in general, it just depends on what your goal is. If you want to upload often, you don't have the time to edit it. I've mostly done unedited uploads, but I'm going to start editing them more appropriately for YouTube in the coming months. So it just depends on what your goal is. If you want to upload often, then you should make sure they're unedited VODs that you're basically just uploading as often as you can. Probably with some form of regular rhythm to it, like every day at the same time or something like that. That's basically what I've done for the last 2 years. But now I'm offloading that to my second channel, and my main channel I'm going to start editing and uploading less often. So it just depends on what your goal is. If you want to create higher quality stuff, you have to edit it, obviously. But, you know.
Comparison. Imagine two ice hockey professionals. One is an incredible all-rounder. They are quick and nimble on their skates, great at communicating with their teammates, tricky to lock down, and can definitely make shots when called for.
Just make scripted videos twice a year. Hell
who
yeah.
is almost stationary because of their terrible skating skills. They have pretty poor game sense and are bad at keeping the puck when bullied. However, if they go for a shot, regardless of where they're positioned on the rink, they score 100% of the time. Player number one is undoubtedly the more well-rounded of the pair. Crucially, however, if the scoring
having 100%
ends up in
accuracy
favor
is
of
broken
player two,
and unrealistic.
regardless of the amounts of fumbles or misplays, then player two is objectively better at hockey. It might not feel like they are playing the real game, and maybe their skill set is more volatile in the case of a change in the league's rule set, but they are objectively stronger at the current game. It is important to not confuse the claim being presented as
try it out and see how it goes,
being
Cosmic.
extremely strong at a subset of the skills within the game system.
One thing that I think is a very good skill to have if you are interested in creating content is just having versatility in your ability to change what you are doing and not be afraid to just try new things, you know, whether it's a different upload schedule, whether it's different types of content. If you just do the same thing over and over and over again for years on end, you will stagnate. You can see small bits of growth over time, but you will stagnate for sure. Not being afraid to do things that are different for the sake of doing something different or doing something that you believe to be higher quality is perfectly understandable. Don't be afraid to change things up and try things out. And if it doesn't work well, then just try something different. Also, nobody understands how content creation really works. It's kind of a gamble on most people's part.
Being good at doing combos does not equal being good at the overall game. That is logically sound and
yeah, getting an art-based hobby is fun. It's one of the reasons why I want to make more artful videos, because I miss that layer of creativity I used to have when I was younger.
Become even stronger if they also strengthen the weaker aspect of their skill set.
Should we link the Doug video? I do love that video.
The claim is as follows. Results gained with said specialized strategy is of less value than identical results gained with strategies based in the...
I thought the same exact thing, Cosmic, and I know this is totally derailing the stream, which is, again, you weren't necessarily trying to do so, but I'm totally fine. There is a big advantage to having more watch time with unedited VODs, but the issue is that, you know, the people who are willing to watch unedited VODs are a smaller percentage of people than the percentage of people that will watch higher quality edited content. You can still, like I said, you can grow posting literally anything with enough frequency, but it's a matter of creating like long-term growth as well as like a brand that is identified with a certain layer of quality, which in itself is like a what's the word I'm thinking of? It's like a non-tangible thing that does often lead to more success. Yeah. So the other thing is it might help watch retention in a larger pool of people to have your video be edited in a quick, snappy style. But yeah. I'm currently like grappling with these same exact issues, and I've been doing this for a pretty long time now. And like my current subscriber base is just not activated at all compared to what it could be. I mean, I have over 20,000 subscribers, yet I struggle to get more than like 3,000 or 4,000 views per video. You know what I mean? Yeah, and a lot of people will put on a longer form video just to have it in the background while they do other stuff. That's also understandable. Also, understanding when you create a lot of long form content back to back very quickly, your videos become skippable because people genuinely just don't have enough time to watch all of those videos. And that's something that's happened to me as well, where most of my daily uploads are just skippable. People are like, okay, I missed that one. I'll just watch the next one. Who cares? Because I upload hour-long videos every single day. So, you know. Exactly. And that's why, like I said, I think one of the most important skills is to have a layer of versatility that you're willing to like take feedback and like, okay, we'll try something new. It's, you know, we'll try something different this time. I'll try a different upload schedule, different editing styles, different things, you know. Having some sort of system also helps. That's why I'm going into next year doing the fucking Doug system of uploading something new every single week and, you know, implementing the skills that I think that I'm the best at. So trying to do weekly uploads of like edited stuff, higher concept stuff is going to be more difficult, but I think it'll be more rewarding.
Real game. This can, as we have seen with the above mentioned example featuring Ramallah, intentionally or not, be baked into a slew of practically applicable advice.
Thank you, Cosmic.
And
That's
in that
very,
way
very
be lent more credence. It is hard to accurately gauge how
Kind
much
of you,
of an
thank you.
impact real game messaging from influencers has on players, be it hidden or overtly communicated, but I doubt it helps beginners refrain from reaching for the ever so near at hand coping mechanism of real game excuses. I mean, how often do you hear a version of the phrase, if they played another character, they definitely wouldn't be doing as well? A sentence that is, when deconstructed, identical to saying, you would win less if you were made worse at the game.
Thank you for the raid.
Something that is self-evident, but hardly very damning. There is an interesting contrast within real game
Hope your stream
politics
went well.
in that they seldomly adhere to any
Welcome to the
one
24-hour
specific
stream, y'all.
stance or view. The "you are only good with your character"
Oh, let's
is
get
a
comfy.
real game
We have a long
claim
stream
that
ahead of us.
stands agnostic to
It's
results
been long,
produced
but
while playing.
pretty good.
That is to say, the strategy employed to gain results is what matters, not the results themselves. In comparison, another recurring real game claim
slipped on ice?
seems
Oh,
to
no.
lay its focus entirely on the results
I
of
hope
a
you're okay.
selection of players and the strategies they use. We can again look to a Ramallah video, titled "The Consequence of Loose Fighting Games" for an example.
This
of this.
person loves Ramallah.
Here we can specifically highlight a section where she speaks about 2 legacy attacks which have been removed in the latest iteration of Guilty Gear, namely Kai's Greed Sever and Saul's Riot Stomp. Ramallah being of the mind that this change is objectively positive, seeing as the attacks in questions are ones that ought to go because of their complete uselessness. The argument behind this being that they are moves that poorly communicate their true function, a phrase eerily reminiscent of the real game, don't you think? And that they teach players to play the game the wrong way. There it is again. Specifically,
Thank you,
Ramallah
Kenny.
argues that their intended use case is one of going over the opponent's attack, and not to be used as a mix-up tool or way to begin offense. The wrong way in this instance is possibly best summarized as a strategy that doesn't entirely focus on resilient and recurrently effective tactics, especially ones that could be described as mitigating risk. As with the earlier example, there's certainly some truth to this statement. Along with the truth of the matter comes some odd opinions presented as objective truths, however. For one, it's pretty doubtful that you could realistically describe those moves as truly useless in their non-intended use case, even at the absolute highest level of play. You definitely still see objectively terrible moves get used, albeit rarely, in other titles, even from top players in high-stakes settings. Secondly, not every player is interested in playing the quote-unquote correct way. The solution of stripping the game down to only containing the tools that form the bulk of the top-level strategy would, without a doubt, have us end up with games that the majority of players found more dull to play. Even if it were true that the moves in question did end up hindering some number of players from moving on to more risk-averse play, it is a leap to state that this potential harm outweighs the more objective harm of reducing the fun for, presumably, more players. The players that do want to rely less on these moves still have the option to do so in a game that contains them, while the reverse cannot be said to be true. Thirdly, even if one were to concede to the idea that these moves were effectively useless in top-level play, that wouldn't necessarily mean that they had no value for the real game. One could quite easily make the argument that these sorts of moves still represent objectives for players to overcome as they level up and become stronger. Real, tangible goalposts of progress that overtly teach one of the most important lessons to win more within fighting games. Do the things that work, not the things that people say are good or bad. Having lower level play look and feel different to higher levels of play is almost impossible to avoid. And is that something one should even consider a strictly bad thing? It, as mentioned before, can give a player a feel for how they are progressing along the game's skill ladder. At this point, it is worth noting that it is true that risk mitigation is something that almost inevitably occurs as one becomes a stronger player. And is often accomplished by eliminating certain tactics from one's strategy, be they based in offense or defense. Adopting a view of not utilizing riskier strategies from the get-go might have a player develop at a quicker rate than one that does not. But one needs to bear in mind that loads and loads of players aren't willing to value risk mitigation over other parts of the experience that they enjoy, and that does not mean they are not playing correctly. This is true even for very strong players. There are any number of examples one could show of players opting for flashier or needlessly mechanically complex tactics in their playstyle, but one very easy way to illustrate this is to simply consider the fact that lots of players will opt out of playing top or even mid-tier characters, an idea that is pretty much anathema to what Romala is de facto describing as the right way to play. Playing the real game, then, is in this case doing whatever maximizes your odds at winning, and these players are at times significantly swinging the odds against them even before they get into the match.
You even said so yourself that that's the objective way to view it.
But maybe these two separate instances of real game claims are in actuality branching out from the same core concept. Instead of thinking of these as having to do with coping with results or effectively being wrangled as lies to children, one could instead look at the real game as a consequence of a game's implied aesthetic. This aesthetic, or soul of the game for lack of better wording, acting as a community-created gestalt. If seen from this lens, one is at least lent an explanation as to why the expectations of what the real game entails is seldomly consistent across titles. Consider a comparison between the aesthetic qualities, or gestalt, of the Tekken series as opposed to that of the Marvel vs. Capcom games. In the former
That's
of
what
these,
this is
the
exactly what I was
gestalt
talking
of the
about
real
earlier when it
game-
came to like communities. Like if you don't have like an ideal or like a understanding of what the game is supposed to be from a community standpoint, like the game doesn't have like community backing at that point, and people like just give up. There has to be some level of rule sets. For example, you can't allow people to punch the other person in the face in the middle of competing because, you know, granted, there might be a rule set out there in some community out there that's like, no, you should have to defend yourself in game and in real life. That is a skill that we want to challenge and a skill that we want to test for. But most communities would be like, yeah, no, that's fucking whack. So at the end of the day, it comes down to what do us as a community value and how do we test for that as best as we can and how do we create environments to test that? Simple as that.
Is almost intrinsically tied to doing less. To play the real game of Tekken is to be almost entirely agnostic to strategies tied to a specific character, or even a specific set of moves. This certainly lends some explanatory aid as to why some, at this point decades-long veteran characters to the series, are still seen as gimmicky options. That's just short for not really playing the game, if you didn't catch it. In this gestalt, the contents of the real game can be approximated as utilizing as few unique elements as possible and relying heavily on the game's shared movement system for your wins, a recurring opinion across the game's skill progression. In the latter, the gestalt of the real game is possibly best described as anything goes. The Marvel series has a long-standing history of metagames centered around easily replicatable glitches and mechanical workarounds. When added on top of the game's already frantic pace and bombastic visuals, not to mention the series' incredible roster.
Yeah, I agree. Gimmicks are a real part of the game. If you don't like them, don't use them or ban them. Or you realize, oh wait, I don't actually like this game that much. That's my opinion. If you're like, wow, this gimmick is ruining the game, it's like you don't like the game that much then. Especially if it is a part of the game that the rest of the community that you are engaging with universally agrees upon as being a part of the game's, like, you know, as a part of quote unquote the real game. For example, fucking level 3 X Factor. You could argue that, like, man, level 3 X Factor is fucking broken in Marvel vs. Capcom 3. We should ban the use of level 3 X Factor. But it's like, you can think that and think that it's not, like, legitimate, but the rest of the fucking community is like, yeah, you're fucking stupid. We're going to keep using it. Fuck you. You can say it's gimmicky or that it's stupid. But ultimately, at the end of the day, you're playing in a community. If you're playing by yourself, then who gives a fuck what you can play however the fuck you want if you're playing by yourself. But inevitably, once a community of other people get involved, you have to make concessions to what other people agree upon is like the correct way to test your skill in whatever competitive environment that you're creating. You know what I mean?
It is easy to see why these games has always stood as such a spectacle within the fighting game community. In the case of Marvel, holding the opinion that players who lean more heavily on character agnostic and risk mitigating strategies to be more real is very rare. On the contrary, many of the strategies within the Marvel series that slow down match pace and seem, at least on the surface level, to opt for a more methodical approach tend to be seen as lame. A set of opinions that seem to trickle down and inform most people's view of the series as a whole. The manifested gestalt of Marvel is one of that crazy game, so opinions on the real game follow along a similar trajectory. Either way you slice it, the idea of the real game has the same fatal flaw. It is, just as the pirate code before it, the real game is really just a cruel and
this guy's
wicked
audio
trick to
editing
play on
is
people.
Questionable
One
at
that
best.
allows them the option to pick whatever they want, but never forgets to ridicule them for making the wrong choice. Evaluating the concept lends more and more credence to strictly applied rule sets with limitations and outright bans. It would be ludicrous of me to argue that a competitive community at its core has no right to value certain aesthetic qualities. There are no inherent evils to a majority of players codifying what specific skills they feel are the ones that ought to be tested.
Yeah,
as stated earlier,
the whole
a
point.
new rule set practically creates an entirely new game. A game where it is impossible for a player to engage in taboo ways of playing since those options for any practical purpose have ceased to exist. Furthermore, a rule set is clearly defined and lets a player truly evaluate if they have any interest in the system that has been created from the get-go. A player entering into a world of an already established rule set will seldomly long for options that have been cut from it. Just look at a game like Melee, where 80% of all stages are banned from competitive play, not to mention the entire mechanic of items. Now, you can argue back and forth all you want if this makes it a better game. Though I can't really say I've heard anyone bemoan the fact that they can't play on Brimstar depths. You cannot, however, argue that it isn't fair. The community doesn't allow items and then trash talk players who use them, they outright ban them from use. Simply because they end up testing a skill, the community has less majority interest in testing. Now, does this mean there are no pitfalls when it comes to the idea of limiting or outright banning strategies available in your game system? Absolutely not. Creating rule sets come with their own hurdles and challenges. Hurdles that, even if generally overcome, will inevitably lead to a portion of the player base being disappointed. Perhaps
those
even
players
leaving
didn't
the
like the
community.
game to begin with.
Creating systems that promote the majority opinion while not simultaneously crushing and excluding a minority section of one's community is always going to be difficult. But the outcome is, at least, regardless of what it entails, absolutely fair. In Elden Ring, a community of players have banded together to create a Duelers League, a grassroots competitive 1v1 PvP ladder for the game's multiplayer. Along with this ladder comes a hefty set of rules. A set of rules that bars usage of an incredible amount of the game's available arsenal, either because they are deemed to be too strong or not fun to play with and against. Now, contrast the idea of that close-knit group who have in essence created their own multiplayer game within Elden Ring with the droves of people who expect players to conform to their loosely formed real game parameters out in the open world. The former is technically a more open system to all players. Everything is allowed, but not really. While the second will bar you from even entering if you do not conform to their rule set. The freedom of the first option is, however, intrinsically tied to verbal and psychological abuse that accompanies any real game opinion. I've talked in the past about experiences of people utilizing characters and strategies that are looked down upon by their respective communities. How some people are berated for just showing up to play, while others are basically soft banned from playing and having most of their community members in their area refuse to play them at all. Sure, for some players, acting as the villain is a fun role to play. But that
ultimately, if it's a multiplayer game and people don't want to play with you, then you lose. That's how it works. If you can't get people to play with you, then you've lost because you can't play the fucking game anymore. Am I wrong? So certain levels of etiquette are like important. If you're planning to play a multiplayer game that has, it's like playing Catan, right? Settlers of Catan with a group of friends, and you are just far and away better than everybody else in your friend group. This is the only people you can play Catan with, and you are a piss baby sore loser if you ever do lose. They're not going to fucking play with you anymore. So you have to, even though there's nothing in the rules of Catan that you can't be a piss baby and complain all the time and be annoying. It's not in the rules of the game, but people are going to say, hey, I'm not fucking playing with you anymore because it's not fun. It's crazy.
Hardly a universal opinion, nor is it one that is very thrilling to inhabit unless you're actually winning a lot. Someone might be okay with playing the part of Skeletor, but nobody wants to be Beastman. At the end of the day, I usually leave you, the audience, with no clear-cut answer to the proposed problem. And that's exactly what I'm going to do again.
There's like psychological studies where certain animals, like if they're playing or wrestling, like you can't win too often, otherwise the person will just stop engaging in the, or the animal will stop engaging in the activity. It's like a 70-30 split. So if you're playing with somebody and you win more than 70% of the time, they will likely just stop playing with you. So to a certain extent, like, yeah, you can throw to your friends or whatever to make them still want to keep playing with you. Or you can play like weaker strategies to challenge yourself and give them a chance. But yeah, it's perfectly understandable that if somebody doesn't want to fucking play with you because you're annoying, then like you've to a certain extent have lost. Same thing goes for like competitive environments or like full on communities of competitive games. If nobody wants to fucking play with you and they ban the strategy you're using, it's like, get fucked. You lost. Your shit got banned because nobody else wanted to fucking play with you. Do I have pocket low tiers? Not really. I just don't play Smash enough to be confident with stuff like that.
Franchise is beloved by many. The Lord of the Rings franchise is beloved by many.
Now we're getting to
seen
the
many
real
different
shit here.
licensed video games over the years.
History of Hobbit
In
speedrunning,
2003,
baby.
A studio named Inevitable Entertainment released a game based on Tolkien's 1937 novel, The Hobbit. It was released on GameCube, PlayStation 2, Xbox, and PC. In The Hobbit, you play as Bilbo Baggins, a hobbit who sets off on a grand adventure, exploring different places filled with fantasy creatures. But to a lot of people's surprise, the game is actually a 3D platformer, with tricky jumps, puzzles, collectibles, and combat. But the game also came with quite a few bugs, and some people were critical of its cartoony art style. Some would remember The Hobbit fondly as a game of their childhood, and some would quickly forget about it. But we're not here to talk about them today. We're here to talk about the dedicated community that still plays The Hobbit to this day.
Hell
The
yeah.
people that saw the game's flaws as opportunities. The people that broke the game apart, optimized it, and played it for countless hours. You'll be surprised to see how far this small community has pushed this relatively overlooked game, all with a single goal.
This is beautiful
to
editing,
beat the
too.
game as fast as possible. This is the history of the Hobbit speedruns.
No way! No way!
Best discovery I ever made. Like, ever.
Over a minute time save, and it's still very beatable.
Hobbit and SpongeBob Runners
Okay,
are both
yeah.
hot trucks.
That was
Of
awesome.
course they are.
What the fuck?
We in there, guys. We in there.
I always thought Hobbit was a really good contender for being a popular speedrun game.
And I watched the whole thing through, and I'm like, this is actually insane.
Over time, I realized that these factors are what actually molded The Hobbit
Broken
into
games
an
are best
amazing
games?
speed game.
Yeah, but not everybody
Every
agrees.
new game I learned
They have
was
to be
like
broken
reaching
in
out
like
to
a
new
funny
people and
way
becoming
or an
part of
interesting
a new
way.
community.
In The Hobbit,
God
you
forbid
play
you
through
just
12
zip to the end of the
different
game in
levels,
Elden Ring and
most
everybody
named
thinks that you're a
after
cheater and
chapters in the
hacker.
book. In these levels, you complete various quests and challenges, and on the way you get different upgrades to your
Games
attacks
that are
and health.
okay, I will say games that are very solid to play through casually, like you don't experience many bugs or glitches, but then when you find out the speedrun is full of crazy abused glitches and out of bounds and shit like that, those are the best kind of speedruns in my opinion, because they create this really stark contrast between what you remember playing in casually versus like what is actually possible, and creating like this mystery aspect of like, oh my god, if this is possible, what else is possible in this video game? That's what got me interested in speedrunning in the first place, is seeing like advanced techniques and glitches that I didn't even know about playing through certain games as a kid, and then seeing speedrunners completely break the game. It's like, whoa, if this is possible, what else is possible? That's my favorite shit in speedrunning, personally.
Bilbo can long jump and combine slash attacks with slopes and jumps to gain extra speed, making for surprisingly deep movement. All levels are separated by loading screens, making completely skipping one impossible. So the question became, how to beat every single level as fast as possible. But The Hobbit wasn't very well received at launch, and it didn't seem like anyone was actually interested in speedrunning the game. That was until 4 years after launch, when in August 2007, someone going by the username PyroTHPS uploaded what is believed to be the first glitch showcase of the game ever. Pyro discovered that you could go out of bounds near the end of the level Roast Mutton, where you would normally sneak past trolls. From there, he looped back to an area behind the start of the level, where he found an alternate end trigger, completing the level without
Nice.
doing the stealth section. A large discovery, and it set the tone for many discoveries to come. However, It would take another 3 years until in February 2011, another discovery was documented for the game. Someone named Kazooie started uploading speedrun routes for various levels in the game, starting with a route for
Is
the
this
second
the
level.
same Kazooie that did a bunch
named
of
an
work
unexpected
for
party.
Zelda
Kazooie
glitches?
found and abused a trick that would later be called a slope boost to get out of bounds, then went all the way around the level and walked to the final house, ending the level without completing any of the required tasks. The slope boost was a huge discovery. By jumping and performing a well-timed jump attack just before touching slopes with a certain steepness, Bilbo would boost upward against the slope. This can send him large distances
Sounds like cheating
depending
to
on
me.
the size
Yeah,
and
this-
steepness of
look
the
how much
slope,
they're cheating, bro.
and it opened many opportunities to
This
skip
isn't a real
large parts
speedrun.
of
This is a
levels.
glitch run. Everybody knows that.
As a matter of fact, Kazooie found out that you could use a slope boost pretty soon after starting in Roast Mutton to get out of bounds much earlier, and quickly reach the end trigger that Pyro had found. Kazooie also discovered a slope boost in Troll Hole. Normally you beat Troll Hole by climbing a large
Troll
mountain,
Hole.
but Kazooie found out that you could slope boost out
Me
of
and your
bounds
mom hanging
from a
out in
tricky
the
long
Troll Hole,
jump
if you know what I'm
soon after
saying.
starting the level. From here, he traveled back to the
It is
area
on
behind
console.
the
It's
start of the level,
GameCube,
where just like Roast
PS2,
Mutton, there was an alternate
Xbox, I
end
think?
trigger, skipping almost the whole level. The slope boost was a huge find, but if you missed it, you had to wait 10 seconds before the game let you jump attack again.
And Game Boy Advance, yeah.
Then over the next year, someone named Rockmock steadily started uploading speedrun strats and routes for the game, starting with a skip for a gear collection section in Overhill and Underhill, a skip which was later fittingly called Bean Island Jump. Later that year, he had even uploaded speedrun routes for Riddles in the Dark and Flies and Spiders, with the Flies and Spiders route being especially impressive because it used many out-of-bounds strategies. But then, progress on routing slowed down, with nobody ever having completed a full speedrun.
They're sensibly
That
named.
was
True.
until the next new face appeared. It was someone known as Aceprune, someone who would soon become a legend in the Hobbit speedrunning history. Seemingly out of nowhere, on February 13th, 2013, Aceprune posted a complex yet fast route for the Cloud's Burst, the 12th and final level of the game. And the day after that, he posted a route for the level Inside Information, as well as one for the Gathering of the Clouds. Aceprune was showing very creative routing, and it was clear he had a great understanding
what's
of
up,
the
Dave?
game's mechanics. His routes featured precise hits on invisible load triggers, and showed off tricks that had never been seen before. Eventually in March, he uploaded an improved Flies and Spiders route, and in July, he found a much faster and easier route in an unexpected party. And with that, Aceprune was ready to do what nobody had attempted before him. Aceprune was prepared for every single one of the 12 levels in the game.
Got out of work early? No.
On July 11th, 2013, Aceprune completed the first ever full game speedrun of The Hobbit on Nintendo GameCube.
The Nintendo GameCube. I have a Nintendo GameCube.
Aceprune was moving around by using long jumps down slopes and by using a slash, then a jump everywhere else, which was fittingly
Spider-Man.
named a slash jump. Slash jumping was faster than walking, but not faster than long jumping, yet slash jumps were used often.
Wait.
This was because long jumping to ground that was above or at the same height of Bilbo would put him in a lengthy slide animation, so Aceprune generally only used
Yo,
long
Dublin.
jumps when going downwards. Acepune's run was starting quite strong, and he performed his An Unexpected Party route well. Unfortunately, he had quite a sloppy roast mutton because of missing the slope boost and needing to wait
Sloppy roast mutton. I'm not going to say it. I will say nothing about your mother's sloppy roast mutton.
for his jump attack to recharge multiple times. But that
Catacombs.
was made up for by an excellent troll hole slope boost that he
Slo-
hit first try.
Troll hole slope boost. This game is so great. Bro, you're telling me they get to hit the troll hole slope boost? Oh my.
Which was generally considered even harder than roast mutton. Unfortunately, Acebrune died in Overhill and Underhill by falling down during the Stone Giants section, but he performed the rest of the level quite well, only having a little bit of trouble with the slope boost right
Perfect
at the
timing
end.
to catch the 24-hour stream.
In
Nice.
Riddles in the Dark, Acebrune died pretty far into the level, but luckily he had saved not too long before, which led to a generally solid time in this level. Acebrune had now completed half of the game's 12 levels in under 20 minutes, but the hard parts were yet to come.
Oh no.
Acebrune performed the level Flies and Spiders very well, only having some trouble with a tricky slope boost right at the end. This level actually has a set of 3 big spiders as a boss fight at the end. This was a notoriously hard fight in a speedrun, because almost all of the collectibles that level you up are avoided, meaning Bilbo was much weaker than usual.
Damn.
Acebrune did play it safe by using various save points within this section, but didn't end up needing any of them. Barrels Out of Bond didn't feature any notable skips, and Acebrune managed to perform it well. 2/3 of the levels were completed in just over 40 minutes. Then, A Warm Welcome was looking really good, despite having some safety saves. However, as luck would have it, and Acebrune decided to skip a save after a long puzzle section, this happened. Dying this far into the basement hurts, but this being the first ever run of the game, it's no surprise there would be mistakes. Unfortunately, this negative momentum carried over into Inside Information,
Damn.
where Acebrune died in the section where you avoid
Bro,
Smaug
the
the
first world
Dragon's
record is
fire breath.
actually bad? No
Then
way.
Before even getting back to the Smaug section, he died
Smaug.
again by falling during some chandelier parkour. But finally, on Acebrune's 3rd attempt around the level, he completed it without any more mistakes. Next up, the Gathering of
It
the
was
Clouds,
perfect third try.
the longest level in the speedrun with a complex route. There were numerous potential time saves that could be pointed out, but most notable was a very tight slope boost in the corridor leading up to the water puzzle room. Acebrune was stuck on this slope boost for 3.5 minutes, enough to put any runner on severe tilt, but Acebrune persevered and cleared the Gathering of the Clouds. Now loading into the final level, the Clouds Burst. Despite his mistakes before, Acebrune performed his already complex route here extremely well.
Those tight slope boosts, am I right? Yeah, it'd be like that. Bro, when the slope boost is that tight, I'm like, shee. This level looks like a nightmare, visually speaking. It looks like shit. I'm joking, by the way. I don't.
Acebrune's
I'm not that
final
interested.
time was 1 hour, 35 minutes, and 55 seconds. The run was far from perfect, but what he had shown was the potential of the Hobbit speedruns, the flashy tricks, deep routing, and interesting movement. When progress on routing the game had slowed, Acebrune was the one who pulled through and finished it. And so, Acebrune was the one to kick off the Hobbit speedruns. Thanks to Acebrune's efforts, there was renewed attention for the Hobbit. Just a day after completing his first run, Acebrune improved his Gathering of the Clouds route by finding a new
Those
skip.
jewels do look really nice.
By boosting up the shoulder of a Durin statue and doing some very tricky parkour, he could skip the lengthy block puzzle in the main hall. A very difficult
Damage check,
but
I am
worthwhile
at
skip. Rockmox, who had now been inactive for
25,
a year,
so
went on to
27,
search for his own new
727.
skips and route improvements alongside Acebrune. And after just a single day, Rockmox found a method of skipping Dreamworld, the first level in the game. Instead of fighting a set of enemies which lowered a ladder, he did a tricky jump, curving around a broken wall to slope boost up it at just the right height, which would hit the end trigger without having to lower the ladder first. But the momentum didn't stop here. The next day, Acebrune revisited his theoretical A Warm Welcome sequence break he had posted earlier that year. He was able to go out of bounds and do a precise jump in the void, where all the interiors of the different buildings in the level are loaded in advance. Then just before hitting the ground, Acebrune fell right past a save point, and by saving the moment before he hit the ground, he was able to respawn back down there. And there, you could collect the Black Arrow, which normally required you to complete a set of lengthy puzzles. The only issue was that once he got down here using this skip, there was no way to do the remaining quests and to deliver the Black Arrow, But Aceprune had an ace up his sleeve.
That's like his name!
2 years before this, when Kazooie first started routing the Hobbit, Kazooie had uploaded a video showcasing some of the glitches he had found. One of the things he showed was Bilbo clipping into a wall and getting stuck in a falling animation. Then after falling for several seconds, he suddenly warped. This turned out to be a failsave mechanism, which would teleport Bilbo if he was found to be stuck. But how did the game choose where to warp? Well, as it turns out, the developers figured that if Bilbo was able to touch the ground for 2 consecutive seconds, that spot was probably safe, and the game would remember that position and warp Bilbo back there in the event he got stuck. This warping mechanism, later called clip warping, could be used to get back out of the basement with the black arrow. Aceprune figured out that Bilbo's safe position would be reset to the start of the level after death. So after jumping down to the save and respawning, he could continue jumping, so he never touched the ground for 2 consecutive seconds. Then, he grabbed the black arrow and clipped into a wall to get Bilbo stuck. His safe spot was never updated because of the jumping, so he warped right back to the beginning of the level, from where he could complete the rest of the quest while completely skipping the puzzles leading up to the black arrow. This skip was mind-blowing.
I love abusing game mechanics and like programming that way. It's so
potentially saving upwards of 7 whole minutes.
You had to kill with the Muramasa to level up? No, just absorb blood. That's all you gotta do.
Someone else had taken an interest in speedrunning The Hobbit. He was an established speedrunner of various games and had a small but dedicated following at the time. His name was SimpleFlips. And not long after doing his first run, he had a look at the route for the Gathering of the Clouds. And well, he had a better idea. SimpleFlips first completed some of the puzzles to get the lifts around the level moving. He then got on top of the big elevator motor and stood still there to set a safe position to prepare for a clip warp.
I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick.
He then kept jumping all the way back to the main hall.
BRB.
On his way back, he went through a load trigger that unloaded the room he came from and loaded the main hall. So when SimpleFlips got himself stuck and he warped back to his safe position, none of the room's walls were loaded, and he had a clear view of the chamber holding the Arkenstone, the level's final objective. From there, he rode one of the lifts he had started, and eventually jumped to the Arkenstone and finished the level. This was a super creative and smart use of clip warping that drastically shortened the level and saved around a full 5 minutes over Aceprune's route. The day after this big discovery, SimpleFlips continued doing runs of the game. Armed with new skips and extra practice, he started his timer and hit new game. SimpleFlips started his run fairly safely. He didn't do the new Dreamworld skip, and the first few levels had a couple mistakes, but he made up for it with a solid overhill and underhill, putting him about even with Aceprune's run. In Riddles in the Dark, SimpleFlips used a new strategy he found before. He was able to skip the stealth section without having to lure the final guard away. He did this by waiting out the perfect moment in the guard's patrol cycle and long jumping up a slope behind the final guard, from where he hit the switch that freed the dwarves and advanced the level. He wasn't able to get this first try, but by saving right before this section and getting it on his second try, he still saved a good amount of time over Aceprune. Unfortunately though, SimpleFlips made a mistake in the minecart section after, which put him even with Aceprune again. In Flies and Spiders, SimpleFlips took a starting route that was a little safer than the one Aceprune used. Unfortunately, SimpleFlips fell down in the large tree climbing section, which cost him over a minute, but he would more than make up for it by having a great spider boss fight and skipping out on some saves, which brought him from being about a minute behind to being over a minute ahead. SimpleFlips had learned the new Warm Welcome route and performed it with only a couple mistakes, which was impressive given the difficulty of the new route. Now, he was over 6 minutes ahead of Aceprune, not only thanks to the new route, but also because Aceprune had struggled a lot on this level. As you might recall, Aceprune had 2 major deaths in Inside Information, but SimpleFlips performed this level almost flawlessly, pulling ahead another 4 minutes over Aceprune. But the Gathering of the Clouds was where Simpleflips could really extend his lead. He had his new skip, and he was up against the sloppy time of the old route, and Simpleflips pulled through. This alone put him another 13 minutes ahead of Aceprune. Simpleflips' endgame so far was amazing. But Simpleflips had made a crucial mistake. He hadn't prepared enough for the final level, the Clouds Burst. Early on, he got sniped by one of the Goblin Archers, which is an insta-kill with the low amount of health you have in a speedrun.
The fuck was that? Oh no! He hit me!
And later on, Simpleflips realized he forgot how to do the complex route for this level.
Am I even going the right way? What the fuck? Where am I? I've never seen that area before, but that's not the right way.
He's such a needy little guy. Oh, look at him. He's so sweet. Oh.
Dude, where am I supposed to go?
He found himself lost, eventually falling back on doing some of the level normally. Simpleflips did eventually recollect himself, but the damage had been done. From being 23 minutes ahead into the final level, he slowed down to being 18 minutes and 30 seconds ahead on the final split. Simpleflips set a new record with a time of 1 hour, 17 minutes, and 25 seconds. This was still a huge improvement over Aceprune's time, partially thanks to new strategies, and partially because of much better execution in the end game, with the exception of the Clouds Burst. Simpleflips completed this run live on his stream. There, he had a small but dedicated following, but it was still much bigger than the Hobbit community itself. This brought more eyes to the speedrun than ever before, and the community was really starting to take shape, with new people learning the run and well-established community members still breaking the game. Unfortunately, despite the growing community, Aceprune no longer seemed interested in running and competing, but his legend was far from over. Aceprune stuck around, and he would go on to find many huge skips in The Hobbit, starting off with early Arkenstone. Aceprune used his block puzzle skip to get to the top floor in the Gathering of the Clouds. Then he traveled through the room leading up to the Arkenstone room. He kept going until he reached the room with the lift motor, which was behind the Arkenstone room. He then waited and set a safe spot on the overhang on the wall to prepare for a clip warp. He then traveled back to the room leading up to the Arkenstone room and got himself stuck
Let's get back
on a
to it.
chain. He had moved through a loading trigger and had unloaded the lift motor room, and when he worked back, he too had a clear view of
That would
the
be very cute,
Arkenstone
but Beans
room,
is too big to
and
sit
he
in
was
any
just
sort of
close
pocket.
enough to perform a jump attack and fall into it, clearing the level in record time. Aceprune had done it. He had completely broken the Gathering of the Clouds. Aceprune combined Simpleflips' idea of unloading areas using a clip warp with his own block puzzle skip, finishing the Gathering of the Clouds in only 3 minutes. The only downside was that the block puzzle skip was very hard to do. Likely the hardest trick at this time because of how precise you had to be to climb the Durin statue, but it was an amazing discovery nonetheless. At the same time, a new runner from the Netherlands had started learning the game. This person also liked speedrunning various different games, and frequently raced Simpleflips through some of them. So when he saw Simpleflips run the game, and he saw the advanced tricks, glitches, and movement, it was no surprise that he decided to pick up the game too. His name was Irule.
Irule? No, Irule.
Irule was young and enthusiastic, with a lot of free time on his hands, and it wouldn't take him very long to complete his first run. On his first run on October 4th, 2013, he set a time of 1 hour, 57 minutes, and 13 seconds, which he soon improved to 1 hour, 25 minutes, and 24 seconds, 8 minutes behind Simpleflips' record. Then on October 20th, roughly a month after Simpleflips' record, Irule set a time of 1 hour, 14 minutes, and 37 seconds, beating Simpleflips by almost 3 minutes and setting a new world record. However, the run was honestly not amazing. There were still a lot of mistakes.
What, the
and it
world
was
record is
close to
bad?
Simpleflips'
Never. That's
time,
never happened
despite
before.
Irule
It's
using
the world
new
record. It has to
Gathering
be
of the
good.
Cloud skip. although the run was arguably worse overall, there were a few highlights. Hyrule had found a faster spot to clipboard back from in the basement of a warm welcome, and although the end of the video seems to have been corrupted over time, we can calculate that Hyrule's Cloud's Burst took about 7.5 minutes, which was considerably faster than Simpleflips did it. But Simpleflips
Record
wasn't
is
done.
perfection, yes.
He
No
knew
one's
he
done
could
it
do
better, so
and
therefore
he
it must
could
be
now
perfect.
use the new Gathering of the Cloud Skip too. So he did. Just one day after Hyrule's record, Simpleflips got a run with a time of 1 hour, 9
Yo, what up,
minutes, and
Gmail?
48 seconds. Unfortunately, the video of this run was lost to time, but it's safe to
Do you
assume
think
the
there
new
is a
early
Muramasa-
Arkansas
like a speedrun
skip
for
and a
Muramasa?
better
Hell
Cloud's
no.
Burst saved
Fuck
him most
no.
of that time. With
Have
the
fun
current
speedrunning for
strategies,
50
that was a
hours.
very respectable run, and beating it wouldn't be so easy. Yet Hyrule wasn't sitting still. On the very same day Simpleflips broke the world record, Hyrule broke the game.
Dude, this is an amazing find. You don't understand it?
Hyrule suddenly completely changed Riddles in the Dark. He found out that the area connecting to the minecart, which takes you to the end of the level, and the area where you first
Setting up,
spot the imprisoned
turbo
dwarf early on, were right next
for
to
this
each other.
could be
He
maybe
also found
possible,
out that
but
if
you would
grabbed
still
the
have to be
ledges of
playing the
some of
game because you can't
platforms
just
here
like leave it
and
idle.
climb alongside them, you could clip through the cave walls and go out of bounds. From here, you could jump to the area just before the minecart. This completely skipped the longest part of the level and saved almost 5 minutes over how it was done before. And to top it all off, it was even easier to execute than the old route. A large discovery, and it would motivate Hyrule even more. So the very next day, on October 22nd, 2013, Hyrule was prepared to do his new riddle skip and continue doing runs. It wouldn't take him very long to get a run started, and thanks to his new riddle skip, Hyrule was already ahead by almost 7 minutes over his personal best. He would keep saving time on almost every single one of his splits, and pulled especially far ahead in a warm welcome by avoiding mistakes he had made before. It was unlikely that this run could turn sour, and it didn't. To everyone's surprise, the run actually had the potential to break the 1 hour mark, which would be a historic moment in the Hobbit speedrunning history.
I'll say it, I'm starting to get a little
ultimately came down
tired,
to one
and we've
last
only been
slope
streaming
boost
for
right
like
before the end of the game.
It's
6
possible.
hours.
It's possible. It's possible if I do this. No, I didn't do it. It's done. No sub 1.
But Hyrule missed it once, unfortunately killing the chances of getting a sub 1 hour run. The final time, and the new world record, was 1 hour and 4 seconds.
I just need to
This was
conserve my
undoubtedly
energy.
a
I was
great
being a
run,
little too
but the community had started
overzealous
to notice something. Hyrule was actually playing with
earlier,
a
so
considerable
I'll probably just be a
advantage.
little bit more quiet
You see,
while we
Hyrule
watch
didn't own a
videos.
physical copy of the game, so he played on an emulator for his speedruns. And unfortunately, GameCube emulation at the time wasn't as accurate to real hardware as it is now, leading to significantly faster load times, less lag, and various other advantages.
We're
This
at
wasn't enough to make anyone question his new time as
730
being the
out
world
of
record, but the advantages
999.
were undeniable.
So
Although
we're pretty
sub 1
far
hour
off,
was
to be
close,
honest.
something had to be done first. So Hyrule ordered a physical copy of the game.
I'm gonna try
and
my
got
best
to
to not
grinding.
sleep on
It
stream
would
if I
take a
don't
little
have
bit
to.
of time before he got back
I might
to
take
his
like a
emulator
30-minute
skill
nap
level,
somewhere.
and he still had to make up for the advantage he had.
Tribute?
Thank you,
You
Dave.
steal men's souls and make them your slaves.
It's not supposed to be that loud. I thought I fixed that. But nonetheless, thank you. I appreciate it. Every 4 hours, I give myself 30 minutes of rest. So I might take like a 30-minute nap and like a shower at some point during one of those 30-minute breaks. I'm thinking about showering during the next break, but maybe not. Depends on how I'm feeling. We have 2 more hours before that happens, though. So, yeah. Just as a heads up.
Lost. But about a month after switching,
don't worry,
Hyrule was
I'll
on
have
a run
food.
ahead of his emulator record into the Cloud's Burst. And after some unfortunate
Yeah, I might do
events,
like a
Hyrule
caffeine
was
nap.
once again faced with the final slope boost, with sub 1 hour on the line for the second time. Unfortunately, he missed it again. Hyrule's final time was 1 hour and 8 seconds, 4 seconds slower than his emulator world record. But if this run had been played on an emulator, it would have been sub 1 hour with ease. As such, the community had considered this 1 hour and 8 second time to be the new official world record. But Hyrule wasn't satisfied. Not only did he miss out on getting a sub 1 hour time once, but twice. He knew he could do much better, so over the next 2 weeks he kept practicing and doing runs in order to break the 1 hour barrier. Iroll had a solid start, even getting a gold split in Overhill and Underhill. Even his Flies and Spiders was looking to go very well, but Iroll historically always struggled on the spider boss more than other runners, and he died on it twice, costing him just over a minute of potential time save.
Losing
But
a
thanks to
minute in
his
the
clean
world record?
execution of the level itself, he still saved time on the split. The run was good so far, but it was when going into Barrels Out of Bond that Iroll would really start to live up to his name.
Damn, this music going crazy.
Oh ho ho! Yes!
You know what I'm realizing now? I think I'm going to be the first and only person to have sat in this room for basically 24 hours straight in this game.
He saved 8 seconds.
Isn't that a weird thing to
Iroll
realize?
had just golded on 3 splits in a row, doing them faster than he
In
had
the
ever
history of
before,
humanity, I will
and
be
his
the only
lead
human to
only
have ever
grew
done
bigger.
this.
But what awaited him was the gathering of the clouds, which was still as hard as ever and put an end to many good runs. And Iroll did struggle with the block puzzle statue skip.
While active,
However,
yeah,
this
for
was
sure.
to be expected given the
Weird
difficulty
flex, but
of the
okay.
trick, and he only ended up losing about 12 seconds over his record. That put Iroll into the clouds burst. The
I'm
final
safety
level
saving
and
during
the
every
one that had
30-minute
been
break.
keeping him from breaking the
So every
1
4
hour
hours,
mark
I'm doing a
2
safety
times
save, but we
before.
haven't ran into
But
any
this
issues
time,
at
he had
any
almost
point while
3 minutes
doing
to
this.
work with,
The
putting
only
him
thing
on
that might
track
come
to
into
potentially
problem,
get a high 56-minute time.
the thing that is more likely to fail before my Xbox fails would be my capture card. My capture card is more likely to fail than my, you know. Someone else might have also done this, but way worse. Nah, dude. Pixar didn't happen. I'll be the only person with video proof. How about that? Because there's no video proof of anybody else ever doing this dumb shit. Shit, there's no video proof of anybody doing Muramasa from start to finish.
And things were going pretty well. Iroll didn't even seem nervous as he was constantly talking about the game's mechanics.
Someone probably did it on
Or
Nico.
maybe
Nico,
that was his
shush.
way to try to calm himself down. But through what happened next, Iroll couldn't stay calm.
Just let me have this chat, please. I need this for my ego.
Oh my god, are you serious? That is so enraging.
Enraging.
Are you serious?
I've never said that's enraging while speedrunning before in my life. How old is this guy?
I'm choking. I'm choking! I mean...
Bro, his parents are pissed.
Unfortunate.
Stop screaming. You have school
I thought I was
tomorrow.
gonna die.
Mom! Yeah, literally a child. Imagine speedrunning as a child. Couldn't be me. Wait a minute.
I lost a minute on the last split because of that shit.
You might not have been able to tell from the reaction, but Iroll had done it.
Watching
He had
someone
broken
put
the 1 hour
footage
mark and
in
finished a run in
shuffled
58
order in their
minutes and
run.
11 seconds. It was an amazing run with a bitter end. If you had just told someone the
Yeah,
new
probably.
world record, they would have been impressed. But to those who witnessed the run, it was clear that Iroll was far from done, and that he could still do better. But Iroll wasn't alone, because Ace Prune was far from done too. While Ace Prune wasn't doing runs of the game anymore, he wasn't sitting still. The thing about Ace Prune was that nobody in the community ever really got in touch with him. Ace Prune didn't participate in any group chats and would very rarely talk in any of the runner's stream chats.
Giga
So
Chad.
everyone in the community eagerly anticipated the days that Ace Prune would post his new findings, and Ace Prune did not disappoint. On December 11th, 2013, a new skip appeared in everyone's subscription feeds. It was Ace Prune. and he
Literally
had broken
everybody
the
on YouTube.
unbreakable level. Barrels out
Okay.
of Bond.
Imagine a world where you get a chance to hack every user's subscription feed. You could upload one video to every user on YouTube's subscription feed. What would the video be? Literally everyone on YouTube. Would it be Barrels Out of Bounds basement skip? Honestly, that's not a bad one. Rickroll? Oh, man, really? Yeah, I guess. I don't know. Maybe it's just the Sigma grind set in me that's like, oh, you have to make like something that could propel you into internet career. Make internet career out of this opportunity. But you guys are like, haha, funny Rickroll. So honestly, you guys are based and I'm cringe.
Aceprune found out that you could clip warp off of the vines in the basement area by
I still need to
climbing
watch
them a
that,
certain
MT, remind
way.
me.
He then figured out that by setting his safe position where the dwarves were imprisoned, he
Once
could
this
warp
video's
back
over,
from the
remind me.
basement, then walk over some invisible geometry to get to the end of the basement much quicker. This completely skipped some annoying jumps and an RNG-heavy fight,
chill.
not only saving time, but making the run much
See, it's
more
funny when I
comfortable.
am self-deprecating.
So
It's
with
not
that
funny
new
when you guys
discovery,
do it.
It didn't take long until Iroll did more runs. Just a day after the new Barrels Out of Bond basement
Did MT and I
skip,
flush our points? Maybe.
Iroll
We'll find
smashed
out.
his time all
We
the
have
way from
17
58.11
hours and
down
52
to
minutes left of the stream. There's always an opportunity for me
Even in
to
the
watch your
clouds
video,
burst,
okay?
Iroll was able to clean up
How long
all
is
the
this video?
mistakes that had bugged him before, and
You got another 2 hours and 10 minutes. Are you willing to...
he performed the final slope boost and reached the final barrel first try.
You willing to hang out that long?
It seemed unlikely that anyone could dethrone Iroll, and this time of 52:31 would arguably be the best.
I do have
execution
I
of
have a
single
7-hour
route
video that we're
the
going to
game
watch
would
as
see
well.
for a while,
So,
because within the next month, the speedrun would change drastically. Just a day
this
after
is not the longest video we are
52:31,
watching today.
Aceprune uploaded a new Clouds burst route with an earlier out of bounds for both the beginning and ending sections. Both more difficult to perform, but undoubtedly a lot faster.
I don't think you're
by
catching the
upwards
vibe
of
dump.
3 minutes. But that was only the start of it.
But okay.
Because no matter the optimizations and skips,
just be
there's
nice,
still
please.
something plaguing the Hobbit speedruns. Occasionally,
Is this what you would
when
watch in
long
your
jumping,
free time?
runners
Sometimes,
would notice
yeah.
their momentum completely stopping mid-jump, resulting in a much shorter long jump. This was a phenomenon the community called long jump glitch. In a lot of places, this wouldn't matter much, but for some of the harder tricks, you needed the full length of a long jump to make it, and in many cases, getting a long jump glitch there would mean death, and ultimately a run reset. This was something runners just had to deal with, something unavoidable, seemingly random, and too frequent to ignore. But when practicing, Iroll noticed something. He long jumped around in Trollhole and noticed more of the level.
I'll
was
long
being
jump around your
rendered in
Trollhole.
At the exact moment he did his long
Got him.
jump and got the long jump.
Just started
glitch.
Blasphemous.
The
Cool.
cause was lag.
Let me know how it goes.
That was the theory Iroll came to. So Iroll had an idea. He would try turning his camera in different ways on long jumps, with the goal of keeping as little of the level in view as possible, and it would lag less. And it turned out to be effective. This huge issue that runners just had to deal with so far could now be worked around by cleverly moving the camera. It was still hard to fully prevent long jump glitch from happening, but at least with the right camera strategies, there was a very good chance of avoiding it. Although there were some runners that were skeptical of Iroll's theory about long jump glitch, Iroll would soon prove it the best way he knew how.
By getting the world record.
On December 28th, 2013, Iroll had once again beaten the world record, this time with a 50-minute and 35-second time.
Sheesh.
By incorporating his method of avoiding long jump glitch, he got runs started much more consistently, and finally managed to reach the Clouds burst, where he was able to perform the new route discovered by Aceprune. This was a great run, yet Iroll didn't consider it as good as his past time. A sub 50 time was looking very doable, but Iroll had been slowly burning out of the game. The Hobbit had a lot of difficult tricks, especially in the beginning. It would still take many attempts to get runs going, and this was getting to him. But worst of all was the Flies and Spiders boss fight. Iroll had been really vocal about his dislike of this boss fight already, and the more he tried to optimize his time, the harder the boss fight became. So Iroll planned to take a step back from the Hobbit.
Aww.
But one day,
Imagine
the
getting owned
community
by a
spotted
spider so
something
hard that you quit the
game-changing in
video
their
game.
subscription feeds. It was a Flies and Spiders boss skip. Of course, uploaded by Aceprune.
How does he keep
This
hacking
was
everybody's
one of,
subscription
if not
feeds?
the most remarkable discovery in the Hobbit speedrunning history, and it had just quietly appeared, completely unannounced. Skipping the spider boss was unthinkable. The game would only end the level after beating all of the bosses and waiting. Yet Aceprune had done it. The spider boss was no more. But how?
But how?
Aceprune had gone out of bounds right before entering the big tree with the spider boss. He then climbed all the way behind the big tree's entrance and jumped down. A cutscene played. Bilbo fell, and the end of level shop screen just showed up.
Must
It
have
was
some troll
another
holes in his
alternate
pocket.
end trigger. One that didn't require the spider boss to be beaten. Just like Roast Mutton and Troll had them, it turned out that Flies and Spiders had one too. But it was in a ridiculous out of bounds location. One where nobody had even thought of checking. Nobody other than Aceprune. The new Flies and Spiders boss skip put Irol's plans to step back from the game on hold. There was no way he was going to leave that free time save laying there.
calm down.
So on January 25th, 2014, Irol once again got back to work. He had actually been working on his movement all throughout the game, and it showed as he was quickly gaining a lead early on. The run was looking very solid into Flies and Spiders, and after doing the new spider boss skip, Irol was almost 5 minutes ahead of his record. But unfortunately, he would struggle with the A Warm Welcome save jump, losing 2 potential minutes. But the rest of the run actually went really well, despite Irol having some final struggles in the Cloud's Burst. The new world record was 47 minutes and 19 seconds. Yet, it was far from the best Irol
I'm sure
could do.
a video like
But
this would
Irol
take
took relief in the thought that this
weeks,
record
if
wouldn't
not
easily
months
be
to
broken
make.
for another little while. So this
Shit, it
run
took months
stayed
to
the
make
world
my
record.
one, like, large
Despite its
project I've ever
flaws,
done.
It stayed the record longer than any before it.
Granted, I was bad
But
at
the
editing, but
speedrun
still.
had been evolving so quickly that the long time this record stayed for was actually only just under 3 months. In those 3 months, Irol had regained his motivation to speedrun, and within the following month, he ascended.
Yeah, being entrenched in a community does make it a lot easier because research is quicker because you just have the info on hand.
There we go.
Honestly,
I'm up there.
script writing probably is all script writing, editing, and clip, compilation is probably the majority of the work
And
that went
that's a
into
new
it.
gold
But
split.
research
Nice.
is definitely something that can slow down a video a lot.
Dang, I love that skip.
A little bit slow, but here is the ending trigger. 44:45.
Damn, they're cutting lots of minutes off this video game. What a banger.
Ah, I made it. Good. Wow, gold.
True, yeah, getting people to verify. That's why you just don't verify with the runners and just make videos with
Dang, so much
incorrect
for my
information
new
on them.
Splits.
And just misinform the internet. Duh.
Yeah. Dude, did I stand
Just
still
spread
there for too long?
misinformation, forehead.
Fuck. Dang, that's bad. I'm mad.
I'm mad because bad. Me too, dude.
That was pretty fast.
It's easy money, yeah.
Oh, gold, really?
Comments disapproving are just free engagement.
Okay, I still made it.
Very true.
Here's a difficult jump that can kill
Very
the
true,
run.
Harrison.
Yeah, we're fine. Okay.
Do I remember any
Okay, I
moments
made
where a
it, good.
huge skip was discovered? In general, any percent from when I started speedrunning Symphony of the Night has mostly stayed the same. Like, the route is very much the same route that I started speedrunning back in 2013. So, like, there hasn't been, like, any crazy... I think the craziest new glitch that I remember seeing was the Richter skip that used the wolf jump. And that was it. And that came along, like, a year or two after I started speedrunning. So, yeah, I don't know. SotN has been a much more calm game, funny enough, when it comes to like glitch discoveries, because all the glitch discoveries were made back in like 2010 and shit.
Okay, first try nice. If you're not fast enough, I made it.
This is a 24-hour stream. Yes, it is. Welcome. We got 17 hours and 43 minutes left. You came pretty early, all things considered.
I did it. 42-28. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that was exactly correct when I said I could gold by 20 seconds.
After 3 massive new times, Iroll had lowered the world record all the way down to 42 minutes and 27 seconds. This was undoubtedly the best Hobbit speedrun seen up until this point, despite some of the tricks only getting more and more difficult. The run still wasn't
Dyke Bro
perfect,
percent.
but to beat this time...
That's a legendary video that one of the very few reasons I want there to be a world record history that blows up on YouTube about SotN is specifically because Dyke Bro exists. That video is legendary. I've made a video about it a long time ago. We've watched it on stream before. It's one of the craziest world records. Meanwhile, Romscout is like blackout drunk, getting first try all these insane skips that I still can't even do to this day. Like, shit was he was built different. Romscout is
execution. Even the standards for
was
slash
built to
jumps
play
were only getting
this fucking
higher
video
and
game.
higher. The skill gap between Iroll and the rest of the community had only grown. For the first time since Iroll started running the game,
yeah,
he was actually
I don't mean it in
satisfied
that it's
and finally decided
in context
to
it
truly
makes
take
sense.
a step back from the game. Maybe one day, like magic, Aceprune would upload another huge new skip, and Iroll would be motivated again. But unfortunately, that day never came. The Flies and Spiders boss skip was the final Hobbit.
Rom is part of the
80%
stuff you're
skip
researching right now. Funny
Aceprune
enough,
has ever
he's
posted.
goated, bro. He's so
And
good.
It seemed like the community might finally start
One of the
to lose
most
interest
goated
in the
OG
speedrun.
speedrunners of all time.
But there was something
One
special
of the goats
about
of all
Iroll's
time.
42-minute
For real,
and
for real.
27
Surely.
second speedrun. Usually when a speedrunner performs serious attempts, they are laser focused on their gameplay and tend to stay quiet during difficult sections.
What? Bro, I never shut the fuck up during my speedruns until like, I guess after Clock Rush, but still.
But in Iroll's newest record, he was almost purely commentating, with little to no dead air.
But yeah, now we're going out of bounds and we're actually going to hit a trigger that is most likely left here from beta. Coming up is
I will say,
jump.
doing commentary on your run as you're doing it can be somewhat meditative, especially if it's like a practiced thing. But do I find task stuff entertaining? Of course.
We're going to be going out of bounds. We're going to long jump onto another area of the map, which is going to be
It helps
4
keep you focused
cutscenes
instead of
you have to
looking at
match
chat.
through. And while the cutscene is going on, your position can get reset.
Not very different from a GameStun quick marathon speedrun, Iroll explained almost everything in the run. The skips, the tricks, and his personal thoughts were all recorded in his best run. This was the record, and probably
no,
the
I have
first
not seen
thing
that, friend.
anyone interested in speedrunning The Hobbit would see. And rightfully, this run was viewed more than any other Hobbit speedrun at the time.
5K views.
Where runs would previously accumulate
Big
a few hundred views
numbers.
at best. This run would see thousands. And among those thousands were new speedrunners with the potential of closing
Remember
the
when the
skill
first
gap.
scripted speedrunning vids?
Some of the notable speedrunners were Silence Erupts, an older runner who held second place.
Or like
Shockster,
post commentary on
a friend of
world records?
Iroll who had
Yeah, that's basically what I did for some of mine as well. But yeah, that was very common where you would just like rewatch your world record and then just talk over it with like no script at all.
had really high standards for
Yeah, so I
runs.
did this part. Actually, this part was really bad, and I meant to do.
Rapidly
Oh yeah,
and was also
you know,
interested
just
in other
rambly and stupid.
categories. Tangrams, a slightly
It's very easy to
older
do.
runner
You
who
just
took frequent
watch the
breaks from
video with
game,
commentary.
but always came back stronger.
So they're very easy to
And
produce.
do whatever. Also a friend of Iroll who was speedrunning other games alongside his main game. These runners would go on to compete with each other and eventually close in on Iroll. The skill gap had been clear so far.
I guess I'm
and
missing some
real-world
context, friend, because
record
I don't see why
competition
that's like
hadn't
a thing.
existed since Iroll got the first sub 1 hour time.
You enjoy
But
speedrun
suddenly,
breakdowns? Yeah,
and
they're fun.
unprecedented in the Hobbit speedrunning history, the top times were getting within minutes.
I can't wait for
sometimes
my
seconds of each
videos to
other.
be such high
The
quality
leaderboard
that
was
people
getting
watch
stacked.
them
The
on their
competition
stream
was getting fierce,
and react to
and the
them on their
community
stream.
was growing.
That's the dream.
And
If I can get
Silence
some
Erupts
normie ass
was the one
streamer to watch
leading
one of
the
my
charge.
videos on their stream.
And finally, on December 25th, 2014, 8 months after
And have all
Hyrule
those quote-unquote stolen
42-27,
views.
Silence Erupts was on pace to finally beat the world record.
Okay, got it. this might be it.
I want them to react to
everything
it,
goes
not mention
well
my name once,
and right,
never
and
never link to the video, never tell the chat what's going on, just full steal. Just steal the content. Hammer. I don't think that's how you spell her username, but yes, if Amaranth watched one of my speedrunning videos on her stream, I would cry. I would cry tears of joy.
I think
I'm such a huge fan. It's an honor. Milady, please take my content.
Nice.
And then Asmongold reacts to the stolen. Yeah, exactly.
Wait,
Yeah. You guys are getting it.
Wow, wasted that time. Whoa.
Yeah, they should get up and leave while the video is playing. True.
No, that's what I thought. Okay.
It was probably the pressure. Silence Erupts had been making a lot of uncharacteristic mistakes in the Cloud's Burst. It was going to be extremely close, but it was still possible.
Amaranth gets speedrunning world record. Hell yeah, dude.
Oh, maybe not. Come on. Jump.
Yeah, just press the jump button. Why are you... Oh, no, don't say that.
Hyrule. Your time has been saved for another day.
Ultimately, Silence Erupts missed
Just
out
jump
on the
better,
world
like...
record by 9 seconds. Hyrule's 1-year streak of being the uncontested world record holder would continue for at least a little longer. It had now been 8 months since Hyrule had last done runs of The Hobbit, but he finally wanted to come back. Hyrule started de-rusting. He was practicing skips, grinding individual level runs, and finally prepared himself to beat his old record and keep it safe from those who challenged it. But it was during this practice that Hyrule had an idea. Right before the final section in the Cloud's Burst, you had to hit an explosive barrel to lower a bridge so Beorn, the skin changer turned into a bear, could cross. But Hyrule figured out that you could throw a rock from the opposite side precisely
ideas.
over a pillar, hitting the barrel behind it and saving a nice 15 seconds. The date is now January 27th,
if you just
2015,
Google
and
SotN
once again,
speedrunning progression, there is a document that is listed under CastlevaniaSpeedruns.com that shows all of the speedruns up to a certain point in order, and one of them under the description will just say Dyke Bro %. That's the other thing. If anybody ever wants to do like a large scale Symphony of the Night world record history, we have a website that basically lists all of them in order. So like the research part would be done like that. You would just have to watch them and commentate over those runs and then go to speedrun.com for like the runs that are missing, which is like I think 3 or 4. There's Dyke Bro %. Just, wow. 2013. I remember watching that live, too. It was before I started speedrunning the game. It was like a couple months before I started speedrunning the game. I'd been watching so much ROM Scout streams up to that point, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna stream. Damn, I'm old? Yeah, I know. I'm old and decrepit. At least I'm not 40, though. There's an actual document explaining the vid, too, yeah.
this time after a longer
SotN has a
break
lot
than
of
ever
good
before,
resources.
Hyrule went back to running, and he made a bold statement on the game's title screen.
Alright, so are you guys ready for a sub 41 run? Are you hyped? Because it will happen.
Are you hyped?
Right now.
I love saying into the microphone in a monotone. Are you guys hyped? I'm going to be getting the world record right now. I want to see some hype in chat, please. Because this is what's going to happen. It's a post explaining their favorite speedrun of all time. Nice. Dude, that's actually crazy. Hold on. Let me bookmark this. This is legendary. Oh, snap. Oh, snap. This was posted in May of 2017. Yo. Someone, like, 5 years later is like, bro, Dyke Bro is still the goated speedrun. And honestly, true. That's huge. Huge development. Video unavailable. We posted the link to the video in chat, so.
Right this instant.
Despite the bold
And by we, I
claim,
mean Doc did.
Irul's start wasn't looking amazing. He was already 8 seconds behind when going into Overhill and Underhill, but he managed to gold split it and saved a sizable 20 seconds. This was probably because of just how movement heavy the level is and how much individual level practice had helped. Going into Flies and Spiders, Irul could potentially save another 30 seconds here because of mistakes he made in his record, but unfortunately, he accidentally fell into the void soon after starting the level and going out of bounds. This clip warped him back to the beginning.
Oh, the Eye in
and
the Wind
cost him his
cover at the
chance
end?
to
Yeah,
save a
that
lot
was
of time here.
that's where the
However,
meme started.
This mistake wasn't catastrophic, and Irul still saved a few seconds.
That's where the
and it
meme
most
for
certainly
the Eye in the Wind
didn't kill
cover
his
really
momentum.
started and picked up. What's the premise of Dyke Bro percent? ROM Scout is in a Discord, or I guess back then it would be a Skype call with a speedrunner slash fighting game player slash really cool dude named Dacid Bro. And they've been drinking, and ROM Scout's just doing any % world record attempts. And someone in the chat refers to Dacid as Dyke Bro instead of Dacid Bro. And they think it's really funny. Rom is pissed drunk, but still lands like all these insane tricks, basically first try. World records by like 30 seconds. Does something that is like the hardest possible glitch I think that is even possible in Symphony of the Night, which is a 0 flicker shift line relic skip, which I'm not going to explain what that is. Just understand it is something that I have literally never seen any human ever done ever outside of ROM Scout. I've tried it for multiple hours and have not once been able to get this trick. And he gets it first try and saves like 20 seconds. It's like literally like once, maybe twice in a lifetime execution on that trick because it's not humanly viable to do it 100% of the time. It's ridiculous. And it all culminates into one of the most beautiful world records I've ever seen in a video game ever. But unfortunately, later optimizations would obviously, you know, make that run obsolete, but do I think I'll ever do the trick? I have no reason to ever try and do it because it's not viable in speedruns anymore. That trick got obsoleted. So there's no reason to do it.
Was it? Whoa, 40.05?
So I don't think I'll ever do it in my life now. And maybe for funsies, I'd try it out.
I'm very scared.
But it's really, really difficult.
Still saved a ton of time.
I'm also missing like critical, like
The nerves
old
are
school
getting to
knowledge
me.
for how
I
to
can't
execute
think
that
straight
trick
anymore.
properly. How goes the blood farming? We're chilling. We've been doing it for 6 hours now.
You see that? That's the shit right there.
That's the
That is
shit
the
right
shit.
there. That's a good pop off. I like that.
Just a little more. We in there, guys. We in there. We fucking yes. 40.59. 40.59. Yes.
An astonishingly massive
Such a cute
new
pop
world
off.
record, clocking in at 40 minutes and 58 seconds, surprising Irul as much as everyone else. Almost all of that time save came just from better execution and nothing else. The competition that was inching their way closer was once again left behind, and Irul had proven that it would take more to dethrone him. But Irul was still motivated and shifted his focus a bit to glitch hunting, and he would see results in the coming month.
Honestly,
where Irul made two
making a video
significant
about
discoveries.
Dyke Bro
First,
percent
for inside
might just be
information.
something I should
Normally
look
you
into
have to
doing.
wait for over a
Doing
minute
a
for the
video
water
essay
to
on
rise
Dyke
in
Bro percent might be worth doing. Just because it's so fucking legendary.
the big chasm. But by doing the block puzzle to plug
I
the
probably
drains
won't do
in a
it, but
very
just in
specific
concept, it's
way,
very funny
he
to
could
me.
then clip warp back
To
up
do
from
like
the
a serious
chasm
like
while
speedrun, like summoning salt style commentary, but it's just that run.
activating the right triggers to end the level. Something nobody was able to figure out how to do before, but due to the large amount of steps required, This only saved about 16 seconds instead of a potential minute. Irul's second discovery was something huge in Barrels Out of Bond. Inspired by Ace Brune's old research here, Irul figured out that you could get the last cellar key early and completely skip the basement. By setting
Make
a
it an
safe
April Fool's
position
video,
in the
maybe.
stockade where the dwarves are imprisoned, and keeping it there until reaching the barrel room, then clip warping by getting stuck on a leaf, most of the stockade was now unloaded. Faced with a void of what seemed like nothingness, he long
Yeah, it
jumped
is
with a
unfortunate
precise
that,
angle and grabbed the basement cellar key
pronunciation
before
of
getting
Dyke
warped
Bro.
back up, from where he could reach the key pedestal just as easily. This skip saved almost a minute and a half, making a sub 40 speedrun very realistic. But Irul wasn't the only one finding skips. There was someone named Crixium, or Crix for short. Crix had previously been working on routing the PC version of The Hobbit, but recently switched to playing console, and soon after, Crix found a large skip in Flies and Spiders. He found out that where runners were purposefully hitting a load trigger before, they could instead avoid it and reach the end of the level quicker by doing a precise long jump over a bit of void. This was another major discovery, skipping the whole large tree climbing section and saving 50 seconds.
Woo, that's
Thanks
a lot
to
of time
all of
saved.
these discoveries, the world record that was previously quite optimized now had over 2 minutes of
This
free
game has a
time
very
saved
interesting
waiting
art
for it.
style, I will say. Just
And
something very
obviously,
early
Irul couldn't let
2000s
that
about it. It's
stand.
kind of nostalgic,
So on
even though I
April
never played the game.
25th, 2015, Irul improved the record to a 38:32 using the new Barrels Out of Bond and Flies and Spiders routes. But this run frankly didn't have the same level of polish as some of his old records. There were many sloppy mistakes, and Irul even decided not to do the new inside information skip he was so proud of. The run was even done off-stream, without the commentary that Irul had loved to do.
Off-stream?
It was clear that he just wanted to run with the new skips, and that he wasn't truly invested in doing runs anymore. Irul had considered quitting a few times in the past already, and the same signs
It's
were
lonely
showing
at the
again.
top, man.
But
When you're
Irul
just
still
goated.
enjoyed breaking the game, so he continued finding skips and glitches, and over the next year he would steadily optimize the route. But he wasn't alone. On July 10th, 2015, Irul found a way to skip
Definitely
having to
like
save
PS2,
Corin in the Cloud's burst
GameCube era
by
graphics
precisely
at
avoiding the
its,
cutscene trigger, saving
at
10
its
seconds
finest.
and removing the last required fight from the speedrun. On August 28th, Irul improved the middle section of the Flies and Spiders route by going out of bounds later and hitting the load trigger in a hollow log from the outside, saving another 14 seconds. On August 29th,
It reminds me a
Crix
lot of
found
the
faster
PS2
but much
Neopets
harder
game,
troll
which
skip
is another game that I
slow
didn't
boosted
really
out
play
of
as a
bounds
kid,
earlier, saving about 10 seconds.
but has a very similar art
On
style.
August 30th, Irul learned of a different community breaking the game, the Minimums community, which focused on beating the game with certain restrictions. Someone named
Yeah, the Darkest
Samwise
Fairy.
in this community had found a Flies and Spiders end trigger that was slightly closer by and could also be used in the speedrun. On August 31st, Crix found a new Flies and Spiders beginning route that went out of bounds earlier and is a little easier, although it was slightly slower. But Irul then tweaked this route a bit to make it save 4 seconds. The potential time saves were adding up again, and a mid-37 speedrun was looking very doable. But the gap between Irul and the rest was still considerable, the closest now being Silence Erupts, who had a 39:43 at this point in time. But unfortunately, Irul had finally completely lost his drive to do runs, yet he was prideful and stubborn when it came to The Hobbit. This eventually caused friction between him and the community, and eventually, Irul decided to quit for real.
He said, "I'm the best and you
38:32
guys suck.
was the
I'm
last
out."
time ever posted by Irul. Time passed, and eventually, the world record that Irul had left behind remained uncontested for over a year, and community activity had slowed down significantly. However, that year had not been completely uneventful, at least not for Crixium, who had now fully moved from the PC version over to the more competitive GameCube version. Crix had been steadily improving his PB and had been implementing some of the new strategies. While competition had stagnated, he kept grinding. Crix didn't have the best equipment for recording runs, but
Oh.
that didn't stop him either. Crix was slowly pushing the community forward.
That is some
almost
ugly game
all by
footage.
himself. Finally, on May 2nd, 2016, 1 year and 8 days after iRule's 3832, Crixium would take the world record
That's some
with a
VHS
37.57,
handheld recorder
breaking the 38-minute barrier
quality right there.
and dethroning iRule, who had then held the world record for almost 2.5 years. Crix had done what nobody could do for years, but Crix
737
wouldn't
is my
stop
current
there.
attack power. which is-
Interestingly,
we're making good pace.
Crix was unique in that he had a bit of a different mindset from most other runners.
I say I'm gonna just use the routes that I know, and I'm gonna push myself as low as I can go with those routes. I could easily save like 20 seconds off any run just by updating the routing, but with the number of resets it would add on, it wouldn't really be fun anymore.
And that showed in his runs. Crix would sometimes not use the most up-to-date strategies, so he could get even more runs going, and instead aim to optimize his time using just the strategies he believed in.
That's fair.
And it worked.
I kind of do the same
By
thing
slowly
with
implementing new strategies
with Death
instead
Skip.
of potentially letting them kill runs, he started improving his time steadily. 2 weeks after breaking
Every
the
new
world
strat
record,
has like some level
Crix
of like
once
risk
again
reward that you
improved
have
his
to
time,
consider
now to 36
as a speedrunner.
minutes and 44 seconds.
It's like, will this increase my
This was a
resets by
very
too
impressive
much to the
run,
point where it's not
and
worth
Crix
doing?
was improving fast. This time, Crix chose to do a safer Dreamworld strat, and he instead used the much faster troll hole skip that he had found 3 months prior.
I
The
love a
rest of
fast
the
troll
run
hole
was very
skip, you know what I'm
solid.
saying?
Crix took it a
Fellas.
little bit safer than other runners did, but because of that, he made way fewer mistakes, and ultimately managed to save a lot of time. Quoting Crix from the time, "Pretty close to perfect. Not much to improve in this run, really. Just a bunch of minor mishaps here and there, like getting 2 long jump glitches on the save jump in a warm welcome." And he was right.
That
The
webcam
run
quality
was
is going
extremely solid indeed.
going crazy.
So with that, Crix's new world record stood for another 5 months. But something amazing happened within those 5 months. Crix had made an insane discovery, one that would drastically increase the quality of the Hobbit speedruns.
Not
Crix found
literally,
out
because the
about
quality
capture
of the video.
cards.
Wait, oh no,
With Crix's
seriously.
pixel count being exponentially higher
Oh,
than
shit.
ever before, he was back in the game. And over the next year,
Damn, look at
Crix
those
steadily
pixels.
improved the world record. On September 16th, 2017, after 4 new world records, Crix had optimized his time all the way down to 35 minutes and 10 seconds. He was now using most of the optimal strats. With every PB, you could see his movement getting better, even better than any runner before him. Crix couldn't be stopped. His runs still had mistakes in some of the hardest parts, but there was
When you
nobody
optimize
that
the
could
capture
compete
card,
with
yeah.
his movement and execution. There was once again a seemingly insurmountable skill gap between the world record
What's
holder
up,
and the
Febble?
rest, and it wasn't looking like it would close anytime soon.
We're chilling at about
But despite the skill gap,
740
Crix would not
attack
be the
power
only one
when we
to push
started
the
at
speedrun forward.
668
That's
today.
because something had been going on behind the scenes.
So we're making good
Something
progress.
Major. Someone named MDPie had joined the community, and he was dissecting the game on a technical level, unlike anyone before him. MDPie knew how to hack the game and explore it from the inside. And MDPie had
Bro,
made big
speedrunners are
discoveries
just
in the
cheaters
past
and
few
hackers.
months.
Confirmed.
Most notably, MDPie discovered how to abuse menu glitches. This is
Wow.
undoubtedly the
It's
most
just about abusing
game-breaking
glitches for
discovery
these
ever
speedrunners.
made
Fucking
in the
cheaters,
Hobbit
man.
speedrunning
Just play the
history.
game the right
By
way. I don't
pressing
understand. This is a
RNA
glitch
on
run
the
now.
same
It's not a
frame when
speed run.
Selecting exit game, an invisible
I can't
glitched
believe you would
copy
do
of the
this.
game's start menu would be made. This copy of the menu had a very special property. It could store the end level event if you ended a level with the glitch active. MDPie figured out that you could abuse this by making a save
Also,
at
what's
the
up,
end of an
Mailio?
unexpected party, then continue to the next level and make a new save there. From there, you could load back into an unexpected party, cause the menu glitch, then end the level. Now, the end level event is stored, and you can load back into your save of the level you came from. Then all that had to be done was to find a text box pop up in the level you are trying to skip, which started the stored end level event. And all of the sudden, you skipped the level. This could be
The most
repeated for
BS
many
cheat
levels,
I've ever seen.
finishing them all in 1 to 3 minutes each. but it did require a frame-perfect input. This discovery absolutely broke the speedrun as we knew it, potentially saving well over 10 minutes, and much more if you didn't count load times. But it was also highly controversial.
Unforgivable.
When using menu glitches, the majority of movement and cool tricks on the run were completely invalidated. The run would devolve into just hitting these frame-perfect menu glitches and waiting on loading screens for a good portion of the run.
Is there
as
a
you
queue?
save and load between levels.
Okay.
So it was no.
You can suggest videos using the channel point thing. I might watch it if it looks interesting to me, but I might not. Because I have well over 24 hours. There's like a speedrun, or there's a Castlevania video that's like 8 hours long. So, but yeah, if I find it interesting, I'll add it to the queue. I don't mind. We just already have a lot of videos that we can use, so.
Surprised that menu glitches became its own category, one that most runners would rather forget about, and one that very few would actually run. And the any percent category now turned into any percent no menu glitches, or any percent NMG for short.
Wow, look at that. A community is like, wow, we found this thing that completely invalidates all the cool stuff we like about our game. We're just going to separate the categories and continue to play the way that we like playing. It seems very reasonable. It's almost as if like speedrunners are just as fickle as, you know. Granted, I don't know. I don't know what's the best way to describe it. This is one of the reasons I want to make a video about like people who are anti-glitching in speedruns, because speedrunners themselves are also anti-glitching to a certain extent. It just comes down to the way you view the video game ought to be played versus like casuals that don't actually speedrun the game. So there's certain level of animosity between the two. I don't know. I think there's a lot to explore when it comes to the idea of glitches in video games, like being considered this thing that most normie gamers are like, oh, you're actually hacking and cheating. I hate this. But whatever.
That's where we continue our story. Fortunately, not everything MDPie found was controversial. Actually, far from it. By exploring the PC version's memory and hacking it, MDPie had found
people think wave dashing is cheating. It's literally, bro. Will Neff said it was cheating, bro.
This was a
Slime
menu
said
used
Will
by
Neff
the
said it was
developers
cheating.
to test the game, giving them access to tools no normal player should ever have.
Drama, oh my god.
Like flying, visualizing triggers, showing invisible walls, and
I agree.
much,
I think
much
variety
more.
of categories is a good
was now
thing
able
overall.
to glitch hunt much more effectively, and he would use it to great success. And so on October 13th, 2017, MDPie had found something major in a warm welcome. Until now, almost all main objectives in the level had to be cleared before being able to finish it. But MDPie had found the one thing that could truly break a warm welcome. An alternate end trigger. One that didn't require any of the quests to be completed, and would end the level upon just touching
I may
it.
or may not watch that.
Unfortunately, this end trigger was located far out of bounds and was completely covered by an invisible floor. But when Crix heard about this end trigger, Crix was able to figure out a way to reach it. Crix realized that the invisible floor covering the alternate end trigger wasn't loaded when Bilbo entered the warehouse. Entering the warehouse still required the thief quest to be completed, so Crix started the thief quest with his clip warp position at the thief's destination. Then he warped back. From here, he jumped out of bounds and carefully placed his safe position above the alternate end trigger, while the invisible floor was still loaded. He then platformed back in bounds while jumping as to not update his safe position, and got back to where the thief quest ends. Then he waited while jumping until the thief came back. This set off a bunch of cutscenes during which Bilbo touches the ground, so he skipped these very fast and started jumping right after them again, which was just barely fast enough to avoid his safe position from updating. From there, Crix went into the warehouse and quickly got himself stuck to clip warp back. And finally, when he warped back to his safe spot out of bounds, the invisible floor was no longer
the Hobbit
loaded,
for
and he fell straight
GameCube.
into the alternate end trigger. This was a massive skip for one of the longer levels in the game, saving almost a minute and a half, and it was engineered by some of the greatest people in the Hobbit speedrunning history. Over the next month and a half, Crix started optimizing his any percent NMG time using the new A Warm Welcome skip.
Nice. And I got long jump glitch. there we go.
Nice.
Pretty sure that should work. Alright, cool. Nice. This could be a sub 34 if I get a really, really good clouds burst. No way! No way! It was! No way!
No way!
No way! 3359.
What an accent. It's my SNES 100% TAS. Sure.
Nice.
SNES Demon Crest 100% TAS?
Alright,
Maybe.
nice. Okay, yeah. That was awesome.
The issue with TAS is that
it's a sub 3330.
I can't watch the video too much because I do have to look at the gameplay to make sure I'm not like dying. Which is why I like the video essays, because I can kind of listen to them and get a general gist of what's going on.
That was cool as well.
I do have life
Okay,
apples,
that
so
was
I am
insane
protected from
girls
death
out
at least
behind.
twice, but still.
Whew, that brought my summon best down quite a bit. 3314, okay.
My favorite thing about running the game is probably just the feeling of being really successful at tricks in the game, especially really difficult tricks like the save, jump, and warm welcome. And also the feeling
No, the music is
of
really good in
just
this video, for
having
sure.
a consistent run up to any point that doesn't have any major mistakes.
Crix had made insane progress, lowering the record all the way down to 32 minutes and 54 seconds on November 30th, 2017. While at first, Crix was steadily improving his PB while skipping out on some of the harder strats, he had now implemented almost everything there was to implement, including the fastest troll hole skip that Crix had held off on using for so long.
God damn it,
And
why
all
is
of that
troll hole
with
so
better
funny?
movement than ever before. Although funnily enough, in the end, Crix lost 4 seconds when he failed to interact with the final barrel in the Cloud's Burst. Crix still wasn't fully satisfied. He knew he could improve this run, and was planning to do so in the future. But for now, the world's record would lay dormant
this
for a
video
while.
still has an
There
hour
were
and
still
40
old
minutes
and new
left.
runners improving their times in the background, but no one threatened Crix's record. But then, MDPie made another major discovery, one of the biggest the category had seen since its speedrunning infancy.
I'm
There
at
was one level that was longer than any other,
740.
one that had previously only barely been broken by iRoll through an overly complex skip that didn't save a lot of time. It was inside information, but there was no alternate end trigger here, and even if you could reach the final staircase, it was blocked by an insurmountable invisible wall that only disappeared when you raised the water and helped the dwarves. Though insurmountable, one could go below it. By clipping out of bounds without completing any of the quests, the final staircase wasn't yet loaded, but the invisible wall blocking the end trigger was. However, the end trigger extended further downward than the invisible wall. Not by a whole lot, but just barely enough for MDPie. He figured out that you could perform a slash off of the edge to get a bunch of forward momentum, and follow it up with a tight jump attack to just barely reach the end trigger without hitting the invisible wall. This completely skipped having to do any quests and inside information. Now,
Curious.
you just needed to reach
Yup.
the out-of-bounds spot as quickly as possible and perform the skip.
This video is
This
just
turned
full of
inside
innuendo, and it's
information
very
from
funny.
a 6-minute level into a 1.5 minute one. But the inside information skip was extremely hard to do. Easily the hardest trick the run had ever seen. If your slash timing off of the edge was too good, you would hit the invisible wall early and lose your momentum. And if the slash wasn't good enough, you wouldn't reach the trigger at all. On top of that, you still needed to time the very tight jump attack, and if any of those things weren't executed perfectly, it meant death. The reward was huge, yet so was the risk. And until someone performed an amazing run with this skip first try, there would always be a lot of time to save. Once again, a discovery so big had been made that it just about invalidated even the best runs.
Yep.
And so it was Crix who continued his grind. Because of the 4.5 potential minutes of time save on inside information, Crix was able to take many runs he normally wouldn't continue.
It is strange. Symphony of the Night has like very little as far as like new discoveries.
To help get those runs going. And just a day after,
the route has been like the same for like 10 years.
31 minutes and 16 seconds. This run was definitely thanks to the new skip.
It'd be funny if I could overflow the blood. That would be funny.
Inside information, and the new skip took him 2 minutes worth of attempts. After that, the Cloud's Burst had some big mistakes. But either way, a record was a record, and Crix wouldn't stop there.
Well, Ace obviously exists, but nobody's running Ace.
Crix was on another run that made it into inside information. He was already 11 seconds ahead of his world record, and here, over 2 minutes could be saved. But if, and only if, Crix hit the ever so difficult inside information skip on his first try. And he did. Crix was now a whopping 2 minutes and 15 seconds ahead of his record. This was easily on pace to sub 30, yet there was still more time to save in the Cloud's Burst. This time, it all came together, and Crix finished the Cloud's Burst with a time of 28 minutes and 46 seconds. An amazing run with very few mistakes. Completely
I would never expect this forgettable Hobbit game to be one of the most storied speed games ever. A lot of speedrunning,
anyone would have imagined, and Crix was holding the.
A lot of speedrunning communities have stories similar to this. It's just that they're not documented. If something comes out, it'd be because of deep comp. True, we do have decomp to look forward to, I guess.
Forefront with no signs of giving it up. But there was one cycle that had repeated itself. Crix once again chose to forego some of the harder and less consistent strategies in order to focus on optimizing his time with the new inside information skip. The most obvious dropped strategy being the fastest troll hole skip. If Crix implemented it together with other more difficult strats, he might just be able to push the record below 28 minutes. But Crix had seemingly grown to really dislike the faster troll hole skip, so instead, he chose to focus on the routes he liked to run, and truly
doesn't want to focus on a fast troll hole, understandable.
Finally, 2 months after the 2846, Crix got a run that seemed like it was meant to be. He started off with a great beginning, hitting trick after trick with no signs of slowing down. As expected, the older troll hole strat was still in play, but Crix's execution of it was top-notch. Even up to flies and spiders, there were no
What is this early
worth
2000s
Crix
like
did make some tiny mistakes, like getting a weird starting boost and
emo-ass sounding
going
guitar
into
riff.
first-person mode for a moment, but his overall execution was stellar. Crix even re-implemented a small time-saving slope boost at the end of flies and spiders,
I get it.
and he was now ahead by 5 seconds. In Barrels Out of Bond, Crix had the chance to save some time because he had previously gotten a long jump glitch on the out-of-bounds jump to the basement cellar key. This time though, his Barrels Out of Bond was in top shape, now ahead by 18 seconds. Even a warm welcome went as usual, posing no problems for Crix. Finally, it was time for inside information. In his record, he had gotten this skip first try, but he had still saved before it. This time, there was no reason to save, as missing it once would cost Crix all the time he had gained. And because of that, Crix could also clip out of bounds earlier, not only potentially saving time on skipping a save point, but taking a shorter path altogether. It was time to execute the hardest trick in the game, one that had killed many runs, but now on a run that was near perfect. With everything on the line, Crix went for it.
Wow.
He hit it. The run was now a massive 34 seconds ahead into the Gathering of the Clouds. This pace was insane. Crix had definitely gotten better at the Durin statue skip, but it was still far from guaranteed. Fortunately, Crix had no issues with it and cleanly reached the Cloud's Burst, even saving another 3 seconds. The pressure was on. First, the slash jump into out-of-bounds slope boost while goblin archers risk one-shotting you from range. Done. Next, Corwin skip. Moving just a tiny bit too far would risk activating the battle, and in worst case, death. A bit shaky, but done. Next, the slope boost off of the catapult. no problem. Coming up, the precise rock throw to lower the bridge early took some time for the setup, but first try. And finally, the final out of bounds to reach the final barrel where Crix had fallen once before.
What the fuck is this song? And I don't mean that in a negative way, I mean that literally.
Under the immense pressure of a run of that pace, Crix was able to pull off a very solid Clouds burst, ultimately setting a new world record of 28 minutes and 12 seconds. This was truly an amazing time set by none other than the person who had been leading the community for the past 3 years. This was truly a level of optimization that
Some
the community
Undertale
had
shit.
never seen before.
Kinda
This
is, yeah.
run became a highlight of the community, viewed by many more than usual, and it was very well deserved. Quoting Crix himself, "This run is outstanding. There are no major mistakes anywhere, and the only potential time save is from improving the routes I use. I'm probably going to stop running this category for a while, since this run is so close to perfect." So Crix left it at that. He had pulled so far ahead of the competition that it was more unlikely than ever before that anyone would match him, even if they chose to do the harder strategies. Crix moved on to making community resources like guides and routing other categories, so the record remained at 28-12. It wasn't like nobody was trying to catch up, but Crix's level of movement and execution was that far ahead. Still, there was Zaltrip, a fairly new runner who'd been making big strides, lowering his PB from 50 minutes all the way down to 30 minutes and 31 seconds in about 4 months. And there was also Schneider, who had mainly been focusing on the PC version,
Yeah,
but
this run is
eventually
dead.
lowered his GameCube personal best down to 30 minutes and 54 seconds. Yet, Inside Information Skip was still an absolute run killer, and even more for non-top level runners.
Sometimes you just
But
kill a
Zaltrip
category.
found a way to get very fast retries on Inside Information Skip without losing much time or saving. He found out that if you attempt the skip on the left side and don't use your jump attack, Bilbo would go in a zombie state by dying at the end of the fade out animation. In this state, Bilbo's health is 0, but you can continue to play the game for a very short while, and that was just enough for the fade out animation to warp you back to the door, as it would if the stairs were loaded. So as long as you judged your slash boost off of the edge before committing to a jump attack, you could retry the ridiculously hard Inside Information Skip very quickly. This was a very nice find. Looking back to Crix, he wasn't completely done with the Hobbit. Though Crix had no plans of improving his any % NMG time at this point, he was still invested in the game and in growing the community, and Crix got an idea to help do just that. With some push from other community members, Crix decided to submit The Hobbit as a speedrun in Summer Games Done Quick 2019. This is a huge speedrunning marathon event that is held twice a year. The event has raised millions of dollars for charity, and even many non-speedrunners love to watch. But it isn't easy.
Honestly,
to
it's
get a
mostly
speedrun into a
non-speedrunners
Games
that
Done
like to
Quick
watch.
event, as they
Let me tell you, speedrunners love not watching GDQ. Speedrunners love doing anything except watching GDQ. Most of the people watching are not speedrunners, I will say.
They get loads of submissions, and Crix wasn't the first to try submitting The Hobbit. But if The Hobbit made it
Speedrunners
in,
are too
that
busy
would bring
doing
many
anything
eyes
but
to
watching the
relatively
mainstream.
small community. This was a chance for growth, and for a great cause no less. The Hobbit community had
said
grown
most
substantially
speedrunners.
since the last time they tried to get into a Games Done
Most
Quick event,
speedrunners I know are
so it
not
wasn't
sitting down
impossible
watching
that the game
GDQ
would
from
make
start
it
to
in.
finish.
And so, Crix got back to doing some practice runs, with the hopes of getting The Hobbit featured. In these practice runs, Crix started implementing the strategies that he decided not to use before. This included the fast troll hole skip that could save 20
Fast troll hole
seconds.
skip,
Crix
pog.
even planned to use something called web skip in Riddles in the Dark. This is a very tricky long jump shortcut that didn't seem worth it before, but if done
Speedrunners are also
successfully,
very good at not
it could
speedrunning.
save around 10 seconds. Perhaps
True.
it was because these were practice runs that Crix seemed very laid back. So laid back that one run, Crix was non-stop chatting about the TV show Stranger Things. and in that run, Crix had hit the fast troll skip and made it into Overhill and Underhill, where he had a thought.
The run that I spend bashing Season 2, Episode 7 is gonna be the run that gets world record, and I don't know how I'm gonna feel about that.
It's clear that Crix said this jokingly, but soon that thought would become a bit more realistic. Thanks to the fast troll hole skip, web skip and riddles in the dark, and great execution of flies and spiders, Crix was now already 28 seconds ahead of his record. The pace was insane.
Yeah, I'm not usually someone that wants to watch
Crix
like
was left
games I've
with
never
little
heard
to
of
no
get
more
speedran
time to
anymore.
save from
It's just not
faster strats. So
that
could he
appealing
hold
to me
this lead?
anymore. It was much more appealing to me when the concept of speedrunning itself was a little more fresh and new. The weirder your conversation, the better chance of world record. True. You got to say some real controversial shit to get world record.
There was some time loss, mainly from struggling with the clip warp in Barrels Out of Bond and needing 6 attempts for the inside information skip. Fortunately, thanks to Zaltrip's fast retry strat, not too much time was lost, and after a clean gathering of the clouds, Crix was still ahead by 11 seconds. This run had suddenly turned very serious. With a
That's
good
usually how it
clouds
is for me,
burst,
is I just want to
this
watch
could
the
be
runs that I'm interested in, and
sub-28
that's about it nowadays.
To achieve that, Crix
Or
chose
runs that
the
my friends are
active
doing.
Corwin skip, where you fully activate
And even
the
then I still
Corwin
miss
fight.
runs that my friends
This
do
is
because I'm
much
a bad
easier
friend.
to do quickly, but if Corwin died before loading the next area, it was run over. It was up to Crix to warp back as quickly as possible, and to pray that the goblins didn't lower Corwin's health too quickly. It was close, but the run wasn't guaranteed yet. Unfortunately, following this, Crix made 2 sloppy mistakes, both by overshooting
Sloppy
where he
troll
wanted
hole
to go.
mistakes? Oh no.
The chance of a sub 28 was almost gone.
Not the sloppy troll
but
hole.
Zaltrip had actually discovered a slightly faster out of bounds at the end, which Crix was planning to use. This was going to be close.
Sometimes the Muramasa does like such little, it only does 30 damage and I don't know why. There's like some weird glitch hitbox or something. Oh, it's the sloppy meat? Oh no.
I think it is. It's gonna be just barely. It's gonna be just barely. If it is, it's gonna be just barely. No, it actually is by a few seconds then. Wow, jump up there, please.
Do it. Win the video game.
27:57.
Nice.
Well, that's it.
Crix just finally beat his 28-12 with a sub 28 no less. The previous world record had stood for 13 months, the longest in the Hobbit speedrunning history, yet Crix finally beat it, while talking about Stranger Things for most of the run. It had been 3 years since Crix took the world record.
13 months is the longest standing record in the game's history?
And Crix had now
Damn.
lowered his first world record.
I'm pretty sure SotN definitely has some longer standing world
37.57,
records.
down to a 27.57. This was a massive improvement thanks to the many of the great people in the community, and of course, Crix himself. There was still some time to save in Barrels Out of Bond and inside information, but thanks to Crix now implementing some of the harder and less
Does that mean
consistent
Hobbit is more
strategies, it was ever
popular than
so
SotN in
unlikely
speedrunning
that
terms?
this
Maybe.
time would get beaten.
I wouldn't be surprised if the Hobbit
It
has
wouldn't be
more
long until Crix got some well-deserved
total
news.
runs or active
The
runners.
Hobbit had been accepted
SotN
into
is a
Summer
niche
Games Done
fucking
Quick
video game, which is
2019.
crazy to me, but it
The
just is.
Speedrun
It's a
this
niche
community
game.
had been working so hard to improve, was going to get its chance to shine on
When
the
will I
big
start
stage
speedrunning Hobbit?
and to help raise money
If we
for a
hit
great
2,000
cause.
Twitch
There's
subs, I'll
almost
speedrun
nothing
Hobbit.
better you
How
can
about that?
ask for as a small yet dedicated
New sub
speedrunning
goal.
community, and everyone was stoked. Finally, the big day came. On June 24th, 2019,
We need a
Crix got
Hobbitvania.
to show the Hobbit speedrun to the world. With a crowd behind him, and tens of thousands of people watching live on Twitch, the spotlight was on him and the speedrun. And Crix brought some people along with him to help explain the speedrun in great detail. They were Author Blues, Kerf Murph, and Tina Hacks.
Yo, let's go off.
The first two now being longtime Hobbit speedrunning veterans. Together, they were able to highlight the impressive skips and hard work of the community, and not to forget the jankiness of the game.
There's a lot of really subtle movement that's going on here. The constant
God, I love
slash,
Author Blues'
jumping,
voice.
Plus, anytime he's going somewhat downhill, he long jumps. Perfect.
Okay, that
perfect.
Bro, I don't remember anything from this GDQ because I was like drunk every single day. It was bad. This was probably the GDQ I was the most drunk at. Did I have a run at this one too? I don't remember. Did I get a run in?
11 minutes.
Why? Because I was 23 years old and I wanted to drink with my friends.
Did in 3 hours.
Was I 23 or was I 24? I was in my early 20s and I wanted to drink with my friends. That's why.
Oh God.
Drink responsibly? I drink responsibly now.
And the reason why he wants to do that is because
my body
now that
can't
he's in
handle
this
drinking
room,
like that anymore.
Other room is unloaded. It allows him to just jump straight out into the void to collect an item that's out here.
I don't know how that angle worked.
Staying up after
I get
a long
way
day
too
packing to
hungover
watch
nowadays,
my
so I just don't
childhood
drink.
favorite game get destroyed.
That's some 40+ drinker talk.
So if
Yeah,
he did
exactly.
Not lose his clip position at bar.
I am an old
then
man.
We should just see a blank void and then the end of the
If
level.
I did have a run in this GDQ, I
we
don't
go.
remember it. That's true.
Perfect.
This is basically where the end level trigger is. So you have to fall and then like
Your age won't hold you back
slash
from
jump
drinking with proper practice.
at that at a
True.
weird
That's called
angle.
alcoholism.
It's very difficult.
For what it's worth, Crix actually taught us all how to do this with his
Was that my
wonderful MS Paint
ABRSR
skills.
run? Oh my God.
Perfect.
There was.
In this marathon
Bro, I got
run,
so
where
drunk.
Crix only got one chance to show the best he could do, Crix managed to get a
Oh,
time
my nose
of
was so cheap.
34 minutes and 6 seconds.
Time.
Speedrunning so while drunk would be a fun experience. That's
This
called
was
Dyke
solid
Bro
for
Percent.
a
We talked about that
marathon run,
earlier.
And Crix undoubtedly
But
did
also,
the speedrun justice. Thanks to the great performance by Crix and the Couchcasters, the Hobbit community got some needed renewed attention. With the efforts of everyone involved, this little game that had very mixed opinions on launch managed to slowly but steadily keep growing as a speedrun, 16 years after its release. After Summer Games Done Quick, the community saw some growth, which was very welcomed. As for Crix, there was still some time to save.
I just don't drink heavily like that
27:57,
anymore because
but it
it's just
wasn't
not
going
worth
to
it
be
in my
easy.
opinion.
Crix, however, still
Being
wanted
drunk
something
isn't fun
else from
enough
the
to
game for a
justify
while,
it.
So he kept focusing on other.
I think that's just something that
Hobbit-related stuff,
you grow out
like
of
the
over
button
time, but maybe that's
challenges,
just me.
Where you try to beat the game. While
No, I
doing
didn't dye
as
my
few
hair
of
back
certain
then.
button presses as possible. Crix was also grinding the All Quests category, where you complete every quest the game gives you. But here and there, Crix still did some any% NMG runs. Despite any% NMG being an afterthought for Crix at this point, on August 4th, 2019, Crix got a run going into Riddles in the Dark that was already almost 5 seconds ahead. Crix had stopped doing web skip during this time, yet when finishing Riddles in the Dark without web skip,
Yeah, I'm not opposed to
Crix
having
was
like a
only
nice
2
beer or anything
seconds
like
behind.
that.
But the next
But I'm not
few
gonna
levels
drink like
weren't so
shitty
clean.
natty
With a
light to get
sloppy
drunk.
fries and
I'll
spiders,
drink like a
missed
craft
clip in
beer
Barrels Out of Bond,
and have like
some more
one or
sloppy
maybe
movement
two.
in a warm welcome. Crix
And then
was
call it
now
a night.
15 seconds behind going into Inside Information, but this is where Crix could reclaim his lead. But it was going to be extremely hard unless he hit Inside Information skip the first try.
This is what I was talking about earlier with the area that I just drop down and jump attack instead of doing a long jump. I used to do a long jump there. I don't anymore. Okay, What? What? What?
Oh.
What?
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 No.
After that amazing Inside Information, Crix was now 7 seconds ahead. The Gathering of the Clouds could still make or break the run.
Mimosas are
but
great.
Crix pulled it off.
They are
and
fun
he
to
was
have.
now 8 seconds ahead. You might have noticed that Crix rarely ever ran against his previous splits, so when he reached the Clouds Burst loading screen, he started to calculate if he could set a new record. And under the pressure, Crix ended up thinking that he needed an amazing Clouds Burst, while in reality, he
Yeah,
was
I feel
actually
you on that
still
one, Apollo.
significantly ahead. So in the Clouds Burst, Crix pulled all the stops.
Oh. Oh my goodness, he's already that low on health. Don't die, Corwin, please. Hey, Corwin still has plenty of health left. No, what? Oh, I almost had it. That would have been cool.
I have my next break coming up in about 55 minutes, just as a heads up, everybody.
Yep, first one.
And that'll mark the 8-hour 1/3 of the 24-hour stream complete.
Cool.
And there it was. Crick set a new record of 27 minutes and 41 seconds. What a back and forth run. Though the start was a bit rough, Crick's more than
Honestly,
made up
the
for it
first
in the
7
end
hours
game
haven't
by
been too
hitting
bad.
inside information skip first try, then pulling off a Great Clouds burst. And the only strat
Devil's
Crix
lettuce.
had skipped out on
I
was
can't
web
smoke
skip
weed.
and
It
riddles in the
turns
dark.
me into an
Yet he
insane
still
person.
believed there was time
I
to be
literally lose
saved
my mind
and
and my grip
declared
on reality.
Sub 27:30.
That
coming
or I just
soon.
don't get high at all.
But that wouldn't happen anytime soon, as this 27:41 would become the
So I'm more of,
new
a
longest-standing
sober
world record
Samuel.
in the Hobbit speedrunning history. Still, the community had grown in recent times, and another top runner, Shadow Knight, managed to be the second person ever to get a sub 30-minute time at 29 minutes and 58 seconds. Yet, it didn't seem like any of the current runners had the drive to try and beat Crix, who had been holding the record for over 4 years now. But there was someone new who showed promise. In June 2020, someone
Jazz
going by the
Cabbage.
name
Jazz
of
Cabbage
Ice
is pretty
Bagel
good. That's a
started
funny name.
uploading individual level runs on a GameCube emulator. Not just any runs, but individual level world records. Ice Bagels quickly took the records in Trollhole, Flies and Spiders, Inside Information, and The Gathering of the Clouds, yet he had never even posted a full game run. And on June 5th, 2020, Ice Bagels posted something great. Together with the help of a friend, he had found a long jump setup for Inside Information skip. By long jumping at a specific angle and jump attacking at just the right time, you could achieve the same distance as the slash boost off of the edge. The difference was that a long jump always had a consistent distance, so it was much easier to pull off. That said, this was a spot that was at a high risk of causing a long jump glitch, so you still needed to be careful with your setup. Either way, this made Inside Information skip even more accessible and much more consistent to those willing to learn the setup. So with everything that Ice Bagels had shown, who knew what his full
Otherwise, it
potential
is
may have
anti-seizures
been?
that are rough on the kidneys. That's true.
Finally, on June 9th, 2020, Ice Bagels submitted his first
That is
full
very
game
true.
speedrun to the leaderboard. He had achieved a time of 29 minutes and 23 seconds, instantly putting him second place on the leaderboard behind Crix, and achieving the third ever sub 30 in the Hobbit. This level of improvement was unseen, and nobody had heard of Ice Bagels before. Who was this guy? Well, the community soon found out.
It was me?
Ice Bagels wasn't a new runner at all.
It was me the whole
No,
time?
Ice Bagels was potentially one of the most experienced runners the game had seen so far. Ice Bagels was actually Irule, the previous world record holder who had quit 5 years ago. Irule had come back under this username because he felt nostalgic for the game, but he wasn't sure if he actually wanted to commit to speedrunning it again. But once Irule started setting competitive times and realized that he still had the potential to compete, he revealed himself.
It was
Ice
me the whole
Bagels was
time,
just a throwaway account,
fuckers.
but Irule did actually change his username over time. Irule now went by M Karma. I, the creator
It
of
was
this
me
video,
the
am M
whole
Karma, and I was
time.
known as Irule. Sorry for hiding this from you so far. I thought the video would flow more naturally.
Bro, it was an hour and a half into this fucking video. And he's like, by the way, it was me the whole time. I had the world record every time.
Naturally this way. Anyway, I'll be referring to M Karma and Irule as myself in first person from now on. I was going
Wow.
hard on grinding the game again, and individual level runs were quite fun to do and provided great practice. Combined with the fact that I had the experience of being an old world record holder and one of the first Hobbit speedrunners, meant I could climb back to the
That's
top
crazy.
fairly quickly. But the Hobbit speedruns had
What a plot
certainly
twist.
evolved a ton from when I ran it as Irule. Many new strats had been found, some of which were harder than any I used to do, and the standards for movement were much higher. Although I had shown potential, there was still no way of knowing if I could end Crix's 4-year streak of holding the world record. I had a ton of catching up to do. At first, I came back to
No, yeah, for
speedrunning
sure.
on an emulator so I could use something other than the GameCube controller, which caused considerable hand pains for me. Even though modern versions of the Dolphin emulator don't give a big advantage anymore, if I was going to be serious at running the game again, I wanted to do it on original hardware. So I got back to practicing, and eventually on September 19th, 2020, I managed to lower my personal best all the way down
Like, I
to
would never make
28
a
minutes
Symphony
and
of the
10
Night speedrun
seconds.
perspective,
Now 30 seconds
retrospective
off of
video,
Crick's
because I'll pause the game. I'll pause it just for you. Go pee. It's fine. Because it would just be me talking in the first person the whole time about all the records that I have and shit like that. You know what it is. You know.
world record. But at this point, I had already shown I had the potential to beat it if I managed to hit every trick and
I just
move
don't
like
feel
I
like
did in
making a video like
practice.
that.
But in a game with this many difficult tricks and such a small margin for error, this was much easier said than done.
I'm back, thanks.
Just under a
That was a
month
quick peek.
later, I started getting runs with high potential. Crick still generally had a bit better movement than me, and he had an especially good start compared to mine. So starting off this run, I was already 8 seconds behind Crick's out of Trollhole, even though I cut out the setup for Trollhole completely. But that was within expectations. Although my start was worse, I had a couple tricks up my sleeve to try to catch up. On Overhill and Underhill, I closely matched Crick's time, showing that when I played my best, I wouldn't fall behind.
Need a cleaner
Then in
Trollhole
Riddles in the
skip.
Dark,
Yeah, I've been
I
saying
managed to
it.
hit the super tricky web skip, which Crick's chose not to do in his run. But my Riddles in the Dark wasn't perfect, so I only managed to get as close as 4 seconds behind Crick's. But Flies and Spiders is where I could close the gap. Back before I quit in 2015, I had found a time-saving slope boost here, but nobody had used it so far because of its difficulty, with Crick's going as far as to name it Stupid Boost. However,
Boost.
I was confident
Let's
in
go,
it,
Stupid
and when
Boost.
I got there, I hit the boost cleanly. Unfortunately, during the next section where you parkour over raising pillars,
No one would
I slipped
know.
off
True.
and couldn't climb back
Use
up
the
before
second
the
channel,
pillar
you're so
lowered
smart.
again, costing a whole 10 potential seconds. But because Crick's had a somewhat sloppy Flies and Spiders himself,
So I'll show
and
you
I
a
took
sloppy
shorter
Flies and
path to the
Spiders, you
end
know what I'm
trigger,
saying, fellas?
I still managed to save 3 seconds over the world record, putting me just barely behind Crick's. Then on Barrels Out of Bond, which could potentially cost me time because of how long and how movement heavy the level is, I managed to keep up, even saving 9 seconds over Crick's because I managed to get the clip warp on the first try. The run was now looking very doable as I was now 8 seconds ahead of Crick's, and after performing a near perfect A Warm Welcome, I was now 10 seconds ahead. But that was far from a comfortable lead. Coming up was Inside Information, where I was going to use my new long jump setup that I had discovered together with my friend Shockster. This was a lot easier than the old way, but definitely still tricky. I thought I missed.
We're at 746 attack power.
I hit it, but my setup was slower than first trying the old way. So
Oh,
after
747.
Inside Information, I was now only 5 seconds ahead of Crick's world record. I was now up against Crick's amazing endgame, one where Crick's had pulled all the stops, and I only had a small 5-second lead. I could not afford any mistakes.
Oh, it was.
Yeah, imagine making your username when you're like 13 and then just using that for the rest of your life. Cringe. Who would do something like that?
Right into the Arkansas. Okay.
No, it makes sense. You should totally change your name. That would be crazy. To just go by, you know, the thing you came up with when you were like, honestly, younger than 13 now that I think about it. Like maybe 12 or 11. Haha.
Jesus Christ, I can still choke this.
Uh-huh. What was my aim screen name? Bro, I didn't use aim. How old do you think I am? Calm down now.
Shit. I haven't been that nervous in a long time.
Calm down.
I had finally done
Don't
it.
age me.
I took the world record with a new time of 27 minutes and 35 seconds, a 6-second improvement, breaking Crick's 4-year streak of holding the world record, and reclaiming my title after quitting 5 years ago.
Yeah,
as
I have
idle.
stolen
I
age
was
valor.
back,
I'm not actually
better than
old.
ever.
It's just
But
stolen
at
valor.
some points, I wasn't sure if I could beat Crix, especially when I looked at the earlier levels in the run.
No, I never
There
used
was
aim.
so
there was
much
no
I
reason
had
for me to
catch
use
up
aim.
on.
Because by
But
the time that
cutting
I
out a
started
lot of
chatting with people online, Facebook was already a thing. There was no reason for me to ever use aim. Unless I was trying to chat with people at the age of like 10, which, first of all, there's no reason to chat with people online if you're 10 years old. What is there to chat about? What the fuck you did in elementary school that day? Like, no. I was too busy fucking playing SotN or whatever. Talk about, oh, true, Neopets is the only acceptable answer. That is true. Neopets is acceptable. But I didn't play Neopets, so unfortunately, you know. It was either that or I played RuneScape. So, like, I either talked to people through RuneScape or I talked to them through Facebook. So, you know, I never had a
setups,
aim.
Implementing every tough strategy I knew, and practicing many
MSN,
hours of
no
individual
AOL,
runs,
none of that.
I was back on the throne, and this time, I wasn't planning on giving it up. During
You
my
still
years
play RS?
of
Nice.
absence,
RS is still
so
going
much of
strong.
the
Good for
speedrun
them.
had evolved, and so much of the community had changed.
Lego
It was
Builder
no longer
86,
a
yo,
little
you're
group of
Lego
friends
Builder
that ran on
86,
GameCube
yo!
In 2014. We were now a full-fledged community with people all over the world, doing what we love. Yet our community still wasn't done growing. Our story is far from done. After all, we've only covered the GameCube version of The Hobbit, but there was a version that could potentially be pushed even further. I urge you to stick around, and listen as we step back in time to tell the tale of the history of The Hobbit speedruns on PC.
Bro, another plot twist. It turns out the speedrunning history for this video is a 2-for-1 special. God.
The game
Yo.
was one of my favorites growing up, so I was curious if there were any speedrunning tricks for it.
Eventually, I decided to get back into it, but this time on PC because it seemed like such a simple yet fun run.
Whether it was community or competition I was looking for, maybe satisfying a childhood curiosity of what lies beyond the bounds of the game.
At the start of this video,
This video
I
is
mentioned
goated.
that The Hobbit was released on 4 different platforms: GameCube, PlayStation 2, Xbox, and PC. The console versions of The Hobbit were all almost the same, with GameCube just being a bit faster when load times are not counted. But the PC version of The Hobbit actually has some major differences. They were mainly control differences that a lot would argue made for a worse experience for a playthrough. On PC, the camera is locked to be almost always directly behind Bilbo, while you're only able to move in 4 directions with the WASD keys. This was a huge contrast to the free camera on consoles, and their 360-degree joystick inputs. Bilbo's walking speed was also
He's like, yeah,
lowered on
PC is trash. Nobody plays on
Many
PC.
would
It's
argue
garbage.
the
No one
PC
likes it.
version feels less intuitive and doesn't lend itself well to platforming. So it's probably no surprise that the console versions, mainly GameCube, had always seen significantly more attention than the PC version. But that didn't stay true forever. We're going back to 2015, when I was known as Irol and was just about to quit, and Crix wasn't doing speedruns on console yet, because at this time, Crix was the first to give the PC version of The Hobbit serious speedrunning attention. It was on September 4th, 2015, that Crix had fully completed a route for PC and posted an edited together run to prove his concept. In this concept, Crix showed a route that clocked in at almost exactly 34 minutes. The first, somewhat sloppy proof of concept.
Wait, this guy was
already
Irol the whole
4 minutes
time? Yeah,
faster
that
than
was
the GameCube
yeah.
world record at this time. But how does that make sense when the PC version just seemed like a worse port of
Yeah,
consoles?
he hit us with that
The biggest
a
thing
little
was
while
that
ago.
PC load times were ridiculously fast, easily saving over 5 minutes. But even without counting loads,
This whole video is
the
full of
first
M.
PC
Night
route
Shyamalan
was
style
already
twists
super
and
close
turns,
to
dude.
The GameCube route that had been optimized for years. The reason for this was that
Muramasa's
PC
at
had insane clipping mechanics.
747, I
On
want to
PC,
say, or
you could
748.
practically clip through any wall you could see. In rare cases, even phasing through them so quickly, it felt like
748.
they weren't even there.
You took a bunch of breaks.
This was
Bro, I can't
probably
wait
a
to take my
development
break.
oversight when they translated the joystick
Waiting for the
movement
boss to
into
give
a
me my
keyboard and
break.
mouse system, and the speedrun could absolutely abuse it. In Crix's first route of the PC version, he already showed one of these clips early on in Roast Mutton, wedging himself between two rocks and popping out right where the out-of-bounds slope boost started. Then on Overhill and Underhill, Crix's brother
Yeah, the
had
boss
found
says
a
I gotta
clip
keep
that could
grinding.
skip the first
Gotta
gear
keep
collecting
grinding the
section
blood.
by wedging himself between a pillar and the wall. And in the Gathering of the Clouds, Crix quite literally just jumped through a wall and went around the outside out-of-bounds edges to get to the
It's probably not
Arkenstone.
efficient at all.
Both the Roast Mutton and Gathering of the Clouds clips were found by Samwise from the Minimums community. The rest of the levels all played out very similar to how GameCube did them. Most things that could be done on GameCube also translated to PC, yet PC had potential for exclusive skips. However awkward and counterintuitive the PC controls may seem, it looked like there was actually potential for a unique speedrun on this platform. And soon after posting this proof of concept, Crix completed a real speedrun of the PC version, the first of its kind, with a time of 33 minutes
As it turns
and
out,
39
I was
seconds.
everybody at the
But
same
it was
time.
right
I
after
am
this
everyone.
that
I am
Crix
God.
decided to switch to GameCube to join in on the existing competition. And although PC was still just an
Defiance
afterthought
runs? I don't
for
believe
almost
so,
all of the
no.
Hobbit community, there was one person who would show its potential. This was Schneider, a new German speedrunner, and he started setting record after record on PC. Starting off with a 32:47 on July 20th, 2016, Schneider beat Crix by almost a minute using the exact same route. Impressive. Yet Schneider was alone and running a relatively unexplored platform. But that didn't stop him. A little over a month later, Schneider set a time of 30 minutes and 33 seconds, improving the record by over 2 minutes. He had adopted some of the new GameCube strategies that were found around this time, and translated them to PC ones. Most notably,
Now I'm seeing
the fastest
orange
troll hole
18-wheelers.
skip,
What does that mean?
and he combined it with much better execution than his last run. And just 7 days later, on August 31st, Schneider improved the PC record down to 29 minutes and 43 seconds, just purely off of better execution. But it was then, presumably because of the lack of competition, that Schneider also moved to playing GameCube. But fast forward to February 14th in 2018. It was around this time that speedruns on GameCube had started making massive leaps thanks to MDPie's efforts. And now it was actually Crix who revisited PC. By researching together with MDPie, Crix was now able to do inside information skip as well as a warm welcome skip on the PC version. And he managed to pull it off in a run that got both of those tricks fairly quickly.
Oh, gotcha.
Breaking the now 1.5 year standing PC record with a 29:07, despite Crix's main focus still being on GameCube. This marked a very significant change in PC history, not necessarily because of this run, but its consequences.
Consequences?
Only 10 days later, after a year and a half of PC inactivity, Schneider demolished Crix's world record, not just by a little bit, but by almost 4 minutes. Crix had awakened a beast. Using the same strategies as Crix, Schneider left no room for debate that he was undoubtedly the best on PC. This awakened beast rampaged for the coming months, and nobody dared to try to stop him.
Nobody. Not even. As it turns out, it was actually me. I'm also this guy, and everybody else who's been playing it. I'm the only person who ever played the video game. Oops, jump the button. Jump button, please. I was actually been on all along. Yeah, that is the strat. Symphony of the Night on PC. It's coming, brother. Don't worry. Now, if you don't mind me, I'm going to take a big old hit of copium right now.
Schneider had slowly cut off almost.
It's actually
going
to be the 360 version that they're porting to PC.
In these past 6 months. Now
No, trust
putting
me,
the
bro.
new
It's going to be
world
so
record of
good.
22 minutes and 57 seconds on August 25th.
I have a confession to make. I am
2018.
Hyrule.
The PC run was now almost 7 minutes faster than GameCube. Although
Wait,
it
if
was
you're
safe
Hyrule
to say that the
and he's
execution of the
Hyrule,
PC run
then that
still
means
wasn't as optimized as GameCube.
we still have SotN
Still,
Tiger, true.
There was
I have
no
to play
doubt
that.
in anyone's mind that the runs Schneider had been putting out were more than just impressive.
So what, I owe you guys
about a
Vampire
month
D
later,
and I
it
owe
was
you
MD Pie who would
Gamescom
give the
SotN.
PC
That seems fair.
version the next push it needed. While MD Pie was busy routing a warm
No,
welcome
I'm
for the A-button
Hyrule.
challenge, he made a major PC exclusive speedrunning discovery. Runners knew that when sliding off of an edge and going into rock throwing mode, Bilbo would enter a slow falling state that you could use to avoid fall damage. However, MD Pie tried this on the out-of-bounds invisible platform in a warm welcome, and slowly sank into the water below. Just moments later, Bilbo was slowly drifting, with the water current pushing him. He was floating away under the invisible floor, the same invisible floor that normally had to be unloaded to hit the alternate end trigger. And as luck would have it,
Speedrunning
the
sounds
water's edge
so
was
stupid when you
actually
don't know
right
the game.
above the
Yeah,
alternate end trigger.
of course.
Over the course of about 40 seconds, Bilbo slowly floated there, and when leaving rock throwing mode,
I think it's funny.
he fell straight into the end trigger.
I love seeing
This
speedrun
meant that you no
videos
longer had to
explained
warp
just so
out
I
of
could
the
like learn
warehouse
about the
to
dumb
unload
shit that
the
exists in other
out-of-bounds invisible
speedruns.
floor. Instead, as soon as you started a warm welcome, you could rush over to the invisible floor, force yourself into the water while in rock throwing mode, wait until the current carried you over to the end trigger, and fall into it. No thief quest needed. This saved close to 3 minutes over doing it the old PC way, and it was exclusive to PC because there you could stop your slow fall and let the current carry you, while on consoles you kept falling and drowned in the water. And of course,
dark.
it was MD Pie who had found such a creative skip.
Who finds
But
this
there
shit?
was
It's
also
MD
Silic,
Pie.
a new
Listen,
PC runner
Melee
who had
Hell, just
started at the end of 2018 and quickly lowered his personal best to a 25:45. And Silic actually managed to find a faster clip in Roast Mutton. He took a sharp right soon after starting the level and wedged himself
Oh, is it
between
not
two
called
boulders.
Go With The Flow?
And after holding a specific angle and walking into the corner for a couple seconds, he popped out on the other side, where conveniently, the alternate end trigger was only a couple slash jumps away. A super nice and easy time save that allowed you to complete Roast Mutton in well under 20 seconds. Even for those who doubted it, the PC version was now clearly starting to become serious business. The clunky control scheme was actually starting to feel like a great fit for speedruns. The 4-directional movement and the restricted camera actually allowed for easier and much more precise setups for skips and tricks. The PC version also allowed you to long jump from a standing still position, making tricks like Riddles in the Dark web skip trivially easy. Even long jump glitch was a non-issue on PC.
Yeah, I was gonna
as
say,
long
there's
as
like an
your hardware
8-hour,
was good enough. And the slower
low
walking
percent
speed on
trick that you
PC
can do in
just
Twilight
meant that
Princess to skip
advanced
like a door.
movement was even more rewarding. The PC leaderboard was even serious enough to start removing load times from the final times to make sure faster loading computers didn't have an advantage. And leading the PC charge was still Schneider, who would soon implement the new strategies found in the past 5 months. On February 20th, 2019, Schneider was doing runs against his gold splits, and made it into a warm welcome, being only 12 seconds behind those gold splits. That's only 12 seconds slower than all of his best levels combined. This added up to already being a whole 32 seconds ahead of his record, and the time save was just coming up.
I'm taking my break
Schneider
early.
managed to
I'll be
execute
back
the
at
new warm
8
welcome
p.m.
skip quite well, only losing another 4 seconds.
I'm gonna keep this video playing. I'm gonna get some food and probably take a shower. So I'll be back in 30 minutes, guys. Enjoy the rest of the Hobbit speedrunning.
Over his gold. This put him 3 minutes
And
and
the
12
marathon will
seconds ahead of
continue.
his record, easily on pace for the first ever sub 20-minute speedrun. And after a solid inside information, it was time for the Gathering of the Clouds, for which the route is very different from consoles and involved 2
See you
clips to get to the
tomorrow.
Arkenstone. Schneider played quite safely on these clips and spent some extra time setting them up. He was now 3 minutes and 8 seconds ahead going into the Clouds burst. With his record having about 20 seconds of mistakes here, sub 20 was in sight. Schneider missed the timing on the early out-of-bounds slope boost, but he didn't waste his jump attack, so not a lot of time was lost. Then, Corwin's skip was fine. Schneider was a little hesitant, but who could blame him? activating the catapult barrel early was no problem. Funnily enough, you didn't even need a slope boost for this on PC. Schneider then missed one rock throw to lower the bridge, and didn't throw a second safety rock right away, costing some extra time. Yet Schneider had no trouble going out of bounds, and reached the final barrel without issues. The new PC world record, and the first ever sub-20 Hobbit speedrun, clocked in at 19 minutes and 39 seconds, and was met with praise from the community. With the first ever sub-20 achieved, one could only wonder what else was in store for PC. Would the movement get even more optimized, or would another crazy PC exclusive skip be found? In this case, it was the latter. There was one level that had stood strong throughout the years, both on GameCube and PC. One level that, when broken, was only broken partially. One level longer than any other in the speedrun. This was how MDPie broke barrels out of Bond. On March 28th, 2019, MDPie shared a major discovery. An alternate end trigger in the form of an alternate end pedestal in barrels out of Bond. One that could be reached by clipping out of bounds right behind where the normal end pedestal is. Unlike the normal one, this alternate end pedestal didn't require any of the objectives to be completed. By clipping out of bounds and long jumping into a jump attack towards the out of bounds pedestal, you could interact with it and end barrels out of Bond early. Unfortunately though, the clip itself was very hard, and the jump wasn't much easier. This skip was actually not very appreciated by the community due to its insane difficulty and inconsistency, and no run has ever been done with it. Because 2 months later, MDPie shared an even bigger discovery. That was it. When done perfectly, you could end barrels out of Bond within 10 seconds of loading into it. This same level took close to 6 minutes on GameCube, yet it was now the fastest level in all of the Hobbit on PC. And it was once again thanks to MDPie. What you saw was another alternate end trigger, this time located right behind the gate at the start. But what had stopped the community from finding something so major, yet so close, for so long? Well, this area behind the starting gate had never been possible to access normally, as huge invisible walls surround the entire area. So it was only when developer tools were discovered that someone actually happened to check behind there and saw the alternate end trigger. Even from there, it was still going to be extremely hard to make it to the trigger. But fortunately, because of PC clipping mechanics, MDPie discovered you could slope boost up to this tree and climb the tree by very precisely getting stuck in it mid-jump. From there, you could climb its branches, which got you high enough to get over the invisible walls and reach the alternate end trigger. But this trick, especially at the time, was extremely hard and inconsistent because of how precise your position, how tight your angle, and how good your timing needed to be for the clip. This was going to require a lot of dedication to master. This time, it wasn't Schneider who would be the first to implement the new skip. Instead, it was Silic, and he was grinding. On July 5th, 2019, Silic posted 2 new personal bests with the new barrels out of Bond skip. The first was 20 minutes and 19 seconds, saving 5 whole minutes over his previous best. The next was 19 minutes and 47 seconds, achieving the second ever sub-20 Hobbit speedrun. Silic was now only 16 seconds behind Schneider, and wasn't about to stop. The very next day, on July 6th, Silic set another time. This time, it wasn't just a personal best, but a world record. Using the new barrels out of Bond skip and by grinding over several days, Silic set a time of 19 minutes and 20 seconds, beating Schneider by 11 seconds. Schneider was once again dethroned. But Silic knew this record was far from perfect, and even stated the following in his description: "Free record for anyone that doesn't choke on slope boosts." Was PC finally seeing real competition? Despite being dethroned, Schneider was only more motivated. Over the span of the next few days, Schneider came back to PC speedruns and learned the new barrels out of bond skip. And only 3 days after Silic broke the record, Schneider set out on another run. And there it was. Schneider took back the world record with a 17-minute and 18-second time, beating Silic by over 2 minutes. If anyone still doubted it, they would now understand that there was no way to keep Schneider down, and he would only come back stronger every time. Schneider's run still had a number of notable mistakes, like missing the overhill and underhill ending slope boost once, and missing the slope boost for the new barrels out of bond skip twice. But as you can tell, Schneider was still far ahead of the competition, and despite that competition growing, it would still take a long time before anyone could truly threaten Schneider's position at the top. Days turn into weeks, and weeks turn into months. Going into 2020, there was still no sign of anyone who could potentially beat Schneider. Enter Geek, a French speedrunner who had started running the Hobbit on PC around the same time as the barrels out of bond skip was found. Going into 2020, Geek's personal best was just above 20 minutes as he had seemingly been running the game on and off. But it was in late February when Geek started seriously grinding to try to beat Schneider's world record. And at the end of February, Geek lowered his personal best to an 18:14, solidly putting him in second place. This was looking doable, so he continued into March where he set another 2 new personal bests, a 17:25, followed by a 17:20 when timed without loads. He was now only 2 seconds behind Schneider. A real threat had appeared, yet there were no signs of Schneider's return. And so, on April 5th, 2020, Geek continued his record attempts. Geek did it. After months of grinding, he earned the new world record of 17 minutes and 4 seconds without loads. He was equally matched with Schneider in movement, and mainly had better trick execution in this run. This made Geek the 3rd person to ever beat Schneider, but the first to do it using the same strategies, without any advantage. This record was well deserved. But even Geek himself knew that Schneider might just come back to take the record at any time. And Schneider did. Just a day after Geek's record, Schneider ruthlessly set a new time of 16 minutes and 52 seconds without loads, breaking the sub-17 mark and beating Geek in a single evening of grinding. Although Schneider had a sloppy overhill and underhill this run, he managed to catch up in Flies and Spiders, where Geek had major trouble with the first slope boost. Yet Schneider couldn't keep up with Geek's amazing barrels out of bond and fell behind again. After this, he slowly closed the gap leading up to the Cloud's burst, where Schneider finally managed to pull ahead by performing the level over 10 seconds faster than Geek did. Once again, Schneider came back and almost instantly took back the record, clearly showing he was still steps ahead. Yet with all this competition came attention, and the PC leaderboard soon grew. Could Schneider stay ahead of the existing competition, as well as the new? A couple months pass, during which there isn't much activity from the top PC runners. Yet MDPie had actually found a new and faster way of hitting the inside information end trigger by going out of bounds much earlier and jumping around the invisible wall from the side. However, this method was tricky and risky, so nobody seemed interested in implementing it yet. Come October 2020, Geek came back stronger than before and started doing record attempts again. Maybe this time he could truly pull ahead of Schneider. And on October 5th, when Geek was attempting to beat Schneider's 16:52, the unthinkable happened.
Oh my, that was quick.
Ali!
Geek had just tied Schneider's world record to the second, but it was not enough. Schneider's 16:52 was just 0.2 seconds faster. This was the closest anyone had ever gotten to beating a full game Hobbit world record without actually beating it. That has to be rough. But despite all odds, Geek had not yet given up. Just 9 days later, Geek managed to get an amazing run started. He was already ahead by 18 seconds out of Flies and Spiders, but the hard part was just coming up.
Losing time. Come on! How is that not it? Putain, c'est une blague!
That was a rough barrels out of Bond, but Geek was still determined and continued the run, knowing he had some time to save in the Cloud's Burst.
Wow. Is this it? Yeah, it is. Wow. Wait. Is that actually world record?
Oh my,
oh, fuck, dude. That's like one of the most stupid things I ever done in my life.
Geek managed to gold split his Cloud's Burst and beat the world record. The run was a roller coaster of emotions, but he had done it once again. He beat Schneider for the second time with a new world record of 16 minutes and 41 seconds. Geek was mixed on his opinions of this run, not sure if he should be disappointed that he lost his big lead early on, or happy that he broke the record. But one thing was certain, and that was that Geek had truly earned this world record once again. Geek was looking to be the only one who could take down Schneider, but historically, Schneider had never even lost the PC world record for more than 10 days. A few days passed. Eventually, 10 days passed. Was Schneider having trouble beating this new world record? Did Geek finally get the best of him? Then a month passes with no change, until November, when for the first time ever, Schneider started streaming his practice live with commentary instead of doing it all offline. And after just a couple days, those live streams of practice turned into live streams of speedruns, and Schneider had some new tricks up his sleeve. On a run that already missed Dreamworld skip once, Schneider managed to save a whole 20 seconds over Geek's already solid overhill and underhill, partially thanks to implementing pillar skip, which is a very tight long jump into jump attack to skip waiting for the stone giants to knock the pillar down. This strategy was found by Samwise and was relatively old, but due to its difficulty, no one had implemented it before this. And so when Schneider combined pillar skip with great movement, he got a very considerable lead. Unfortunately for Schneider, his riddles in the dark wasn't nearly as well executed. Schneider fell out of bounds once and had to wait to clip warp back, and at the end of the level, Schneider struggled with a shortcut long jump up to the ring where the level ends. Now, Schneider was just under 7 seconds ahead of Geek's run. But there was more. There was a somewhat forgotten Flies and Spiders route developed by MDPie. This route had faded out of sight of the community, because no good runners had even tried it out to show its potential. But we are now at the time soon after I returned as M Karma and took back the GameCube world record, and I had just recently heard about this somewhat forgotten route and went on to prove it was worth going for on GameCube. And since this route translated to PC, Schneider decided to go for it. This new route found by MDPie featured multiple extra slope boosts to cut straight through the center of the level, making it considerably harder than the old route. So Schneider took his time on it, but even so, it was well worth it and put Schneider another 9 seconds ahead, now being 15.5 seconds ahead of Geek into Barrels Out of Bond, where Geek had struggled with a skip.
That's a pretty little time gain. Alright, now. Big mouth that I have, I said in public that I have this level close to 100% now. This skip rather. And I was kind of right.
That was huge. Schneider confidently pulled ahead by close to another 20 seconds. This pace was unseen, and it didn't stop there. After clean movement in a warm welcome, Schneider was now 37 seconds ahead. Yet Schneider wasn't done implementing new stuff, and planned to be the first to implement MDPie's faster PC inside information skip.
The only thing that's kind of scary for me is this jump here. But that's good.
Schneider pulled it off, and that jump is much harder than it seems. He was now an insane 1 minute and 7 seconds ahead of Geek, going faster than anyone thought he would. And after a clean gathering with the clouds, it was looking very possible that this insane run would not just beat, but smash the world record.
Definitely gonna play it safe. Yep, that's it. Oh, my heart's pounding again. I still do enjoy this. Oh man. Alright. And that's it. It's over a minute. Over a minute time save. And it's still very beatable. Ah. I'm proud of this one.
Schneider had done it once again. He once again showed complete dominance over the PC speedrun, smashing a world record that Geek had worked so hard for, on only his 7th attempt after coming back. Schneider even went as far as to implement all these new strategies that Geek had passed up, and managed to effortlessly break the 16-minute barrier, setting a new world record of 15 minutes and 38 seconds. On November 21st, 2020. Quoting Schneider, "The ball is back in Geek's court." But unfortunately, Geek has not attempted to beat Schneider's new record since then. The rivalry between Schneider and Geek had been a sight to see, and Schneider's absolute dominance on PC was impressive. Impressive to the community, impressive to spectators, and impressive to me personally. Yet I was a proud GameCube runner, and I strongly believe that GameCube runners were still a step ahead of PC runners in optimization and movement. And despite GameCube having a longer history and more competition, I envied the attention that PC runners started getting. So I decided that I wanted to prove without a doubt that I was not only the best GameCube runner, but the best Hobbit speedrunner. Period. Problem was, I had never even touched the PC version for longer than 10 minutes. So on November 22nd, 2020, I set out to learn the PC speedrun from the ground up. I spent time practicing individual levels and finding my own setups for hard tricks. Just the next day, I felt I was ready to do my first run, and ended up with a time of 23 minutes and 43 seconds. Not very impressive. So that same day, I continued running to improve my personal best. This run just put me into 2nd place on the PC leaderboard, already ahead of Geek, and it was a huge improvement over my first run, which had major mistakes. It was clear that my GameCube skill was translating quickly, despite the many differences. I was still almost a minute behind Schneider, but considering this was only my 2nd day of learning PC, I was confident. And so on November 26th, 2020, my 4th day of learning PC, I had managed to start a run that had 8 gold splits going into the Clouds Burst. Suddenly, I was on world record pace. But even if I performed my best PC Clouds Burst ever, it would be extremely close. So I aimed to perform even better, and went for another gold split.
I missed one. That sucks. This might be close. Shit. Not sure about this movement. Never mind, it wasn't close.
And a gold split it was. I just invaded the PC version and took the world record with a 15:33. I'd been very motivated thanks to being able to see quick improvements on my PC times, and because I had a clear goal, and even to my own surprise, I was not expecting to beat Schneider in just 4 days. On one hand, I felt somewhat bad for intruding on the back and forth rivalry between Schneider and Geek, but on the other hand, I was enjoying playing PC much more than I thought I would. But Schneider doesn't stay down for very long, and I didn't beat him by much. So although I was proud of myself for achieving my goal so quickly, I was far from done. Momentum was still on my side and I wanted to pull ahead even further. The grind was on.
This is gonna be a close one. That was so bad. Alright, not the fastest, but the run's alive. GG. I beefed. They're killing him so fast.
A month after first claiming the PC world record, I managed to lower the record down to a 14:06, shaving off almost a minute and a half across 5 new world records, and breaking the 15-minute barrier. I was on a roll, and I was really enjoying the improvement. What set me apart from PC runners before me was definitely the higher standards that came from GameCube runs. I had put a lot of effort into optimizing my PC movement, and it showed as I could pull far ahead of other runners on the longer, more movement-intense levels. On top of that, my extensive game knowledge and experience made me very confident in a lot of tricks, and I spent a lot less time on setups than most runners. I was confident, but the competition was not to be underestimated. Be it through my own influence or the sheer amount of activity that PC had suddenly gained, a lot of eyes were now on this version. While GameCube had been a slow but steady grind over many years, PC was now exploding. This attracted not only new runners, but even old titans. Enter Shockster. Shockster is a longtime great friend of mine who ran the Hobbit on GameCube back when I was known as iRoll. Even back then, he was a top 5 runner, with my biased opinion being that he could easily be higher than that. Though Shockster had quit running the game well before me, he was still around when I returned and theorized skips and setups with me. Now, this newly popularized version of the Hobbit that was arguably more comfortable to speedrun caught his eyes. Shockster had returned and was improving his PC time alongside me. On December 23rd, 2020, just a day after I set the 14:06, Shockster got a new personal best of 14:49, putting him solidly in second, as he was undoubtedly soon to become a world record contender. But something had happened behind the scenes. It would be strange to forget about a certain someone on the PC side. We weren't sure if Schneider had been planning on returning anytime soon, but when Shockster pushed Schneider into 3rd place, Schneider posted a screenshot of his splits. He had a personal best of 14:37. He was anything but inactive. As it turned out, Schneider was still 2nd place, but had no plans of posting any of the runs he had gotten before improving even more. But Schneider's offline personal best wasn't the only surprise. Another old GameCube titan was in on the PC revolution. It was Silence Erupts, the one who had been the biggest world record threat to me when I was running the game as iRoll. Silence Erupts had followed not long after Shockster and had made his big comeback on PC, and he quickly set a personal best of 16 minutes and 51 seconds, just behind Geek. PC was the breath of fresh air that the Hobbit community needed, and it was starting to see more activity in these past few months than GameCube had over many years. PC still had a lot of room for optimization, and we were enjoying it. So much so that after getting my 14:06, I set out to try to find new skips and tricks on PC, and I soon saw results. On December 28th, 2020, I had made 2 new discoveries. The first was a much better ending out of bounds clip for the Gathering of the Clouds, saving roughly 8 seconds. The second was a Flies and Spiders route improvement, saving another 3 seconds. Fortunately, both were also easier to perform than the old strategies. With new strategies and momentum still on my side, I continued running into 2021. On January 1st, I started up my stream and started attempts. On my first run of the day, I got all the way into the Clouds Burst, being already 21 seconds ahead, partially thanks to my new discoveries.
Well, sheesh. Just like that, I've been... Just the first run I do this session? Okay.
And there it was, the first ever sub 14, standing at 13 minutes and 40 seconds. Another minute barrier broken on PC. But I was only improving this fast because Shockster had been getting runs started that threatened to beat me, and I didn't want to lose. And just over 2 weeks after this, on January 16th, 2021, Shockster set a new personal best of 13 minutes and 46 seconds, only 6 seconds behind me. The threat was imminent, so I ran as fast as I could, and just the next day, I improved the world record once again, this time down to a 13:19. This was a great run with very few mistakes, other than a missed ending slope boost in Overhill and Underhill, but I knew that wouldn't be enough for Shockster to give up. So I continued doing even more runs, and just 3 days later, I was moving at great pace.
Oh my god, 153? Oh my god. No, fuck. That's tough. Ooh. God damn it, just like that, huh?
If it wasn't for the barrels out of bond miss, this run would have been insane, to the point that I would have thought it to be unbeatable. But time would prove that this thought was incorrect. On this same day, Shockster completed a new run too, clocking in at 13 minutes and 20 seconds. He would not let up, and followed extremely closely. Another 3 days later, I managed to improve the world record once again, this time down to 13 minutes and 8 seconds. The run was arguably a little bit worse overall, but it had no major barrels out of bond mistakes. Surely, I'd have some room to breathe now,
what up?
Right? Well, Shockster had definitely not given up, but neither had the rest of the top. Battling for 3rd place were Schneider and Silence Erupts. Silence Erupts would soon set a 14:38.
Let me just say, dude, that shower, very, very nice. I haven't eaten yet. I grabbed myself a PB&J and some mixed nuts. So I'm going to be eating that. I had some coffee. So I'm going to probably just chill for a little bit longer past my break time, so...
Being only 6
Deal with
seconds
it.
behind Schneider. Shortly after, Schneider set a new personal best of 13:55, the 3rd ever sub 14.
It's almonds, cashews, and it also has raisins.
But it wouldn't even
It's
take
these
2
nuts, yeah.
weeks for Silence Erupts to catch back up, setting a 14:10 on February 3rd and a 13:48 on February 9th. The leaderboard had never been this stacked. During this time, I was taking a
Wait, what the fuck? They're in 13 minutes now? I'm gone for 30 minutes and they saved 30 minutes off of their speedruns? What the fuck?
small break from speedruns, relieved that I'd pulled ahead by a small margin. But I'd ruined that margin for myself, because during this break, I made some big discoveries in the Clouds Burst.
It's been
Starting
wild,
off,
damn.
I figured out a new ending route. By long jumping off of a barricade with a tight angle, you could just barely jump
Yeah, I
around
know they're
an
on PC
invisible
now.
wall and get out of bounds before doing the jump off of the catapult. This out of bounds section had a near straight path to the end of the level, so although you had to go a bit out of your way to get there, it ended up being 6 seconds faster and considerably easier. With no reason not to learn it, Shockster picked this strategy up right away and implemented it into his runs.
Bro, he's gaming.
Holy shit, dude. Is that off of world record by 1 second?
Holy shit,
This run was actually retimed for a 13:08.95, matching my world record to the second. If Shockster had just been 0.8 seconds faster, he would have beaten me. Shockster had improved leaps and bounds, and although he was playing with new Cloud's Burst strats, I felt it was inevitable that Shockster would beat me eventually, but I wouldn't go down without a fight.
See,
these past few months have been the most active the Hobbit community might have ever been, and I wasn't about to let that end on me giving up. But I was also not done breaking the Cloud's Burst. The new ending skip had actually opened some new possibilities for the section before it. There was a different route that MDPie had found about a year prior. Unfortunately, that route wasn't faster, but it featured a very creative out of bounds right after Corwin skip. This out of bounds started with tight parkour over very slim invisible walls, and if you fell down, it would cost a lot of time, or even soft lock you.
Yeah, peanut butter banana is
so on
great
its
too.
own, this route wasn't practical. But the new Cloud's Burst ending I had found started a bit out of the way and took some extra time to go out of bounds. Then, I realized that MDPie's start on his route made a path straight to where you'd go out of bounds in the new ending, making it another 5 seconds faster, but only when the two are combined. This was a high-risk strategy, but at this level of optimization, it was worth it. These developments meant something big. A sub-13 speedrun was now looking realistic. The last-minute barrier I believed we could break. Shockster and I were both grinding runs. Shockster could get runs going with terrifying pace.
So, the PB&J strat, when you're making a PB&J, the strat is each side of the sandwich gets its own slice of bread. You start jelly first, jelly on one slice, spread it around, whatever. Then you wipe the excess jelly on the second slice, hence cleaning the knife off, making sure you can use the same knife, and then put it into the peanut butter without cross-contaminating. And it saves you on dishes.
Pace that I couldn't
It's
imagine
broken.
myself beating. But I was more consistent and had less trouble clutching out runs in the end game.
It's the
One of
optimal
us
strat.
would be the first to break the 13-minute barrier.
Bro, this editing go crazy. It's like a fucking Call of Duty montage out here, but with speedrunning. PB&J any percent when. You have two hands, just scoop a handful. No, I would never.
Holy shit, it is it! Are you serious? On February 18, 2021, I was the one who managed to break the 13-minute barrier, setting a new world record of 12 minutes and 59 seconds. Just narrowly under 13 minutes thanks to being able to pull off a great Cloud's Burst. I was very happy to break this barrier, but when you consider the time saved from the new Cloud's Burst strategies, this run was actually slightly worse than my previous record. But the new strategies were difficult and risky, and more importantly, they were a result of my own research. I had no reason to complain. But we can't forget about Shockster. Although his best time was still behind me, his skill was not. It was time for Shockster to realize his potential. Shockster took the world record. After being just the tiniest step behind me for so long, he pulled ahead, and he more than deserved it. His new world record, set on March 26th, 2021, was 12 minutes and 50 seconds. This run was great. Shockster had taken movement to the next level with a 2-minute and 41-second overhill and underhill segment, which was even faster than my gold split at the time. Even in most levels after that, it was rare for me to match him, let alone beat him. Shockster had undeniably proven his potential. Although I was beaten, I wasn't giving up. While Shockster's potential was frightening, I still had my own strengths. Soon, I made 2 new discoveries, ones that might seem minor from a spectator perspective, but are significant for the runners themselves. First, a more consistent Dreamworld skip setup. So far, Dreamworld has always been a point of many resets. Second, I found a new barrels out of bond skip setup, which until now had been as hard as ever. Both were just minor alterations in some of the angles and positions, but they undeniably helped consistency a lot. But these discoveries would soon be overshadowed by something major. A notification appeared in the Button Challenge Discord.
I thought that was my Discord.
Who had improved one of Samwise's
I was like, oh shit, who's messaging me on Discord?
strategies and riddles in the dark. They managed to do some really wacky stuff to get up on the minecart tracks with as few A presses as possible. And from there, they found out that there was an invisible minecart stationed at the end of one of the tracks. Just like the standard minecart, this one took you right to the end of the level. But wait a minute, that minecart seemed very fast. Couldn't we use this in speedruns? Shockster was streaming as I had this thought, so I told him about it and we got into a call. Joining us was Speedy, who was a new PC runner that we frequently chatted with. We experimented with this invisible minecart and soon theorized that this could indeed be considerably faster for speedruns. But there was one huge hurdle. When using the invisible minecart, the other decorative minecarts going around the track would keep moving. This made them crash into us most of the time, which instantly killed Bilbo before we could even get close to the end. We needed to make it consistent, so we looked around and realized that the decorative minecarts are only loaded once you jump down through the load trigger in the mine shaft.
The videos
We then saw that these
2 hours and 41 minutes long. There's been a few indulgent moments, yeah.
minecarts were on a cycle
It's a long
after
video.
they loaded. So we made a spreadsheet and tried all kinds of different timings and movement to see if the cycle aligned. Eventually, we noticed a strange interaction where
Plus, it's what happens when you're like invested in something and you make a video about it. Your own biases come through, you know?
if you
I
slashed
get it.
your sword while on the minecart, it could affect how the other minecarts moved. So we tried various slash timings and amounts as well. After a couple of hours of testing, we had found the perfect sweet spot. You needed to get to the invisible minecart roughly 23 seconds after loading in the minecart section. Then you had to make sure not to perform any slashes in the minecart until making it to the first turning sign, from where you had to keep slashing your sword constantly or you would get rear-ended by the minecart behind you. If you did it just right, you would narrowly avoid bumping into the minecart in front of you and save around 11 seconds over the old way.
What's
This
up,
was a
Rapu?
tricky but huge find when PC was already this optimized, and the skip is somewhat symbolic, bringing together parts of the GameCube, PC, and challenge community, with many people contributing a part of it. Neither Shockster nor I could rest easy while there were new setups and a new skip to work with. Maybe if Shockster struggled to get runs going, then I could pull ahead again. But Shockster showed no signs of weakness. Just a day after the discovery of the new Riddles in the Dark skip, Shockster set a new world record of 12 minutes and 45 seconds. And he wasn't done. 3 days later, on April 10th, he got a 12:37, which was even better executed than his 12:50 had been. And it seemed like Shockster could still go faster. But I hadn't
to the
lost
grind.
hope. I was still doing attempts, and just like how Shockster had gotten so close to beating me when I was still ahead, I managed to set a time that was just barely behind Shockster. On April 15th, I got a 12:38, just a second behind Shockster. If my Cloudsburst had just been a little better, I could have taken back the world record. But that was a pointless thought, because Shockster had still not shown his full potential. On April 20th, 2021, Shockster set a new world record of 12 minutes and 19 seconds, completely leaving the competition in the dust and undoubtedly proving that he is the best on PC. His movement execution, and even his consistency were just so far ahead. With such an achievement, Shockster took a well-deserved break. Meanwhile, I went to translate some of the new PC strategies to GameCube, which had been overshadowed by all of the PC activity. Pillar Skip, the new Riddles in the Dark, and Flies and Spiders were all things that could realistically be done on consoles too. And on May 5th, 2021, I managed to improve the GameCube world record down to 27 minutes and 13 seconds, a sizable 22-second improvement. With PC and GameCube now more optimized than ever before, this would be the end to this story. Or so I thought.
But it was
But
actually
Shockster
me
had
the whole
different
time.
plans. He came back to PC and set his sight on what was previously thought to be impossible.
Sub 12?
Shockster wanted to break the 12-minute barrier.
Yo,
Yet
do
it was
it.
believed to be impossible for a reason. But Shockster put the game on another level. He was improving his movement, fitting in more long jumps at the smallest height changes. He was taking tighter turns even where the risk was huge. If anyone was going to achieve the impossible, it would be him. On June 28th, 2021, Shockster set a new world record of 12 minutes and 18 seconds. A 1-second improvement, but he hadn't been back for long yet. Soon after that, Shockster and I worked together for a new first clip for the Gathering of the Clouds, clipping through the wall left of the door and doing a tight long jump into jump attack to reach the hallway, taking a just ever so slightly shorter path. This new clip was more consistent than the old way, although it required more practice. But when going for a sub 12, even a small second like this could make the difference. Then 5 days later,
Yeah, I'm doing
Shockster
fine.
improved the world record to 12
We've only been streaming
minutes
for
and 14
8 hours.
seconds.
8 hours is like
a sizable
not bad at
improvement,
all.
An insane run, but still a long shot from
I even got
sub
to
12.
take a pretty
Could he
long
really
break and
achieve it?
shower and
What
eat.
needed
I feel
to be
good.
done? In his 12-14,
I have more coffee
Shockster
with
had
me
a
too.
2-minute and 41-second overhill and underhill with some small mistakes. This level is extremely movement heavy, and playing perfectly versus playing good made a huge difference.
Honestly,
At
the
his
shower
best,
was a game changer. I
Shockster
feel
could save
amazing.
4 seconds here.
I took the
Flies and
hottest
Spiders
shower
was
I could
similar.
manage. It
when
was
done
so nice.
perfectly, Shockster could still save another 3 seconds. That left another 7 seconds to cut for a sub 12.
I know it's illegal
But
for
up until
gamers
the
to take
end,
showers. Don't tell the
Shockster's
gaming
run was
police.
extremely solid. Except for the Cloud's Burst, where Shockster had some trouble setting up the first slope boost and didn't hit the Corwin trigger the way he wanted to. Compared to his best segment, this added up to just over 7 seconds of time save. A sub 12 was technically possible, but it would require him to match his best segments on some of the most intense stages in the run. But the thought of a sub 12 alone was exciting, and Shockster shifted gears into a full focus grind, doing runs offline instead of streaming them, and continuing to save every frame possible. On July 15th, 2021, Shockster showed that the impossible was possible.
Hold on. The cats were fighting behind my computer monitor for a second there. The category is not called no major glitches, it's called no menu glitch. The same acronym, but different meaning, obviously. Yeah, kitties are naughty. I want to give my right hand a break from mashing, so I'm mashing with my left hand. So I have to learn how to play the game backwards right now. You guys want to... I have like my hands like this, crossed over each other.
A 12-minute and 2-second world record. A massive improvement. An insane run, and so close to breaking the 12-minute barrier. If he had matched
I
his
just need to
best
give my right
segments
hand a
on
little bit of
any
a
the
break.
longer levels in the game, it could have been it. While Shockster was already leagues ahead of the competition, he would not stop improving, and stated, "I did not expect to absolutely smash my last PB, but the stars definitely aligned for this one. This run removed any doubt in my mind about the reality of breaking the 12-minute barrier. It will happen. I won't stop until it's broken." And stop, he did not. But his sub 12 hadn't become any easier. His world record was just
Can you
executed
bind up
insanely
in
well.
attack
to
to
do
one
that
button?
again and to do
No.
even better, as much as I
How do I
believed
do
in
that?
Shockster's
I'm
potential,
playing on console.
it seemed extremely hard. But Shockster wasn't necessarily alone. We, as a community, had been
I'd
morally
have to like
supporting
open up my
Shockster's
controller
journey,
and like.
and I personally
No,
spent
even
a
then
lot of
that
time
wouldn't work.
labbing together with Shockster to try to save every frame we could. Together, we had stumbled onto one place we could optimize to help him break the impossible
Now, if I was on
barrier.
PC, I would just
It was the
use
overhill
turbo.
and underhill door clip, an old PC strategy where you skip one of the gear collection sections by using the pillar to clip through the closed door. This clip required exact angles and numerous steps, and we had already optimized
No, it does not have a turbo
significantly
setting.
over our
I would
time
use it if
playing
it did.
PC. Different angles,
I've been mashing this whole
special
time.
jump timings, strafes, light directional presses. We tried everything to optimize this clip. And finally,
How does it work to get
Shockster came with the
999
idea
attack? You have
use
to
crouch
absorb
strafes
about.
against the pillar.
You have to absorb a little over 1 million blood heals, which is every time you see Alucard gaining health from the blood. You have to do that over 1 million times. UFB does turbo. Mine doesn't currently, so. Yeah, certain controllers do have like mirrored stuff. Yeah.
Soon found a tricky way to save just under a second on this clip by
So we've
implementing
just
the
been
crouch
grinding blood
strafes.
for a long
Another
time.
crack formed in the barrier. Yet a few days
Put
later,
your
I
mom's toy
revisited
on it.
this clip and tried something new. When crouching and very quickly tapping the left or right direction, Bilbo will actually move in the opposite direction. This turned out to have a weird interaction with the pillar where at the right angle and when spamming the left inverted crouch strafe, you would quickly wiggle through the pillar without needing to spam jumps like before. I dubbed this method Wiggle Clip, and it saved another second over our previous optimization, and this method was easier to perform than any previous one. All cards were on the table. We knew what had to be done, and we knew someone who could do it. Our eyes were on Shockster as he continued his quest to break the 12-minute barrier, his quest to make the impossible possible.
The video we're watching is History of the Hobbit, the most underrated speedrun, is the name of the video. It's a Hobbit speedrunning history video. How many hours does it take? To get to max level, it's estimated to take about 100 hours. When I looked it up online, but I'm probably going to finish it in about 50. Maybe even less. Nice. Congratulations. Sub 12.
That's the end of our story. Shockster remains on the top of the PC leaderboard with the only sub 12 time, while I still hold the GameCube world record. Both platforms now completely have their own identities. The PC run requires extremely good movement and minimal setup time to be competitive, while the route on console still features so many hard tricks that good trick execution brings you very far. Since then, Shockster had made some attempts to beat his PC world record again, some that had high potential. But finally, he decided to step back from PC, and then went back and forth on doing GameCube attempts, getting all the way up to 4th place, and getting close to taking 3rd.
Oh god, MT,
And
yeah.
looking
Let me
back at
not
Crixium,
skip your video.
He's very occasionally been running GameCube any percent NMG.
Can you just post it again
but
in
he's
chat
felt
so that way
burned
it's
out of
easier
that
for me to grab
category
it?
for a while and hasn't been active for these past few months. But if he returns, I know that he will return stronger than ever before. Meanwhile, Schneider also hasn't shown much activity in these past few months. Although he said he hasn't been interested in speedrunning for a while, who knows when he'll make another grand return. As for me, I'd still like to improve my PC time to at the very least
Yes,
close in
I'm
on
wearing 2
Shockster,
duplicators right
and
now.
I'd also like to break the 27-minute barrier on GameCube, but my main focus has been drifting to discoveries and community content. And finally, for the speedrun itself, PC almost seems to have been figured out, with very little room for improvement. Some new and interesting battles have been happening on the PC leaderboard, with Slipboy, Speedy, and Silum all duking it out over 5th place. Meanwhile, GameCube still has some more room for improvement, but the GameCube community hasn't been that active recently. Although Cairo, a newer runner, has put in a lot of work and held 5th place until Shockster returned to GameCube. If you made it this far, thank you so much. It means a lot to me. This project has been way bigger than I first anticipated, and I'm anxious over—
Okie dokie. Great video. Thank you so much for video. Again, M. Karma's History of the Hobbit. Great video. Big thumb up for me.